Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐿110 on AO3. Now, let's start. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 hummed a soft tune as she cooked another dish. The 5th day in and this whole witness protection thing was getting cozy. It was fulfilling, living with Toshiko. After Izuku left, the house had felt far too empty. But now, with Toshiko around, her loneliness was manageable. Even as the woman had to politely turn down most of the meals 𝐒𝐭𝐻 prepared for her. Honestly, being in such close contact with the woman, she started to worry about her safety. She looked way too malnourished for her own good, and her coughs. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed her own cheek. Worrying like that would give her wrinkles. Izuku alone was generating enough worry, any more added and her stress could have collapsed in on itself. She shook her head dispelling that. He was a grown man and she trusted him to look after himself. And the women around him. She sighed, he had grown up so fast. And if her maternal instincts were right for the past few days, he had really grown up. Midoriya-san, are you alright? Toshiko's voice made her jump, the ladle in her hand almost dropping into the pot she was cooking in. Her quirk activated in the last second, catching it in midair. Why, you scared me. Don't sneak up on me like that, you are gonna give me a heart attack. She giggled, slightly unable to keep it back. Honestly, I can't handle something like that in my age. Toshiko looked away with a soft blush spreading on her cheeks. Why you aren't that old, Midoriya-san? 𝐿𝐿's cheeks started to burn too. Am I? Home sweet home. Mina cheered as she entered the dorms of 1A, dropping her luggage on her sides and breathing in the smell of Izuku's cooking. After so long away, the scent alone was making her stomach rumble. Ah, Mina, welcome back. Izuku greeted, poking his head out from the kitchen before turning back around to continue sauteing the onions. Food's gonna be ready in a sedash. He paused as the woman hugged him from behind, laughing all the while. Missed you, you hunk. He laughed back. It hasn't been as lively without you here, any of you. Mina was the first of Class 1A to return to the dorms and she was planning to use her alone time with him well. Which, of course, meant teasing him senseless until he looked like a tomato. But, hugging him like this is fine too. Just a little longer. She rubbed her face against his back affectionately, enjoying his warmth and the texture of his muscles against her cheek. God, she had missed him. Mina, he huffed, more confused than shy this time around. Something about that frustrated her, but also excited her. Wonder what would happen if I just... Her hands started drifting down slowly, from his upper chest to his stomach, down further. Her face was burning. Why isn't he reacting? You having fun down there? Izuku mumbled back with a tone she didn't know he could produce. So visceral and deep. It was RSNG. She was doing everything that worked on him before. Why wasn't he? Okay. She breathed in. 2 choices. Back down. Or plus ultra. Her hand went lower till it snuck under his waistband. He flinched. Good. Just taking inventory. She didn't know she could even sound that sultry. Midnight must be rubbing off on her. He groaned slightly, finally starting to blush. She could even see his ears getting redder. Oh okay, Mina, you win. While her hand was already there, she rubbed over the area, not any lower, not any higher, the perfect teasing location. He groaned at her ministrations, his back pushing against her front. I could get used to this, Mina, come on. She giggled at how strained his voice was. It felt good that the big bad Izuku could melt like this under her touch. Everything seems to be in order, she mewled, causing him to blush harder. What's wrong? Don't you want to go first? Ashido. You're back. 𝐒𝐿's voice caused both of them to almost jump out of their skins, Mina's hand pulling out of his shorts in a split second. Kiri. I didn't know you were coming back today too. She spun around, trying to act natural. Her massive lilac blush was getting in the way of that. 𝐒𝐿 either didn't notice or ignored her friend's flustered state as she smiled. Oh yeah, I would have told you, but I kinda forgot. Oh man, we could have taken the same train and everything too. Her face fell, turning into a small pout. I messed up, I guess. No, it's fine, I didn't tell you either. Mina cheered, grabbing a hold of her free hand. Why did you get back so soon, anyway? 𝐒𝐿 smiled the moment Mina's hand grabbed onto her own. She scratched the back of her head. This is kinda unmanly to admit, but I kinda miss the bathhouse over here. She chuckled weakly. My back has been killing me. Oh, the baths here are amazing, 𝐒𝐿 chimed, calm again after his initial fluster. Mina whined in her head about how unfair it was that Total Command let him do that. Can't blame you for coming back from. I know, right, she cheered back, slightly happier now that 𝐒𝐿 had validated her turmoil. And well, 𝐒𝐿 tossed the ground beef into the pan, turning the heat down slightly and turning to face the two. If the bath doesn't work on your back, I can try helping out. Mina's face flushed. Did he seriously? 𝐒𝐿 fist pumped. Yeah. Bet you know how to help with those. Since you know, she coughed, growing a little meeker, your back was aching after all the muscles you probably tore in the sports festival. Sorry for bringing it up. Mina's head was spinning. She accepted. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. Kirishima, no need to get all touchy about the festival. I lost, it's simple as that. He thumped his own chest. Gotta learn from that and move on, you know. He paused, looking back up to the woman. She was crying a single tear. Wait, Kiri, I didn't dash to that was so manly, the girl wept, wiping the tear out of her eye with her forearm. How do you keep being that manly? And inspirational. Mina paused, then started laughing. That's the Kiri I know. Come on, let's go to the bath, Horn buddy. I'm sure 𝐒𝐿 will bring our stuff to our doorstep in the meantime. As you wish. He bowed exaggeratedly, chuckling on his way. Back up. Food's probably gonna be ready soon, so don't take too long, we won't, Mina called back, already pushing her friend out of the room. Wait, Mina, my 𝐿 sighed contently, letting the hot water wash away her aches and alleviating the weight of her rounder features. God, she loved the housing at UA. I still don't get why you use minimizers when you look like that, Mina mumbled, soaking nearby to the redhead, sneaking glimpses at her floating parts. They look, how do I say, 𝐒𝐿 chuckled, lifting them slightly. They get in the way honestly, she huffed, plus, the minimizer makes me look more manly, yeah. I guess. Mina shrugged, leaning back and looking away, letting her legs idly sway back and forth in the water of the large bath of UA. It was honestly a better fit for a hot spring than a university, but she wasn't gonna complain about that anytime soon. But don't you wanna be seen as a woman, too? 𝐒𝐿 started blushing. I mean, you aren't wrong. She let her body sink lower, hiding her mouth under the water. But with how my body looks right now, I'm pretty sure no one would see me as nearly as womanly as you or 𝐒𝐿. Mina blinked, her head suddenly snapping back to her friend. What are you talking about? 𝐒𝐿 pouted, letting her head rise back out of the water to look away with a small frown. Mina hadn't seen her this down since middle school. I mean, just look at me, Mina. I look more like an anatomical model of muscles than a woman, you know. And it was 𝐒𝐿's turn to snap her head back to look at her. What do you mean, and? There is no way people would see me as 𝐒𝐿 does, Mina simply said. You should have seen him in the bleachers, he almost started choking to death when your minimizer broke. 𝐒𝐿's cheeks were starting to match her hair in terms of hue. You're just saying that to make me feel better. Oh yeah. Mina's eyebrow shot up. Do you want to bet on it? 𝐒𝐿 gulped. The gauntlet was thrown and it wasn't manly to back down from a challenge like that. Sure. What are the rules? Take him up on the back massage. Mina was smirking. 𝐒𝐿 didn't like it when she smirked like that. And don't wear your minimizer. I'll take pictures. If he's flustered, I win. If he's not, we both lose. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't felt this kind of excitement in, well, technically, ever. 𝐒𝐿 had laid down towels for the two of them, leaving them on top of her old clothes. She looked at the pile and sighed, putting them on, all except for the minimizer BR she had gotten so used to, pocketing that instead it was weird letting her bursts out like this, her whole balance felt off. But her mind was buzzing with excitement. Wonder if he'll look at me like, no, it isn't manly to worry like that. I should just walk out there. Mina, I don't want to do this. Backing out from Adair, the pinkette teased back. And here I thought you were manly. That's not thing fair. Fine, she hissed, forcing a brave smile on her face. Pretty sure he won't even notice. Oh, he will, Mina teased as she pushed her forward. Now come on, I wanna see his face. 𝐒𝐿 didn't resist that much, allowing her longtime friend to push her forward into the common room near the kitchen area. Izuku was messing with the food prep still, which was making the wait so much worse. Just standing there, silently fearing the moment he'd tell, "Hey Izuku, we're out." "Why have you forsaken me, Mina?" "Oh, already?" That was fast. Izuku responded back good-naturedly. "Food's gonna be ready in a second." Just mixing the dash, he turned around to see 𝐒𝐿-san's minimizer, digging her heels against the ground, trying to push away from him as Mina held her down. "Use." He was going crimson. "See? I told you he'd react." Mina giggled against her. 𝐒𝐿 was utterly frozen in place. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying to find his breath as he hid his head behind his arms. "Oh, Kirishima, are you decided to not wear a dish?" Mina failed to hide her laughter, sputtering as she watched the two look at each other in various states of shock and awe. "Hey Izuku, catch. Catch." 𝐒𝐿 suddenly felt the wall behind her, more commonly known as Mina, shift and push her forward. Right into Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 was suddenly struck by the sensation of his chest pushing against hers. She panicked, squinting her eyes shut and almost activating her quirk, barely holding back from turning into a mess of sharp rock in his arms. Wait, in his arms. She slowly opened one eye. Izuku had listened to Mina and was gently holding onto her, his muscular arms wrapped around her now hardened skin. You okay, Kirishima?" She let her quirk fade, her skin softening against his frame. The sensation of it was weird, as if she was melting against him. She loved it. "Great, actually." Izuku gulped, trying desperately not to focus on how soft 𝐒𝐿 was when her quirk wasn't activated. Especially how soft she was around her. Focus, damn it. Hungry. 𝐒𝐿 nodded sharply, trying herself not to get lost in the sensation of being held by Izuku, and especially trying not to let out a whine when the man gently let go of her to lead her to the dining area. 𝐒𝐿 sat down, focusing on anything that wasn't Izuku's powerful but gentle body or Mina's sh-ting grin. Izuku ducked out of the dining area to ladle up 2 plates of spaghetti, careful not to spill any of the bolognese as he dished them out. He cracked some black pepper over the top and took the 2 plates in hand, strolling back into the dining area. "Lunch is served, I hope you guys like it." Mina winked at the man. "I'll eat anything you're serving." Wiggling her eyebrows to really sell the implications. Izuku successfully ignored them with the skill of a professionally oblivious man. "You know 𝐵𝐶𝐼𝐶𝐹𝐺𝐻𝑒𝐿 Nana offered, her teasing grin echoing in his head like the chime of a bell. "Is she?" "I can't tell, I'm too busy cooking," Izuku lied in return, going back to cooking more sauce. He was having more visitors today after all. "We are here." Setsuna cheered as she almost kicked the door down. "Only 2. Immediately freeze in the spot as 𝐒𝐿's and Mina's heads snapped up. "Oh, you aren't alone, Mina, Kirishima, meet Tokuge, Kendo, and Shiozaki," he announced, gesturing at the women as they filed in and bowed in greeting. "They are from one, you might remember them from the sports festival." "Oh yeah." 𝐒𝐿 jumped to her feet. "Nice to meet you personally, you were really manly in the tournament." "Oh god," Setsuna held in a giggle as Itsuka paled. "You've got your own Tetsu." Ibara gave her a side-eyed glare for taking the Lord's name in vain. "Tetsu? Oh right. The girl with the same quirk. How is she doing?" 𝐒𝐿 excitedly asked, almost bouncing on the ball of her feet as she shook Itsuka's hand. Setsuna's eyes were glued to her jiggle. "DMN. Oh, she went back to train at her local gym at the start of the break," Itsuka answered, giving her a firm handshake back. "Yeah, turns out they pay good money for being a sandbag in the gym, who knew?" Setsuna added with a devious glint in her eyes and a smirk on her lips. She almost looked predatory. "Oh, man, that's manly. I should have seen if I could get a setup like that." Eiko responded with a cheeriness the Class B students didn't expect anyone but Tetsu could achieve. Why you really are like Tetsu, right, Shiozaki? Setsuna asked, bumping her elbow against the vine-haired woman. You was the only response she got from the woman. What are you? All turned to stare at what got the normally tame Christian girl so sessed off. She was glaring with the white-hot fury of the god she believed in. You, hellspawn. Setsuna turned to look at her classmate, who was pointing at Mina while her vines were writhing more every passing second, like a horde of angry snakes getting more and more aggravated. Mina tilted her head, she was used to such bullying in the past. Just smile and play along. What do you mean? Ibara flinched as if struck. Don't lie. You. Izuku, I'm sorry but I must remove your classmate from the dorm for everyone's safety. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐻 Nana voiced everyone's thoughts, though only Izuku heard it. We are back. And now Mai, Nemurai, and Mechamite had arrived. Silence, succubus. Take your MSTRS away with you. That's new. Nemurai blinked before turning to Izuku. Do you know what she is on about? Something about Mina being a demon. She is the devil. 𝐶𝐼SHUM and Mechamite grunted. WLD there be a 𝐶𝐬𝐽𝐻 Bietwian HMNND Dimon Vitras, mother. Pretty sure they would be different, Mai shrugged, looking between the two. Right, Zuku? Not the time you two. Izuku hissed, turning back to the altercation taking place in front of him. Shiozaki, I assure you Mina is as human as you or me, her horns and skin tone are just a byproduct of her quirk. Izuku wanted to hold his head in his hands. Right, Mina? Oh no, I am definitely the devil incarnate, Mina cooed, getting up slowly and walking towards Izuku with a visible sway to her hips. I'm here to stuck you to my side, Izuku. She hugged his shoulders, throwing a half-lidded glance towards Ibara. The woman intertwined her fingers in a praying position, her knuckles cracking at the sheer force under her hands. God's righteous Verdish Shiozaki, she isn't being serious. Kendo pointed out, grabbing her classmate's shoulder. Setsuna was too busy laughing her butt off to help her calm Ibara down. Nemurai looked ready to use her quirk if this went any closer to full-on fighting. Mina, tell the truth. Izuku borderline ordered, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her down and away, causing her to pout. Oh Izuku, you are no fun. She mumbled, turning around and facing the woman. I am not actually the devil, I was just teasing you. She bowed down respectfully. Something even Izuku didn't expect to happen. Your lies won't work on me, demon. Ibara screamed, her hair moving in to wrap themselves around her. Everyone, including Mina, flinched at the sudden assault, and before she could react Izuku's strong hand gripped her shoulder, pulling her to the side, away from the attacking tendrils which wrapped around his other arm he had raised protectively. Shiozaki! He grunted out as the thorns dug into his skin. A few drops of BLD leaked from between the vines. I will not stand for my classmates getting hurt. Are we clear? I cannot sit idly as that demon corrupts this whole clad. Izuku's arm rolled, wrapping the vine around itself again. The sudden addition of the loop tugging Ibara closer to him in a sudden jerk, almost causing her to stumble onto her face. Are we clear? Ibara's eyes locked onto his for a second, his larger frame almost towering over her as he glared back. There was a green inferno in his eyes. Her breath hitched. My apologies, I didn't know what came over me. The vine wrapped around his arm grew lax, uncoiling, leaving only the telltale pricks on his skin. You have my deepest apologies, Ashido. It's really no big deal, the pinkette mumbled, scratching her cheek. No, it is. I attacked you. She bowed deeply. I'm really sorry, I don't know what was going through my head, must be going stir-crazy after being stationed at the dorms for so long. Kendo mumbled, holding her shoulder. Wanna work out after this? Burn some stress off? Ibara nodded softly. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Her eyes looked up to Izuku, the green inferno was still there in his eyes. But the dangerous feeling of the flames had passed, replaced with compassion. He was worried about her. She looked away before her blush became too apparent. Sorry, I should leave. I'm ruining Lund. Izuku's sigh silenced her. No, it's fine, right Mina? Oh yeah. You can still eat with us. I don't mind. Ibara breathed out, her shoulders slumping a bit. Thank you. With the altercation over, Izuku gave a sigh, relaxing a bit. Scared me for a second there. Glad to see you came to your senses. Mina and Eiko were on him the next second. Midoriya. That was manly as hell. But you are bleed-ash. No, I'm not. Izuku cut her off with a smirk, pulling his arm up. And just as he said, the BLD on his arm was already dry and clotted. That much is nothing. Ibara bowed again. My apologies. After what ended up being a fun meal, the 1B students headed out to the training grounds, along with Midnight, who insisted on helping them with their training, Eiko, Mina, and my lounging in the common rooms, and Mecha might flipping through channels. Izuku mused at how weird the visual of the giant mechanical copy of All Might watching TV was as he finished the dishes. Oh right. Izuku. Mina sat up, looking like she remembered a prank she wanted to do. 𝐷𝐼𝑑𝑦𝑜𝑢𝑗𝑢𝑠𝐻𝐻. Nana teased in the back of his mind. You promised Kiria back massage, right? She asked, a smirk growing on her face. He flinched. I did, he sighed, placing the last dish on the drying rack. Kirishima, do you want it now? Oh, if you want to. Honestly, he found her getting shy about it kinda cute. Much to Nana's teasing approval. He gulped, looking down on Eiko's back. She had laid face down at one of the couches, her head on her arms. You should take your shirt off, Mina suggested from the side, giggling at how both of them started growing red at the suggestion. Alright, she responded, managing to pull it over her head and off her body before Izuku could object. I can see them from behind focus. Nana giggled. He breathed out, trying to regain composure before he blew a fuse, and looked down. He was right in his observation from the first day. Even her back was as muscular as seemingly possible, a perfect map of the human muscular anatomy. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Oh, shut up. I know you are. Guilt-why as charged. Nana shrugged. CM on 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 or do 𝐒𝐬𝐿𝐵 hiatu. He sighed, looking down on Eiko again. She worriedly looked back over her shoulder. Do I look dash? No, just been a while trying to remember where to start. He huffed, then rubbed his hands, increasing BLD flow to get them warm to not cause any discomfort. Okay, I'm starting dash. She nodded best she could and turned her head, closing her eyes and trying not to flinch as his warm hands made contact. Tell me if this gets uncomfortable. I'll try to find where the muscles are tense, he mumbled, probing around her back for any knots. Oh okay, Eiko gave out with a shaky voice. She hadn't thought just having him touch her back would feel so good. Izuku paused at her strained response but decided to continue after she didn't say anything. He found some knots near the base of her spine and his skilled fingers starting to apply pressure. Mina giggled watching Eiko try holding her 𝐵 back, even though a pit was forming in her stomach. Wonder if he'd do the same to me. Izuku grunted, trying to find a good angle to apply pressure properly. Her musculature, while nice to look at, was too dense to easily massage. Not while he was reaching over her like this, at least. Okay, I might need to move to get a better angle. Do you mind, Kirishima? He asked, pulling his hands back for a second. Sure, go ahead, just don't stop, she almost whined, nodding sharply. He rubbed the back of his head, trying to come to terms with the fact that he was actually doing this. He took a fortifying breath before he swung his leg over hers, straddling her thighs. Eiko almost eeped as she buried her face deeper into her arms. Mina clamped her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh too hard. Mai looked away from the heavy machinery documentary she was watching, curiously smiled, then returned to her show. Izuku's hands went back to work. Now with his weight behind his fingers, he could really apply pressure to her back, kneading her muscles down to the bone, relaxing even the sorest area. Eiko felt like she was putty under his hands, the mules of pleasure threatening to escape with every other caress of her back. Feeling better? Mina asked in her usual teasing tone. YP. Eiko squeaked out. Izuku paused, looking at the woman. Should I stop? Please don't, she squeaked out again, shaking her head. He nodded and continued his ministrations. She couldn't hold her 𝐵 back after first 10 minutes. By 30, she was breathing contently. Feeling better, Kirishima? Yesh, she slurred out with a dazed smile on her face that only Mina could see. Izuku grunted in approval, getting up from his spot slowly. Great, wear something warm around it so it doesn't lock up again after getting all that BLD coursing through. She shook her head, getting herself to settle down somewhat. Oh right, thank you, Midoriya, he smiled. Don't mention it. As the afternoon went on, the rest of the class slowly filtered in. Kyuka rolled her eyes in a teasing way as Doi chatted with her about music, the blonde giving him a happy wave, while the punk just nodded in greeting with a soft smile etched on her face. Tomoyo practically jogged in, her face stuck in a strange mask of calm that Izuku mentally noted he might have to address later. Riku, Mai, and Konna all quietly stepped into the dorms without much fanfare, each giving polite smiles and greetings. It was still weird seeing my former mouth on her hand to smile, but it was somewhat endearing. Minerva seemed conflicted about something, mumbling too softly for him to hear clearly. She flinched for a second when she saw him before bowing her head, greeting him with no lewd remarks for once. Izuku blinked but still responded with a friendly greeting. Makira and Hana seemed to be discussing some of the events from the festival still, speaking happily as they got situated back into the dorms. Yui, in her normal, flashy fashion, boldly declared to anyone who wanted to know about her mini-break that it was all a secret in spite of no one actually asking, as Toru was more than happy to point out Shoko seemed to be lighter than air, happier than Izuku had ever seen her in spite of her usual, impassive expression. He swore he spied the ghost of a smile on her face. Maybe it was her eyes that were smiling. Okako walked in with Tsuyu in tow, the gravity-defying heroine looking more tired than usual, but she seemed to light up with a smile the moment she saw Izuku. She then quickly turned around to Tsuyu, talking about something or another with added enthusiasm. Katsumi grumbled when she got to the door, but he could see the soft smirk on her face too. Eiko almost pouncing on her and starting to talk with her about upcoming training. Izuku felt a bubble of joy fill his chest as the quiet dorms filled up with life again. It was almost complete, too. All that was missing was Izuku. He turned with a smile to greet Momo. Welcome back, Vice Repradash. He heard her bags hit the floor and before he knew it she was tackling him into a massive hug. His body reacted before he had time to think, hugging her back and lifting her off the ground. For a moment they were alone in the world. I missed you. She cheered, giggling at his return of her affection. He couldn't help but laugh along. He had missed her. So, they both froze. Suddenly the rest of the world faded in, and the reality kicked in. They weren't alone. In fact, all of Class 1A was in the common room. Not dating, here? Mina asked. Minerva didn't think today was going to go like this. She was beaten into taught not to act like the physical incarnation of lust by her mother during the 4-day break. After all, the woman wanted some grandkids. And what better person to have them with than the strapping young man that tore everyone apart in the sports festival. Minerva could still remember her mother's drool even as the older woman had scolded her about being perverted. It was horrifying to see her own mother act like that. But in the end, it gave her a chance to self-reflect. So, she decided to hold her tongue the next time she saw him, as best she could, and see how Izuku would react. The smile he shot back was enough of a confirmation that he preferred it this way. The only question was, how long could she keep this up? Even now the random urges and thoughts she wanted to mutter kept coming, and she just wanted to shout them out. Well, that was the only question she had before Momo hugged the man in a running tackle, which he returned happily, chuckling like they were a couple. One of those sickeningly sweet adorable ones that caused large crowds to smile, knowingly ignoring that they were probably banging hardcore behind closed doors. Damn it. I wanna be like that with him too. Focus. Who knows, maybe he wants a HM. Being in his HM would be nice, especially if Momo is there to wait. Am I bi? What do you mean it's totally normal for a friend to hug another like that? Mina rebuked, getting louder ever so slightly at her exasperation, bringing Minerva out of her train of thought. You didn't hug me like that when I got back. We're friends, aren't we? But you hugged me from behind. Izuku shot back. I couldn't hug you back. I was flirting with you back there. Mina admitted before pausing and turning a shade of purple after realizing what she had just said. Nice color on her. Minerva shook her head, trying to shove the idea out of her mind. Her SXL crisis could come later. Right now she had some juicy gossip to listen to. 𝐭𝐽𝐫 had started laughing. It's fine, Mina, we all noticed, except Izuku. Pretty sure he needs someone to be that blunt to notice anything dash. And I was kind of flirting back. Izuku cut in, pausing mid-statement, face starting to turn a shade of red. I should not have said that. Minerva blinked and felt the world seem to shatter. What the actual F? The class froze solid, even as Izuku frantically wished his quirk allowed him to erase memories, or time travel so he could knock himself out a minute before he opened his goddamn mouth. Wait, what? Mina mumbled. You aren't dating Momo then? Why would you flirt back? The pink-skinned girl paled, her complexion fading to nearly human skin tones before blooming with a furious pallor, her expression contorting into betrayal. Oh my god, are you cheat? I'm not. He's not. Izuku looked at the source of the other sound, Momo and Okiko. The two looked at each other and joined the blushing mess club. 𝐭𝐽𝐫 couldn't breathe, doubled over from trying to hold her laughter back in this mess. I knew it. Doi screeched, pointing at all three. You curly-haired, smooth-talking BSTRD. You're two-timing Uraraka and Yorozu. It is highly uncouth to accuse someone of that, Kaminari. Tomoyo exclaimed, but without the usual arm chops. Honestly, she looked out of it, her eyes wide and frantic, and a blush high on her cheeks. But on the chance that she is correct. How dare you use your role as class representative to leverage them into a relationship, Midoriya? What? All three turned to the new accuser. When did that even what? It was eerie how all three managed to say those words in sync, all three sharing matching looks of both confusion and frustration. This is f***ing stupid, Katsumi huffed, rolling her eyes and flaring sparks to break up the tense atmosphere. When most of the class jumped, she started striding through the crowd with purpose, making her way to Izuku, Eiko grabbing her shoulder before she could get too close to him. The red-haired girl looked torn and confused, eyeing both Bakugo and Midoriya with tension. I know cheating is an unmanly thing to do, but do you actually think he is the kind of guy to cheat? Do any of you think he would cheat on someone like that? The moment the words left Katsumi's mouth, the room froze, the panic dying down in an instant. Memories of the last few weeks, and of how shy and eager to help the green-haired man was, flashed through people's thoughts, lingering guilt about their assumptions making many look down in shame. I guess not, Eiko admitted, letting Katsumi's shoulder go before looking down in embarrassment. Besides, Katsumi finally made her way next to Izuku, standing tall next to the man. He had jumped back from Momo previously, almost pushing himself against the wall to the kitchen. She turned and gave the rest of the room a long, slow look before smirking. Izuku looked between her and the rest of the group, trying to figure out where this was going. Katsumi turned and shoved Izuku back, his shoulders pushed to the wall as one of the blonde's hands planted just over his shoulder, a scorch mark flaring next to his head. He felt her other hand wrap around the back of his head, fingers threading through his hair before pulling him into a needy kiss. He resisted for a second, brain taking in just what was going on. Her mouth was hot and held a spicy sweet flavor that he vaguely recognized as her favorite hot sauce, as well as a faint burn that spread across his lips. Beneath that was another flavor, one that he remembered from that kiss during the sports festival. Something intrinsically Katsumi. Her lips were soft and demanding, pulling at his to open his mouth wider as her hot breath filled his mouth, her body pushing up against his chest as she kissed him. It had been just 4 days, but he had missed her taste. He found himself kissing back, the world fading away, until she pulled back with a popping sound, teeth dragging across his lower lip, the experience leaving him breathless and breathing, bracing his back against the wall for support as his knees felt weak. Turning, she reached up and ran a thumb across her lips and smiled at the rest of the girls, the tilt of her lips nearly mocking, and radiating smug superiority. Have you never heard of polyamory, extras? The room was stunned silent as blushes and shocked expressions greeted her declaration. Doi inhaled to answer, blush barely hiding her confusion, before I fed him. The room fell silent with shock and confusion once more as all eyes snapped onto Mai, who was smirking on the couch, long forgotten by the rest of the students. The moment of silence extended until it became unbearable for everyone involved, before her foot snapped out and tapped the side of 𝐿𝐼 where he sat nearby. This is when you're supposed to do the thing. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 hummed, then stood up straight, panel sliding open to reveal party poppers going off on his shoulders and a digital kazoo sound echoing from its chest. Suapi rice. Oh, that's now out in the open. Thanks for throwing the bomb out there like that. Izuku slumped in a combination of embarrassment, blushing, and sheer mortification. Was this gonna be a thing? All of his private life on display with fireworks in the background. He facepalmed and let loose a bone-rattling sigh, before he turned towards the three girls closest to him, meeting a trio of unamused and somewhat envious stares. All right, Izuku huffed, mind racing as thoughts about how to phrase this next part filled the void left by the initial fear of being found out. Just gonna roll with the punches. I know you all probably you taught her what sec meant. Katsumi screeched, Izuku, do you know no fear? He blinked, accepted that, yes, he was gonna be interrupted all day apparently, and crossed his arms. Look, I understand your fear, but it was more complicated than that at the time. Izuku trailed off and mumbled, his originally broad-shouldered stance shrinking slightly with a neon blush growing on his face. Failed step 1, F me, right. Nana's laughter caused him to shrink even more. Can you please not? I am under a lot of stress already. OKID, it's like a decent esta movie up in Hiri. Katsumi opened her mouth to respond but nothing came out, so she closed it again with a grunt. Oh, I was right, Kyoka huffed, making Katsumi and Izuku glance up to see her pacing around. Every day was gonna be an might as well happen days. Boy in class turns out to have a HM of girlfriends, might as well happen. The punk girl's voice was all but dripping in sarcasm. Please don't call it a HM, Momo mumbled, hiding her face behind her hands, ears turning red as her blush bloomed across her skin when her friend lay out the situation so bluntly, albeit erroneously. Kyoka didn't outwardly respond to that, instead she continued her monologue, the giant mechanical robot version of All Might has goddamn party tricks installed. Might as well happen. First one to lose her virginity is the only girl that didn't even know what sec w dash, at that she froze. Wait, what the F do you mean taught her what sec meant Bakugo? Kyoka broke off her monologue to round on the blonde bombshell, her jacks and finger pointing accusatively at the woman. I meant that she didn't know what sec was. Katsumi deadpanned, even as rolled her eyes. I thought you were supposed to have good Hiri dash. Okay. All of you, time out. Mina screeched, pulling the attention back to herself while crossing her arms over her head. So, are you saying you're open to more relationships? All chatter stopped as the jaws of the class started to unhinge one by one at the sheer audacity of the statement. Okiko blanked and blinked, mouth moving as she tried to consider the question, before she looked at the other four. Wait. Are we? I don't think no. Don't look at me, angel face. Katsumi was suddenly blushing, hands up to deflect the question. Mai just waved her hand around like she didn't mind either way. Izuku slowly looked at Momo, who shyly shrugged with a blush on her face. As all four of his significant others turned towards him, he facepalmed, rubbing his eyes and mulling over the question. I'm not sure, he huffed, finally looking up with a pleading expression. He focused on Mina and the others around her who were clearly interested. It's really kinda new for us too, we didn't really talk about that yet. He paused, looking between his four lovers. All seemed to be okay with letting him be the spokesperson. Great. Sure. Let the introvert explain things. Thanks. Then again, I'm probably the only one that can tell this without my voice cracking. Gurmit. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 the aphid Urshox. Izuku ignored the woman in his head. We're still figuring a lot of this out ourselves, not like any of us have any experience with this kind of thing, so maybe at some point. Or maybe not. I really could not tell you. Seeing the chance, Katsumi smirked and leaned towards Mina, crossed arms lifting and squeezing slightly upwards, exaggerating her slight bust as best she could. Izuku felt something twitch at the visual and fought back against it. Nana, I swear to God if you try that again. She laughed back. IWNT, why does it even matter, raccoon eyes? You want in? Mina paused to process the information, cheeks turning lilac as she raised her hands, though her eyes drifted downwards. Not sure, I mean, It's tempting, really tempting, did you just confess? Toru mumbled, looking at the whole mess. God, this was gonna give her a headache soon enough. I think so. Mina still looked like she hadn't realized the weight of her words, still distracted and flustered. But like who wouldn't want to join to that? She gestured at Izuku, Okako, Katsumi, and Momo, then nodded towards Mai. The invisible girl didn't have the same visual response, but people could hear her blush in the stammered words. It's a big commitment, interesting. Shoko mumbled, playing with a strand of her hair. Behind the crowd of teens and their serious discussion, the dorm's door opened, a familiar face coming in. Hey Midoriya, I'm done with tried. Kiyama had walked through the door to the dorms only wearing her tank top and yoga breathes, leaning against the doorframe and pausing as she took in the crowd. Hey, class. What are you wearing? Mina asked, staring at the teacher in her casual wear. Blinking, Kiyama glanced down and then up, eyes raised in confusion. Workout clothes. My hero suit is fine and all, but it's not the most comfortable thing to wear casually, you know. Kiyama tilted her head, mumbling something about lack of support, before turning to Izuku. What's going on in here, anyway? I can probably make some adjustments to that. Mai chirped before anyone else could respond. They are just explaining how their relationship works, Makira answered, scratching her cheek. Do you know how polyamory works, Nemurai-sensei? Kiyama turned to the four separate from the rest of the class. What? Then she glanced at the class, then back to the four, then back to the class. What? Polyamory. Izuku. Really? What? She repeated out loud, her face starting to get redder slowly. You are what? We. Izuku gestured at the three next to him, then pointed at Mai, are in a relationship. Kiyama blinked multiple times as if trying to get a mirage out of her eyes, her blush getting worse and worse with every other blink. Soon her body couldn't handle the confusion and embarrassment, her quirk activating in a sudden burst. Izuku only had a second to take in the sudden rush of pink smoke and that comforting sweet and tangy scent, before everyone else dropped like puppets with their strings cut, crumbling down. Nemurai. I panicked, sorry. Kiyama hid her face as the burning blush turned her bright tomato red. Eiji steepled her fingers as she rested her elbows on the cool, black marble of her desk. The past week had been enlightening to say the least, and now she was faced with an interesting choice. The UA internship offer forms sat in a stack on her desk. Normally she'd offer an internship to the winner of each year and just be done with it. After all, she only had time for the strong. Some might say she was a touch harsh with how she handled her interns, but at the end of the day, none could say that she didn't leave those UA students with a firm handle on how to deal with those stronger than them. She had been intending this year to just send her offer off to Shoko and be done with things. Training her masterpiece to be her chance at toppling that beach of a number one was all that truly mattered, after all. But then, he appeared. Just the thought sent a stirring through her, her legs clenching together involuntarily as she felt herself heat up. Izuku Midoriya. Eiji liked her lips, the fire on her shoulders flaring as she thought of all that she could teach that man. All the things she could offer him. He would be hers. The image of his rippling muscles flexing in the sunlight flashed across her computer screen yet again. Ever since the festival, she had been replaying the footage of his matches on repeat. Had she indulged a bit while watching them? Of course. But they were mostly for research. She studied him, watching him LBR with every breath as he completed feats no normal man had ever accomplished before. He was perfect. If he chose to just be a donor, that would be enough. He would father the next prodigy of powerful quirk users in this world. But if she could just bend him to her will the way she had planned. If she could break him. Eiji felt a hand begin to drift down to the heat between her legs even as she wrote his name down on the request form with the other. Then he would be hers. And he would be perfect. Turns out carrying everyone to their rooms was gonna take more than the rest of the day, and it was midnight by the time Izuku stumbled into his own bedroom, falling face first onto his pillow next to an unconscious Mai, already mostly asleep. Why was Fuun Nana teased in his head, he could feel her hand on his back rubbing soothingly. You alright? Not sure. He rolled over, staring at the ceiling. Now we're out in the open, out of the blue honestly. I don't know what to feel. 𝐂𝐤𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐵𝑆𝐴𝑛𝑑 He was all too ready to comply with that request. He closed his eyes and the world faded away as the darkness consumed him, leaving only a pinprick of light in his vision. The light grew and grew until it washed over him, the ethereal glow of his mental scape replacing the darkness. Oh! Here again. He looked around, noticing that the previously white and empty void had an actual edge to his side this time, the white ending, replaced by the fading blues and whites of a sunny cityscape. It felt like he was on top of a building staring out to Musutafu again. But the buildings, they were older. Much older. Yet it felt familiar. Oddly enough. He looked down to the edge again, noticing Nana sitting on the corner, watching the shifting cityscape. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 He chuckled weakly, sitting next to her. You think? This view is too clear for it to not come from repeated observation. I think why you can't hear. She chuckled, bumping her shoulder against his. He blinked at the gentle show of affection. And how hard her shoulder had been. It was easy to forget how buff she was when he barely got to see her. Funny how he could always remember her face. It's beautiful enough to sta with you even after no. Sure is, he breathed out, even the scent of the ocean and wind were mixed into the vision. Makes my worries feel small. He didn't need to turn to know she was grinning. Plus you show uld probable ywy out others to ff. Like. If 𝐒𝐤𝐴𝐳𝐚𝐴 he couldn't help but burst out laughing at that, and soon she joined him, her chuckles deep and full of life. The next morning, Izuku was met by a surprise. Oh! He looked at the pile of letters on the common room. All for him. Fan mail. Oh, I knew this would happen eventually, he rubbed his face. It's too early for this. And it just doesn't feel right. It is myheroacademia, not whatifdekufanfic. Nana murmured. Wanna be 𝐒𝐤𝐲 by what 𝐶SINSOME of these? Hey, quick question, can you delete memories in there? He reached down and began shifting the pile into neat stacks as he tried to find some way to sort his sudden influx of mail, or just looking for anything that he recognized in the stacks. Haven't tiered to yet, so I don't know w. Not taking the chances then. Good morning, Deku Okako mumbled with a yawn as she stepped into the common room. Weird, I don't remember going to bed. Wait, did we get outed? She blinked, that thought fading away as her eyes landed on the pile of letters. What are those? Fan mail, I think, he responded with a huff, but a soft smile still breaking out on his face. She was too cute of a sight in the morning to not smile. How was your sleep? Great. Felt like I was sleeping on a cloud. She bounced on her heels, stepping up and leaning past him to glance at the mail with interest. Missed my bed after 4 days without it. He chuckled softly and pulled her into a warm hug, shocking her silent. A blush was blossoming on her face, the pink spots of her cheeks blending into the rest of her face. Deku. He hummed down, pulling away from her a little to see her face, his hands sliding down to hook around her waist. What's wrong? What if people see? She asked shyly, looking away, but her hands were still gripping onto his shirt. They already know, don't they? I guess, then she blinked as if the thought finally clicking into place. Wait, then that means, I don't think we need to hide it anymore, do you? The effect was instant, her shy expression morphed into a shocked one, then immediately shifted into an excited smile. She hopped up to wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him into an enthusiastic hug that held her off the ground, her knees locking around his hips as she burst out into a happy giggle. Nope, I missed you, Deku. His arms wrapped tightly around her waist, helping support her off the ground. Really? You missed me after just 4 days. 4 long days, she pouted, pulling herself higher on him until their foreheads pushed against each other, her thighs and stomach dragging over his abs as she shifted to look at him better. His eyes locked onto hers and the world started falling away again. Hues of chocolate brown were slowly washing away the colors of everything else. Her sweet breath tickled his nose and he found himself leaning in without intending to. He wanted to be closer to the source, to taste 𝐒𝐿 again, and didn't find it in himself to resist anymore. She smiled in return, her hand roaming up to kite through his hair as the other landed on his cheek, pinky up to avoid activating her quirk, leading him to her mouth slowly. When their lips finally touched again, a shiver ran down his spine. Her taste, her smell, everything just made him lose himself more and more in all the sensations and feelings that were kissing 𝐒𝐿. Her lips were soft, but had a strange texture that was slightly rougher than he expected, and her taste, she was sweet. But not overpoweringly sweet. It was more the touch of sugar in a cup of coffee, or mochi after tea. Beyond the sweet, was a bite of something that was pure 𝐒𝐿. She was also slow and SNSL, her kiss wasn't needy or wanting. It was determined and content, something that felt easy. It felt natural. She aimed against his mouth, tugging at his lower lip needily as her hand in his hair tugged at it softly too, silently asking him for entrance. He was happy to oblige, lips parting and the faintest sense of tongue and hot breath, and oh wow, so yesterday really wasn't a dream here. Hannah muttered, forcing reality back onto both of their senses, teeth snapping shut and heads jerking apart. Both eyes snapped open and slowly turned to the source, causing Hannah to break into a cold sweat. It was kinda scary, the second and third place of the sports festival giving her a combination death glare. Even in their weird position, with 𝐒𝐿's legs wrapped around Izuku's waist, they looked intimidating. It was kinda awe-inspiring if she had to be honest. Oh. Did I interrupt something? Yes, both said in unison. Oh. Yeah. Sorry. With that, Hannah beat a quick retreat out of the common room, sliding the door closed behind her, leaving Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 alone again. She turned around first, and sighed with a faintly annoyed smile, before kissing along his jawline. Izuku blinked and shifted, before her voice spoke into his throat. So, where were we? Miruko looked at the paper. The paper she'd refused to fill out since becoming a hero. She stared down the internship request form, the same one UA sent out to her every year. The same one she filled in with the best don't do team-ups written in bold red letters. She wanted to do the same this year too, it was a matter of principle after all. And she wasn't about to break her principles. Yes, she might have said stuff in the sports festival about taking Izuku under her wing, thought about teaching him her moves, but that was just in the heat of the moment. Yes. Just in the heat of the moment. She stared at the paper again, her foot tapping against the ground. Goddammit, Rumi, she groaned in her head. A guy acts strong and brash and you get weak in the knees. Breaking the rules you lived by for years. She tapped her foot till she couldn't anymore, her calf starting to ache from the constant motion. Huffing, she sat on her couch scratching behind her ears. It was the first time she hadn't even sent the letter back for this long. 4 days. Usually, it just stays here for like 5 minutes. She hated that it was still in her home, causing all this turmoil in her. Yet she couldn't bring herself to tear it to shreds or write down what she usually did. She yawned, her eyes growing half-lidded. Fighting herself was tiring after all. Wonder if there is a time limit, her eyes snapped open. If there is a time limit. She almost tore the letter to shreds trying to find the printed return by date. But she managed to find it in the end with no issue. Sunday, she turned to look at her calendar. Oh no. Whoach, Nana mumbled in his head as the rest of his brain shorted out. 𝐒𝐿 finally pulled back, sking on his tongue lightly before she let go, breathing softly and trying to catch her breath. His hair was a mess, and so was hers. Both of their faces were flushed with color, silk threads of saliva connecting their mouths still intact even as they pulled apart. That should be enough for 2 of the days I missed you, she huffed, still gripping onto his arms. We were apart for 4 days, he breathed back, slowly rising back up to his full height, still trying to catch the breath 𝐒𝐿 stole from him. Her head tilted to the side and a soft smirk spread on her face. Exactly, another shiver ran up his spine as he smiled back on the shorter woman. You're scary sometimes, you know that, right? Am I? She asked in genuine shock, a hand against her cheek, thumb avoiding contact. Yep, he cooed, gently holding her other hand. You scare me with how much you make me love you. Okako couldn't hold her giggle in bursting out laughing. You are such a dork. Guilty as charged. F. Miruko paced back and forth as the phone rang, the dial of the UA buffer driving her nearly insane. Come on. Pick up, you rodent. She screamed into the receiver of her phone, trying to get a hold of. You know it's rude to call me that, right? Nozomi clicked in, cutting the dial tone. Miruko, what can I do for you today? She stared at the form still on her desk. I can't figure out the form and I think I am about to run out of time for it. How do I? Don't worry about that, that's just a formality. Tell me which student finally got your interest and I can handle the paperwork from this side. Her ears shot up high in surprise. Oh. Izuku Midoriya, right. Miruko could feel the smirk on the rodent's face. She didn't even know if she could smirk. Suddenly, she was tearing herself up about going through this again. Did I guess that right? Nozomi repeated on the other side of the phone. 'Cause if I didn't, I need to recall some paperwork. What do you mean it was already sent? Yep, 2 days ago. So, I'm set. She asked, some of the mental strain shifting away. If it was all done and fine, she couldn't help it. Of course, I couldn't let such a rare opportunity pass by, right? Now if you don't mind, I have some other paperwork to finish. Miruko hung up her phone slowly, then stared at it. A few seconds passed as what just happened sunk in and she flopped on her couch screaming into her pillows. Mina swallowed her bite, toying with the rest of her meal with the tip of her fork. This feels weird, what do you mean? Eiko hummed, swallowing her mouth full of food, feels normal to me. Yeah, she burst out, slamming her fork down. We just learned that Izuku was in a relationship with Raka, Momo, Bakugo, and Hatsune. She pointed at the 5 eating their dinner quietly on the other side of the dinner table. Things should be different. Why? The redhead asked, tilting her head to the side. Aya, raccoon eyes. Katsumi screamed from the other side, try not to waste your brain power before hero names tomorrow. The group turned to the blonde in various states of disappointment. What? It's teasing. Just friendly teasing. The explosive young woman defended herself, crossing her arms in the process. Izuku just chuckled and patted her head gently. On second thought, no, this is fine, Mina smiled. This is perfectly fine. Her smile turned to a smirk. Pretty sure you just admitted I was your friend, Bakugo. The blonde paused, clearly replaying her last words before slamming her head to the table next to her plate. Mandalay sank into the chair she was sitting in. Her whole morning was spent on doing the paperwork for the summer camp. It was done again now, but UA was probably gonna change the location again sometime in the near future. It was almost maddening that they kept getting pinged back and forth between UA-owned properties, trying to leave as little of a trail as possible. But after USJ, it was probably a good strategy to avoid an attack like that again. The only problem was, now they couldn't actually ask for an intern. We are hosting the summer camp. We can meet him then, right? Ragdoll raised a finger, before shrugging. It's probably better this way, Tiger probably needs time off to stabilize too. Speaking of which, Ragdoll made an exaggerated motion of checking the area before talking again. Honestly, with her quirk, the irony almost made Mandalay chuckle. Just between us two while the other two are out, how are we gonna pixie-proof his room? You think she would? No, she would. She craned her neck, standing up. Why does she have to be that lustful anyways? Ragdoll only turned with a Cheshire smile on her face. I'm kinda tempted to sneak in myself if I were being honest, and are you not? Mandalay asked, placing a hand on her hip, looking absolutely tired of all the jokes Ragdoll was making today. Yet she couldn't help but smile softly at her eccentricities. Maybe only avoiding the truth a little, Ragdoll spun on her tiptoes, as if doing a bit. Wonder how his mother looks, Mandalay thought for a minute, trying to imagine him, only to remind herself of him breaking out of the glacier. Her face succumbing to a blush. She didn't know what Amazon gave 𝐵𝐻 to Izuku, but she felt a tinge of fear at the thought of meeting her. Then pieces start to click for her. Overwhelming power. Tall, muscular stature. Are you imagining All Might with green hair? Ragdoll giggled, because that's what I'm imagining too. The resemblance is uncanny, I have to admit. Mandalay shrugged. But she is probably someone unassuming instead. Ragdoll blew a raspberry. What are the odds of that? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sneezed, causing Toshiko to flinch slightly at the sound. Sorry, someone's probably just talking about me, right? Toshiko gently pulled her arm away from her shoulder, where she was trying to place it for a long time. Pretty high. Does your mom look like you? Kinda. She is my mom after all. What do you not look like her? Mandalay paused. I mean yeah, but I still think his mom is gonna be nothing like him. Wanna bet on it? Mandalay sated down her sister in arms. What are the conditions? You win, I do whatever you want me to do for a week. If I win, I get to do the same to you. Those are very open-ended. Mandalay mused, humming softly for a while as she thought. Fine. Game on. Morning class, Aizawa grunted, rubbing her newly debandaged face. She hated that whenever Recovery Girl healed her, her face gained a shine to it. She didn't have the energy to have a good skin, damn it. Mina and Doi joked around, mumbling a slow "good morning sensei," causing her eye to twitch. That aside, today's hero informatics class is going to be a special one. I hope you all are ready. Eiko, Doi, and Mina froze solid. You are going to come up with hero aliases. The whole class jumped to their feet to scream out that would make Present MIC proud. Okay, but first Aizawa clicked on the remote in her hands, the screen behind her coming to life displaying the names of the students. We got all of your internship offers. Normally it's quite spread out. But this time around, she sighed, turning to stare at Izuku. Why did you have to be in my class? Sensei. She clicked again and the names started growing bars to their sides, indicating the number of offers the students got, their names rearranging themselves to a ranking with descending offer count. Izuku's bar didn't even fit the screen. Needless to say, everyone wanted to send an offer to the first male with a quirk. Imagine that Izuku could feel the envious stares on his skin, and the blush creep up his cheeks. I swear I have that disabled. An innocent whistle came from his subconscious. No matter, this year we allowed each pro to send 2 offers to each class, instead of just 1, so he didn't steal any of your offers. Izuku felt the stares start to begrudgingly fade, and he started being able to breathe again. While Izuku had an overwhelming lead, he was followed by Shoko and Bakugo, who were tied for second. Okiko came in at a close third with Momo a far off fourth. Here. Momo is fourth. Mina mumbled, looking at the screen. Wonder why she is so high. Izuku turned to her. Ashido, did you forget that she created an anti-tank rifle and used it freely on the race? Showing off how powerful her quirk could be. The only reason she lost on the tournament was cause Shinsu can control minds. Any pro worth her salt wouldn't take that as a bad mark. Came the confirmation from Kyuka. Oh ye, Mina rubbed the back of her head, but sneaked a look to the back of the classroom. Momo's face was matching her tie. Here. You done? Aizawa huffed, getting slightly agitated. We need to get to hero names before she gets here. It's not logical to not start prepping for the oncoming hey again class. Midnight strolled into the class, stretching out as she made her way to the teacher's podium. Yes. That. Aizawa huffed, rubbing her face again. Whatever, you got this. I am going to take a nap. The class tried to hold back their chuckles as Aizawa wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and rolled to the side, falling asleep even as she vanished behind the teacher's desk. I swear she can fall asleep faster than my quirk can make people fall asleep, Midnight mumbled, looking at her colleague. Anyway, putting that aside. Today's an important day, class. Do you know why? 'Cause we are going to be picking hero names. Hannah answered. Exactly. And hero names are the cornerstone what any hero is. Midnight cheered, somehow ending with one leg perched on the desk and the other on the chair behind it. Izuku smiled at how lively she was. Hero names reflect what a hero is, the image they want to broadcast out into the world. It's an important tool to truly bring your dreams to reality. Her sweet smile turned sadistic, but be warned, this is an important decision. The name you pick today may be what the world calls you for the rest of your career. She clapped her hands. Well, give or take your loved ones. Suddenly Izuku blushed, remembering that he called her by her civilian name maybe one too many times. Now, who is ready to name themselves? No. Mina opened her mouth to argue. Absolutely not, Midnight repeated, crossing her arms under her bust. The connotations are far too grim to be your hero name. Your name is the 18 hero, Midnight. How's this any worse? She demanded, tapping the board with her new hero name on the podium. The acidic hero, Alien Queen, is a good name for a hero. First of all, being 18 is nowhere close to being a parasitic, murderous killing machine. Second, I'm pretty sure that's still copyrighted. Since when did that stop anyone? Midnight sighed, rubbing a hand over her face. Look, if you want to be called Pinky in most media cause they can't say your hero name, go ahead. Fine. I'll go change it then. She mumbled, finally giving up. Wait. Izuku raised his arm. Honestly, he was having a field day today. For a hero nerd like him, this was just too exciting. What about Zeno as your hero name? Mina paused, looking at the man, then back at Midnight with a smile. What do you think, Teach? Midnight rubbed her chin. Zeno like Xenomorph. It sounds friendlier and means stranger, but has been connotated with extraterrestrials. But more importantly, it's just a proper noun that hasn't been copyrighted. She pulled her hand away with a smile. Are you okay with it? Yee. Thanks, Izuku. He smiled broadly. Anytime, Zeno. The class broke out in a silent giggle at that. It was just too heartwarming watching the man they got to know and learn about, a man that looked so intimidating from afar with all the power he tossed around, to act so much like an excited kid in a toy store. I have been thinking about this for a while, ever since I had siblings. In fact, Tsuyu ribbited, walking up to the podium with her board in hand. As always, the monotone tone she used caused people to quirk their eyebrows in interest and curiosity. It was weird how unreadable she could be even when she claimed to be blunt. Maybe that's why she is used to saying what's on her mind, cause people can't read her expression or tone of voice. 𝐒𝐬𝐿DNTYOFAHERONME analyzing why our CLSSME. Nana pestered I can do both, Mom. ICNBOUR MOMI if tis how YOUWNT it. He paused, his face getting redder as he almost slammed his head on his desk, writing out his possible hero names. Mistakes were made. OHSH he felt her touch on his cheek. I am not just TSIing hat IK now IT. Note to self, get recovery girl to remove you. Or W, Froppy, Tsuyu announced finally, tapping her board on the podium. The whole class started chanting the name. Izuku joined in. None of them noticed Tomoyo glaring at her board at the back of the class. Staring at the letters she had already written down, gripping the marker tighter and tighter, not daring to finish the name. In dash she was panicking. She hadn't even panicked this hard in USJ. She shook as she rode the first train back to the hospital where she was born. It was specialized for heroes, away from the pestering gaze of the media and full of confidentiality. It was the only place that wouldn't leak out the fall of Ingenium. When she finally arrived at the hospital, she ran as fast as her legs could carry without activating her quirk. She thought she was prepared to see anything, but she wasn't ready to see her sister, stomach open with machinery attached to her, life support doing its best to keep her stable as the doctors continued their work. She crumbled against the glass of the observation deck, bawling her eyes out even as her mother tried to comfort her. The freshly picked hero, Grape Rush. Minerva announced, hidden behind the podium as she held the board over it. Catchy name. Midnight smiled and gave a thumbs up. The diminutive girl was smiling at the compliment as she trotted back to her seat. Katsumi took her place and slammed her sign down on the podium. Queen Explosion Murder. You're joking, right? Midnight asked with a ped eyebrow. You want your hero name to have the word murder in it? Katsumi started arguing back. Tomoyo tuned out the classroom. After 3 slow, miserable days, her sister was finally stable enough for visitation. 3 long days of waiting, not knowing if she was going to survive, but finally, her sister was safe. But why? Why couldn't she get comfortable? Tomoyo's hands curled into fists on her lap as she sat on her sister's bedside. The constant beeping of the machinery and the continuous humming of the respirators attached to her was driving her insane. Their mother couldn't make it as she was trying her best to handle the turmoil at their hero agency. Much like All Might, her sister was the pillar that carried their hero agency. And that pillar was currently crumbling. She wasn't supposed to be. She wasn't even supposed to be here. Machinery wasn't what was supposed to be around Tensor, only her hero costume. Tomoyo, her sister wheezed, groggy half-lidded eyes looking towards her. Unfocused, glassy. That's not how a hero is supposed to look. That's not how her older sister is supposed to look. Her mouth quirked up slightly, managing a tired smile. She wheezed, even with the oxygen mask on her face, she was having trouble inhaling. Glad. I got to see you again. Tomoyo blinked, trying to keep her tears unshed. Sorry. She smiled, closing her eyes and breathing out as if a weight was lifted off her shoulders. I'm sure. I look like a mess. Don't say that, Tomoyo mumbled, pulling her glasses down and wiping her eyes, trying to keep her composure. You're going to be fine. Things like this happen. Tomoyo heard her sister have trouble gulping. Sis. I can't feel. My legs. Tomoyo felt like she was punched in the gut, all the air leaving her lungs as she breathed out. The doc said, it's permanent. I can't be a hero. Anymore. Tomoyo's vision was shaking, her eyes not being able to focus on her sister. I'm sorry. Lil sis, this is the end. Of Ingenium. No, it can't be. Is this one of your pranks? She knew she was in denial. Knowing it only made it worse. Her sister gave a single, dry chuckle. I'm not that evil. Ingenium can't end. Not here. Tomoyo choked out with a sob. Why you can't dash, I can't. Tensor wheezed, Tomoyo's mouth clamping shut instantly even as her eyes continued to shed tears. I can't carry that name anymore. You can. Her hand shakily rose from the bed, landing on Tomoyo's fist. She couldn't even hold her sister's hand properly because of the 4-needle in it. Tomoyo, you can carry that name now. Tomoyo looked at her board one last time. I'm sorry sister, I don't. She erased what she had written so far. I can't measure up to that name. She sighed, deflating onto her chair, pulling her glasses off and rubbing her eyes again, trying to keep her composure. For her classmates, nothing was wrong. Ingenium was still there. She couldn't let them know that she wasn't. Rain dripped against the window of the hospital room like a scene out of a bad movie. Tomoyo glared into the oppressive darkness of the stormy night, her eyes looking over the lights of cars passing by, but not really focusing on anything as she twirled a pencil between her fingers. Her mind was elsewhere. Stain. It was her fault. She had struck Tensor down. Ingenium wasn't a villain nor a fraud or anything that deserved what happened to her. Ingenium was her. Tomoyo grit her teeth. Was a hero, indeed. Stain took it all away from her. Everything she had ever lived for, all 27 years of her life, all snatched away from her unjustly. In a single slide, Stain had taken everything that mattered away from Tensor, and from Tomoyo. The pencil in her fingers snapped as she glared into the darkness, her eyes full of rage. Stain would pay. This she swore. The invisible hero, Prism. Toru chirped, doing an exaggerated motion to get her excitement across. Midnight let out an excited laugh in approval of the name. Izuku tapped his board. He had grown up imagining hero names for himself. Adam. No, that's too religious. Borderline narcissistic. Titan. Too vague, oh god. Why can I only think of All Might Jr. right now? What are you doing, G? He gulped, focusing on the white of the paper. Blanking out to the point of panic, but you know that. No, I am in what are you doing, G? Why are you idiot your hero enemy? Weren't you given it ages ago? He flinched, stopping his mental ramble. Yeah. I guess I do. Midnight stopped Katsumi before she made it to the podium. Does it have murder in it? No. Does it refer to the death of someone in any way? She clicked her tongue, spun on her heel and made her way back to her seat, passing Izuku by. Her eyes landed on his board and widened. No way. Tell me you aren't serious with that name, she mumbled, leaning forward in her seat to grab his attention. He leaned back slightly. Why not? It's the name you gave me. Fine, she huffed, her breath tickling his neck. Any idea on what I should go with? We came up with it. Remember? He mumbled back. She could hear the small smile on his lips. But that's so childish. He cut her off as he got up to present his name. Izuku, don't run away from me. Izuku smiled over his shoulder, poking his tongue out. Kiyomi-sensei, can I present mine now? Midnight gestured vaguely at the podium. Izuku promptly tapped his board against it. Okiko's eyes snapped onto the board, smile widening on her face. I used to dislike this name, but as things changed, its meaning changed, too. He smiled, looking at Katsumi and then Okiko. I'm sure the person that named me has also changed her opinion. Deku. His smile turned to a smirk. The not-so-useless hero. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Midnight rubbed her chin, one hand on her hip as she bent forward into his personal space, causing him to bluster a bit. That can work. But only if you are okay with using it. Remember, this is something the whole world might call you from here on out. Are you sure about going with that? His eyes hardened, making sure that Midnight understood his conviction. Positive. She smiled. Not the worst hero name. She hooked an arm around his shoulders. Did you know Aizawa was gonna go with Deku before MIC stepped in? His eyes widened, mouth clamping shut as he tried to hold his laughter in. Deku. Like that snake oil they peddled. Aizawa's eyes snapped open, the sound of glass shattering seemingly echoing in the classroom, overpowering everything else. Woman, she hissed, voice getting a dangerous coldness to it, why would you even bring that up? Midnight hid behind Izuku with a giggle. 'Cause it was hilarious. I'm ready with my name, Shoko muttered, walking up to the podium, ignoring the banter. May I present? Oh right, you can sit down Midoriya, Midnight mumbled, unhooking her arm from his shoulders. It's something my mother used to call me, she started, tapping the board on the podium's snow flame. Simple, elegant. I love it. Midnight cheered, cupping her own face. Thanks, Shoko mumbled, a ghost of a smile on her face as she walked back to her seat. Midnight looked over the classroom. That leaves. Bakugo, you got a name yet? She cursed under her breath and stepped up. Yeah. Izuku had trouble not double-taking as she messed with the tip of her ponytail bashfully, a blush on her face as she tapped her board down. Ground zero, she mumbled to her side, gaze focused on the strand of hair she was twirling between her fingers. For a moment, time slowed down, everyone in 1A thinking the same thing unanimously. Oh no, she's adorable. Jesus, 𝐶𝐿 hissed as the computer at the teacher's office pinged again. Let me guess, another offer for one Izuku Midoriya, she mumbled, pulling the message with the rest. 3 days of these constant pings were getting on her nerves. Gran Torino. She squinted, looking at the form that her computer had pulled up. That's not a name I recognize. All Might froze in her seat. Did you say? She buffed up for a second, blinking into existence next to her. No, she couldn't know. She wouldn't. 𝐶𝐿 was freaking out herself. All Might. What's wrong? The hero just laughed an awkward, scared laugh as she stared at the screen. This can't be happening. No way, nope, this is just a nightmare. All Might, please, you are scaring me. Midnight smiled softly as Katsumi ran back to her seat, muttering something to Izuku that made the man smile. She chastised herself for enjoying seeing him smile so much. Ida, you are the only one left, she announced, looking at the blue-haired woman. Do you have a name yet? Tomoyo got up, gently tapping her board on the podium. Would this be okay? Going with your given name is no issue. Midnight mumbled, deflating a bit. You can sit down. Okay, class, Midnight announced as Tomoyo made her way back, shaking off the low the last nickname had pulled her into. We will be passing out your draft picks now, and don't worry if you weren't picked by any pros. UA has an agreement with a couple of agencies, hundreds of them, in fact, which will be accepting you. But remember, while the due date for your choices is by tomorrow, you should pick your agency with a lot of forethought. You wouldn't even wanna know how many seniors are still whining about who they picked. She started pulling out papers from a shelf on the teacher's podium, passing them out slowly. Izuku was the last to receive his batch, Midnight carefully dropping a folder 2 fingers thick on his desk with a whump. Have fun going through all of those, she smirked. And with that, the class is over. See you tomorrow. She waved at them, walking out of the classroom with a visible sway in her hips. Aizawa had also rolled away at one point, leaving the students by themselves. So, Mina started, looking through the page she got. Anyone picked their agencies yet? She just told us not to rush it, Eiko deadpanned, slapping empty air. I think I'm going to go with Uwabami, Momo mumbled, looking at her list. She's fairly high-ranked. I wouldn't if I were you, Izuku warned, turning back to look at her. Her work is usually about charity and sponsorships. While that's all well and good, he shrugged softly, you might end up just doing an advertisement or something instead of anything that would help with hero training. Oh. Momo looked to the page in front of her. Good call. Did you pick anything yet, Deku? Okiko asked, jumping to her feet excitedly. Oh, Miruko, he replied, shrugging. I want to learn more about using my legs in a fight. Currently, I feel like I'm too punch-heavy. And she did promise me about showing some tips, so. Lucky, Doi mumbled, melting onto her desk. I want special attention from pros, too. Sparkplug, our teachers are pro-heroes, Gyro muttered half-heartedly. It's not the same and you know it. Izuku ignored the banter. Okiko, do you have a choice yet? Oh, I'm thinking Gunhead, the brunette chirped, punching the air. Heard she has her own school of martial arts, and since it was so useful in the festival, good sees the sound of the classroom's door opening stopped all conversation. Tomoyo paused, looking back for a second. I need to go somewhere, Aizawa should be aware, but I would like it if you could remind her. Her head tilted forward, the glare of her glasses hiding her eyes. I won't be coming to the dorms tonight, it's a family issue. And with that she closed the door behind her, leaving before anyone could argue. What is with her lately? Hana muttered, leaning back. Izuku's gut dropped. He had a bad feeling about all of this. We should head out too, Tsuyu croaked, getting up. Or dinner is going to be late. Right? The rest of the class echoed, starting to pack up. Izuku was one of the last out. Packing that folder took more time than it should have. Katsumi was huffing and puffing as she, Momo, and Okiko waited on him. Did you seriously need to put the papers in alphabetical order, the blonde muttered, punching him weakly on the arm. Well, I didn't need to, he mumbled, rubbing his arm as if her punch had hurt. Just like you didn't need to wait for me. Momo smiled, snaking her hand around his quietly. You know we like spending time with you, of course, we were going to wait. Katsumi made her way to the door of the classroom. Don't tell him that, he'll start taking even more time next. She slid it open. I am here in an awkward position. Jesus Christ. Katsumi's hands detonated, bathing the room in harsh light. Izuku was the first to recover from what amounted to a giant flashbang. Everyone all right? I can't see anything. Okiko whined, clinging onto his chest, blinking rapidly trying to get her vision back. I shouldn't have jumped out like that, All Might muttered, clothing slightly singed. Goddammit, I hate it when that happens, Katsumi grumbled. In any case All Might coughed in her hand, facing the wall. Midoriya, can I borrow you for a second? I'm over here, All Might. After the others' visions returned, Izuku made his way to a quiet corner with All Might. The tall woman wasn't even looking at him, just staring at her shoes with her back to him. You got one more offer, she said simply. If Izuku didn't know better he would have thought her legs were shaking. Her name is Gran Torino. Is it me, or is her voice wavering? No, I wonder what got her so worked up. Nana mumbled, a part of her kinda sorta remembering that name. All Might gulped, her whole body starting to shake. She was a teacher in UA for 1 year, as my homeroom teacher. Izuku was starting to freak out himself. Oh. Come on Toshiko, wake up, no way she actually did that, this is just a prank by Nozomi. Izuku saw her pinch her own arm, her chattering only growing stronger after she didn't wake up. No, she was retired. She wouldn't get out of retirement and use her old name to, oh God, was it because I was a poor excuse of a teacher? She must have seen the sports festival and noticed how little you can actually control one for all. Wait, she knows about it. Izuku muttered, taking a step back. Why, she was a sworn friend of my mentor, All Might responded, snapping out of her muttering spree. He was. She pulled the slip with her phone and contact out of her pocket, passing it to Izuku, still not looking at him. Gee, good luck. She gulped, her whole body shuddering as if she was suppressing an urge to scream. She finally just sighed, her massive shoulders drooping. I'll remember you fondly. Now Izuku was fighting that urge to scream instead. Mai whistled as she made her way back to the 1A dorms, feeling perfectly content to spend another evening with Izuku now that Mechamite was back online. Just before she could make it to the door, however, she felt a hand press on her shoulder blade and the gravity drop from beneath her. Wait, what? The frankly adorably blushing face of Okiko filled her vision, her eyes set with determination. We need to talk. We do. Suddenly Momo joined Okiko's side, a similar crimson blush flooding her cheeks. Yes, we do. Don't act like you weren't expecting this, Katsumi chided from her side. Now come on. High class, can we use your room? Momo nodded. That would be easiest, let's go. Mai felt Katsumi grab her wrist and guide her into Momo's frankly luxurious room. How the hell did she even fit that bed in here? The Pinkette was guided to Momo's bed before Okiko returned gravity to her and the inventor was dropped rather suddenly onto the soft bedding below. Okay girls, so what's going on? I was gonna go wait for Zuko in his room. Okiko grabbed a strand of her hair, fussing with it as her eyes darted around. That's exactly what we wanted to talk about. Mai pet her head, confusion apparent on her features. Katsumi stamped her foot, trying her best to look angry despite how clearly flustered she was. You and Deku? Yeah. Momo, who had been pacing in the background, fanning herself and stifling her urge to just ask the straight-up question, finally snapped. She turned to Mai with an accusatory finger. You said you. Her energy substantially dropped as she began mumbling. Oh my God, Momo. Okiko sighed, patting the taller woman on the shoulders sympathetically. Goggles, you said you fed Deku while we were away, Katsumi grumbled, face growing a pink shade Mai hadn't seen before. We want to talk about that. Mai perked up, the memories flooding her mind as she smiled contentedly. Yeah, she sighed dreamily. I sure did. Well, tell us about it. Katsumi fumed. Don't be a prude. What, don't you all just want to find out for yourselves? Mai asked with a playful smirk. Momo leaned against the wall, sliding down and covering her face with her hands. Oh my God, she knows what sec is and now she knows how to tease. Okiko took a seat next to Mai on the bed. Look, I'm sure we all have our own feelings about when or dash she gulped, fighting the urge to like her lips, how we want Deku to be with each of us for the first time. But we want to know what your experience was like. Mai flopped back on Momo's bed, arms splayed out the side. It was magical. Magical? Momo asked, peeking from between her fingers. Yeah. I mean, you've seen what he looks like. I can confirm that he's more than just proportional. She winked at the girls. Plus, it's Izuku. Can you imagine a more generous person? Okiko shifted on her legs, rubbing her thighs softly. How proportional? Mai looked at her forearm, doing her best to measure based on that before doing an approximate measurement with her hands in the air. Momo gasped. Holy SHD. Katsumi hissed. How did that even fit? Mai shrugged. I was eager and he was patient. Okiko groaned, rubbing her face, as if trying to rub the blush away. Okay. I mean, we were all in his room after the USJ, we all saw it poking up. We should have seen that coming. I suppose so. But. Momo paused, looking at Mai's rather small form and the surprising distance between the pink-haired woman's hands. If she could make it fit, I could probably do it too. Momo's blush returned full force as she realized what she was considering. Mai shrugged. But. Look, it's Izuku. It didn't hurt and he was amazing. And the things he can do with his mouth. She shivered from bottom to the top, a motion that was mimicked by the other three women as they digested that bit of information. Plus, with his quirk, we didn't need to worry about a condo. Momo stood up quickly. You had unprotected secretary. Yeah. His quirk gives him complete control over all his body functions. If you're worried about getting 𝐵 don't be. He assured me he was able to shut that off. The other three women took a moment to consider the implications of being able to have that same experience with Izuku. Suddenly a loud manly echoed from outside, followed by the sounds of frantic whispering and desperate footsteps. Katsumi flew to the door, tearing it open and glancing outside with a furious blush. Kirishima, I know where you live. You can't hide. Just around the corner in the hall, the breathing, crimson forms of Kyoka, Mina, and Toru were hiding just out of view, all holding onto the mouth of Eiko, trying to keep her silent. Okay, stand still and she can't see us, Mina whispered, that's F-T-Rex's you, moron. Katsumi screeched, starting to chase them, Momo and Okiko hot on her heels. Kyoka tossed Eiko on the floor. Scatter! What have we learned today? Momo huffed, crossing her arms in front of her chest and staring down the nervous crew of four that had decided eavesdropping on them was a great idea. Respect personal boundaries, Mina repeated, pushing her index fingers together, gazing down. Good. Glad to have seen that you learned that, she huffed again, looking like a mother that was more disappointed than angry. You can relax, Bakugo won't hurt you. You're lucky Deku doesn't find maiming attractive, the blonde hissed, giving them a death glare with the corner of her eye. Quite, Momo affirmed. What the hell did they even eavesdrop on? Doi mumbled, suching through channels, Minerva sitting next to her. Nothing, Okiko mumbled, melting onto the couch slightly, tired after the dash to catch all of the sprinters. Wait, clickback, was that about Ingenium? Who? Ida's sister, you dendrite. Katsumi hissed, grabbing the remote and clicking back to the newscast. Izuku glanced at the paper once more as he made his way to his dorm, mind trying to come up with an image of someone that caused All Might, the pillar of goddamn peace, to shake in her boots. If I were you, I'd stop doing THT, yo you eri genesiar wyerthlefway mori tihan isitulpan wr Nana chided, her hand leaving a ghostly sensation on his shoulder. Right. Do you remember her? No. Illinois probably IMMER when I SC MAB. He could feel her face scrunch up. ITS annoying THT dionti even AMBR MY past THTM usage GUST ANDM by TS and BOBS. Well, you are literally a mess of neurons that found sentience. I think this much is amazing. IGUS. He felt the cold sweat start to pile on his brow as he sensed her smirk forming. Tihankas F4 Sinji and Amezinji I offhanded way YAT Suenderia, he huffed, ignoring the second personality in his head for the time being, even as he could feel her mock whine and giggle in the depths of his mind. He opened the door to his home, the Heights Alliance dorms. Only to feel disturbed by the silence as he stepped through the doorway, leaving his shoes behind. Everyone should have been here by now, why is it so? Silent. Nana suggested. No, lifeless. He finally made his way to the only source of sound in the complex, the common room with the newscast on. Stain, or more commonly known as Hero Killer, has been connected to the attack. Another pro-hero hurt beyond recovery by the crazed serial attacker. Everyone was in a state of despair beyond what he ever remembered seeing them in. Momo's hand was over her mouth, her eyes close to tearing, while Katsumi just glared at the floor. Okiko was sobbing against Mai, who had an unreadable expression he could only compare to the time right before she confessed to him. Guys, what's going on? Katsumi's head snapped to his immediately. Stain's latest victim was Ingenium. Time seemed to stand still as he silently took his seat next to Katsumi and Momo, staring at the newscast as if it was going to answer all the questions swimming through his mind. He began tapping his foot on the side of the couch to try and calm his speeding thoughts. She didn't tell any of us, Okiko mumbled, Mai holding her hand to give her some support. Honestly, Izuku would have been proud of her if he wasn't busy trying to figure out what to do. Exactly. We can't talk about it if she doesn't even tell us, Katsumi muttered, huffing just under her breath. Izuku nodded slowly. It was her choice, we can't act on what we got from the news. He ran his hand through his hair. But I don't like it. None of us do, Mai huffed, her usual smile missing. Maybe we should just talk. Momo offered. I for one wouldn't want to be alone with this. Yeah. Hana piped up. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Izuku could see that she was beating herself over about the comment she'd made when Tomoyo had left their classroom suddenly. Izuku felt Shoko's warm hand on his back. Maybe they're right. I didn't mind you barging into my situation. Izuku didn't look back to confirm, but he could tell she had a ghost of a smile on her face. The warmth radiating from her hand was comforting, making him even more sure that his interference was a good decision. But Shoko, you opened up to me first, he muttered, low enough for just her, Katsumi, and Momo to hear. It's not the same. I can't just barge into, he trailed off, focusing on the screen. A hero being forced to retire was, with all things said, a common thing. Izuku never imagined it happening to someone close to him, not so soon, nor to someone like Tomoyo. God. I can't even imagine what's going through her mind. Nana started before growing quiet. It's like 𝐿𝐼NGSO ITWHY does TEFLSO familiar, you alright? YHITNKSO. Izuku. Katsumi's hand was on his shoulder, shaking him lightly. You zoned out there. Right, sorry, was thinking, he muttered back, slowly realizing everyone was looking at him. Is there a problem, he asked shyly. You're the class rep, Mina shrugged. Plus you always have a plan. We just kinda assumed you'd have a plan to fix this. He blinked. Who knew being the student representative would have given him this much of a leadership role? And Yon. Fair. A shaky breath passed her lips as Tomoyo pulled open one of the large doors at the entrance of her sister's hero agency. Former agency. She greeted by an empty, unsettling atmosphere, the usual hustle and bustle missing as the empty halls were causing her subconscious to scream that there was something wrong. Her jaw clenched and she trudged on. Previous visits to this building had always filled the blue-haired woman with pride. Pride in the work her sister did on a daily basis to make the city, no, the whole world, a safer place. The sidekicks, the secretaries, even the maintenance staff, everyone looked up to the shining pillar of justice that was Ingenium. But now that pillar had crumbled, never to rise again. And it was all her fault. The hero killer, Stain. Merely thinking the name caused bile to rise in Tomoyo's throat as a cold rage seeped through her veins and seemed to taint the very air of the agency as she made her way to her sister's office. Former office. As the woman moved deeper into the agency, the more the memories dug into her. Images of her and Tensor playing while their parents were in meetings. Getting to know the various sidekicks and interns that came and went over the years. Memories that should have been filled with laughter and smiles, now only brought anger and emptiness. And the sickening reminder that they could never have that again. The name continued to echo in her mind. Tomoyo tore open drawer after drawer, file after file, searching for something, anything, to aid in her quest for revenge. To help her kill Stain. The thought hit her like a train. Kill. I can't, that's not what a hero would do. Is it? Her hands moved on their own as she battled with the emotions that were waging war in her mind, pulling open the compartment Tensor had hidden sweets in when they were just kids. Her mind clicked back as she noticed what she was holding. She could barely feel the tears beginning to stream down her face as she faced the file her sister had left behind. Bold red letters stamped onto the folder. Hero killer, Stain, she breathed out, voice cracking slightly as she read the name aloud. The name echoed and she heard her own voice, causing her to pause for a second. The full weight of what she was going to attempt washing over her in cold waves. Am I actually going through with this? Part of her started screaming how wrong it all was, how she was going against everything she stood for. Everything her sister stood for. Had stood for. The thought alone silenced all the screams in her head. Stain has killed dozens of heroes, none of whom deserved it. She is the one who deserves to die. For all those heroes. For Tensor. I got absolutely nothing, Izuku repeated, his head in his hands as he stared at the floor. His stomach dropped at the realization that he didn't even know how to help a person he considered a friend. Then, out of nowhere, Minerva spoke up. Why don't you just hug her, she suggested, some of the class murmuring in shocked approval after a short pause. His head snapped to her, part with shock and part with anger. Who did she think she was, teasing in a time when a friend desperately needed help? Her bashful and shy demeanor melted that thought instantly, her face flush as her hands held onto one of her hairball, squeezing it like it was a stress ball. I might be too much from all of us, but she trailed off, losing her nerve. But then she jumped off the couch, standing up straight, teeth gritted. Goddamn!it! Izuku wasn't sure what shocked him more, her sudden screech or the fact that she looked so torn about the situation. Honestly, it gave him a little hope to see her feel the same way he had, torn and mad about his own uselessness in the situation. The diminutive woman made an inhuman growl, stomping on the ground, acting out what everyone in the room was wanting to do, her small shoulders quaking after the violent outburst. She may be a prude, but she doesn't deserve this, Katsumi mumbled, gesturing to the TV, completing the sentence. The class nodded in unison. You are right, Mineta, Tsuyu croaked, her wide eyes landing on Izuku. You could just hug her, Midoriya. Physical contact could help, Momo added, looking up from her lap. If you say so, he huffed after a short pause, considering the option. Tomoyo looked over the contents of the folder, scanning the complicated pattern her sister had noticed in Stain's activity. It was hard not to see the pattern in the attacks after seeing it written out. Even her sister had fallen into the next step on the map. There wasn't a concrete radius, the attacks had looked too random for that. That's what everyone had thought anyway. But her sister had figured out that wasn't the case. There wasn't an attack radius. But all of the heroes that had gotten attacked had one thing in common. They had all passed a 2x2 square in the Musutafu district. And 2 days after the fact, they were attacked on patrol. Away from the initial contact point, too far for any detectives to notice the small area Stain apparently saw as her hunting ground. But then where's the next attack site? She muttered in her head, trying to figure out where the pattern would lead. Or, better yet, she pulled out the internship offers she'd received, along with the list of heroes that would accept students. Who will be the next victim? It feels weird letting you look through my list, Momo mumbled, watching in awe as Izuku just tore into all of her internship offers, even with Okako sleeping against him, muttering up a storm under his breath to avoid waking up the girl on him. He seems really into it, too, Mina added with a sly smirk that quickly faded away. Guess it's taking his mind off of. You know. Momo did know. Wait. Izuku paused, looking at the page in his hands incredulously. Why, you got an offer from Ma'am Night Eye. Who even is that? Eiko asked, looking at the sheet of paper quizzically. One of the only sidekicks All Might ever had, Izuku explained, pushing the sheet closer for Momo to view. She blinked at the page. You wouldn't think that considering her standing on the rankings, but she is quite the pro to work under. He added, rubbing his finger under his nose. And your quirk matches her way of combat. Here. Momo picked up the page, examining it. Quirk, 4C, her voice caught before she looked back at Izuku. Seriously? Yeah. Even in the best of circumstances, you need time to create, but with her ability to be 10 steps ahead of her opponent due to her quirk, he smirked, letting the raven-haired woman fill in the rest. Oh wow, way to open the gap, Momo, Mina teased, smiling at her friend. Momo still looked lost on what to do, even with the given information. How do you keep seeing things I just don't? She mumbled finally, looking at the man sitting next to the coffee table with the brunette leaning against his torso. I got my practice in watching hero fights. He shrugged softly. Guess all those quirk analysis books I wrote got me prepared for this. I see, Momo mumbled, nodding slowly. Can you show me how you do that sometime? Izuku's eyes sparkled. I would love to. Mina fake gagged. You. Love. Kyoka poked her on the back with a jack. You're just jealous. The pinkette huffed, failing to hide her grin. Don't call me out like that. You. You are the rot I need to cut out of society, Chizumi hissed, towering over the silver-haired villainess, a knife stabbed through her shoulder keeping her in place. She knew she shouldn't have listened to that broker, but considering the number of supplies she had always provided for her quest, she felt like she owed at least that little to her. But after going through the portal, she was greeted by this. Sorry mess, a 21-year-old kid playing villain. It made her stomach churn. This was what society was producing, disillusioned, rotten to the core villains. Krogiri, the rot gasped, breathing slightly. Just teleport her away, I don't want a party member like this in my team. Her red eyes glowed between the fingers of the hand on her face in barely hidden rage. I can't move, the black flame gasped, trying to keep herself up by grabbing onto the bar in front of her. Stain was just surprised that she hadn't fallen down yet. Is this your quirk? Shut up, she hissed, grabbing another knife from one of the sheaths she had attached to the sides of her ribcage. I'm ending this little league of villains right here. I'd prefer. Stain flinched, years of flight or fight kicking in, her whole body screaming for her to move, for her to get away. If you didn't. Her eyes landed on the source of that sickly sweet voice. No one should have been able to talk like that. It was too practiced. The aura it had was too inhuman. Or maybe too human, words flowing out in a manner that was practiced to the point of it grating against her senses. That moment of hesitation was all Tsukiko needed, her hand moving to grab onto the knife in her shoulder. Chizumi hissed, jumping back as she watched the blade corrode away. Out of time. The rot got up, swaying as she stared her down. I thought you could help me kill that giant fake. Guess not. Who? Stain asked simply, her hand already going for another knife, ready to attack at a moment's notice. All Might, the rot spat out. You want to kill All Might? Stain's grip tightened on the knives she was holding, eyes narrowing at the trash in front of her. You will have to go through me first. She lunged, flinging a knife towards the girl playing villain, ready to finish this once and for all. As she moved, she watched a gate open in front of her, and in an instant she found herself back in her hunting grounds, her knife clattering against the wall that now replaced the rot. She turned to see that the portal closed behind her. She let out a breath, picking up her knife off the ground and resheathing it. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have the skills nor the drive to actually manage killing All Might. Krogiri. Tsukiko hissed, looking at her partner in crime. Why did you teleport her back? I was gonna kill her. Stay your hand, her MSTR commanded, causing all fight to leave her body and her red eyes to focus on the TV with audio only flashing on the screen. Her presence should help our image. Perhaps get us a few followers if we manage to get her ideology connected to ours. Tsukiko nodded slowly. So we could use her to get some higher-level summons. Her mouth split into a cruel smirk. No more cannon fodder. And we get to use her from the shadows, against her will. She let out a shrill, manic cackle. Get yourself together, Aizawa hissed, looking at the woman moping around in the common room of the teachers' dorms. Shut up, Shiko, Kiyoma growled in return, leaning back further into the seat she had taken over with a bucket of vanilla ice cream which she was slowly shoveling through. The news had hit her hardest. I know she was your classmate, but what? Getting crippled like that comes with the job. Kiyoma shot back, almost tossing her spoon at the woman trying to get her to move on. MIC tugged at Aizawa's sleeve. Simon, leave her be for now. She needs time. She just sighed, rubbing her tired eyes. This isn't rational at all. Humans aren't. You know that, MIC muttered, pulling her along. You just don't like seeing people sad. F you. Midoriya, Aizawa called when she walked into the common room of the 1A dorms. Said man, who had been sleeping on the couch, jerked awake almost instantly. Why are you down here at 2 a.m.? Izuku rubbed the back of his head gently, trying to find the right words to not sound idiotic. I was waiting for Ida, was worried after the news, Aizawa huffed, her mouth twitching into a scowl as she took a seat on the next couch over. She hated how the media was parading around Tensa's defeat like the next new TV drama show. Thing vultures, acting like Ingenium was nothing more than a character Tensa had played. She rubbed her eyes, trying to get some of the sleep out of them. Ida, We are aware of how tough it must be for her. Especially with, she growled a bit, gesturing at the television, those vultures. She sighed heavily. But don't worry, we'll do our best to take care of her. Just go get some proper sleep, you are gonna need it. Plus, she won't be coming back tonight, anyway. Alright, he mumbled, getting up and heading to his room. And Midoriya. He felt her hand tap him on the shoulder. You're a good kid. The usual chatter and banter of the class were missing the next morning, everyone keenly aware of the emptiness of Tomoyo's seat as the start of the class got closer and closer. Kyoka was playing with her pencil, spinning it on her jacks, focusing on the clock which seemed to slow down with the weight of the stairs of the class on it. 3 minutes left, she mumbled aloud. Izuku nodded. She is usually 10 minutes early, Momo muttered back. Izuku nodded again. Maybe she needs time alone. I'm sure the university would give. Okuko's mouth snapped shut as the door slid open, Tomoyo entering the class at long last. She nodded in greeting and silently made her way onto the back of the classroom, taking her seat. The bell rang just as she sat down, signaling the start of the class. Class ended without issues, and Aizawa reminded everyone that hadn't turned in their slips already to do so. Most of the class was getting up to do just that. She shot a questioning look to Tomoyo, who had registered into an agency in Hosu, which was definitely not the best she could have chosen. But she didn't find it in herself to question the woman. Izuku, on the other hand. Midoriya, care to stay after class for a second? The man nodded, standing next to the teacher's podium as the rest of the class filed out, Doi joking about how he was in trouble. Sensei, is this about who I picked? He asked finally as the door slid closed after the last person left. Gran Torino, she muttered looking at the slip he had given. She's an old teacher of UA. Should be a good choice. No, it's not about that. She blinked once, then looked back towards a stack of papers on the desk. This was Miruko's first internship offer. And her first rejection, Izuku completed, deflating a bit. Damn it. Now I feel bad. You are an 18-year-old student, it's not your fault. But, Aizawa huffed, rubbing her eyes. Nozomi requested that we give her some sort of, she used her hands to actually put quotation marks in the air, positive reinforcement to tempt her to apply for more in the future. Izuku sighed. That sounds like Nozomi, alright. He scratched the back of his neck. Alright, what would she have me do? Midoriya. Tomoyo blinked, watching the man scout the area, clearly looking for someone. Then his eyes landed on her, and started jogging in her direction. A part of her felt ashamed that she was out in the courtyard, tucked away in one of the many pathways UA had to connect its many facilities. Another part just wanted him to stay away. Some part of her just wanted the company. Ida. I'm glad I found you, he called, slowing down as he got closer to her. The whole class was looking for you. Why are you eating all alone? Cafeteria was too loud, she mumbled, looking down on her boxed lunch. She had barely touched it. Sorry if I caused trouble. Izuku sat on the other side of the bank, shaking his head. Nah, we were just worried, he finished looking up at the sky. I see. Both grew quiet, Izuku not knowing how to start the conversation, and Tomoyo not wanting to. About your sister. He started, just under his breath. Tomoyo stiffened. No need to worry about that. I'm fine. Izuku's head snapped to look at her. I won't push it. But please don't lie to me. I'm fine, Tomoyo repeated, her words hollow. She's alive and that's all that matters. Izuku opened his mouth to say something but thought against it, closing his mouth and looking down. I'm here if you need someone to listen to you. And, hey, he reached a hand out to pat her on the shoulder. We are friends, there is no shame in talking with a friend, right? Tomoyo smiled softly, one that actually reached her eyes ever so slightly. You are right. She didn't elaborate. You are getting way better at this, Kyoka mused as Izuku continued his practice with her guitar, playing a simple tune that was heavenly to her ears. It's kinda sing me off how easily you picked it up. I had a really good teacher. Izuku shrugged, the action not affecting the tune he had been playing. And my quirk, I guess. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 sighed with a smirk. Stupid. She yawned, laying on top of her bed, listening to him play with her eyes closed. Hope you didn't mind that I faked not knowing about your relationship the other day. Oh wow, you blurting out that you knew would have made it much worse, Izuku admitted, realizing what could have happened if the class knew that. Heck, just the girls hearing that, Okako would have become a balloon again. Hypothetical not me. Hey, Green. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 mumbled, softer than before. His eyes found themselves attracted to her form again. She was hugging a pillow tightly, her jacks poking each other in front of her face. Did you mean it? What? He asked softly, the tune morphing into something softer. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 rolled from side to side, fighting the urge to just blurt out what she had in her head. She sighed, giving in finally. That I was hot. Izuku's hand slipped as he missed a chord, the harsh dissonance causing 𝐂𝐭𝐻 to flinch. I'm sorry, that was a stupid thing to as dash. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 attempted to backpedal out of the question, only to get cut off by Izuku's soft chuckle. You are adorable. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 flinched again, groaning and tossing the pillow at his head as she hid her blushing face under her hands. But. What? You are. He insisted, voice muffled by the pillow on his face. And he looked away, the pillow dropping off his face. Really attractive. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 paused. He was forced to stop as her jacks suddenly burst forward, wrapping around his face, snapping his jaw shut. Don't. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 breathed, her face looking like a steamed tomato. Izuku's eyes remained gazing at hers, green against dark purple. She blinked, the jacks forcing his mouth closed, going slack. Sorry, I got embarrassed. He looked away, scratching his cheek. I feel the same way. I didn't think you'd bring that back up, sorry, that came to my head when you, 𝐂𝐭𝐻 blustered, then covered up her eyes with a hiss. God, I'm a mess. Izuku laughed awkwardly. Join the club. Izuku, did you actually mean it though? She asked, avoiding his gaze. I meant every word of it, he breathed out. Has no one ever told you that before? No, they did, She sat down cross-legged, hands on her lap as her jacks pulled back and started to poke each other again. Didn't believe them before. Oh. Okako attempted to sneak into his room. Izuku acted like he didn't notice her walking in on her tiptoes. Okako. He whispered, turning around in his chair to look at his cute intruder. Deku. She blushed, looking at her lover. Hello. Hello, he replied with a smile. Everything all right? She looked down, then took the few steps to hug him into her chest, whimpering a bit. Wanted to be close to you. He flinched for a second only to hug back, pulling her closer. Okako, is it about dash? Yeah. She sniffled. The whole thing with Ingenium just brought back a bunch of memories, about how you were almost, Oh, right. The 𝐒𝐽, he muttered, rubbing calming circles on her back. Right. I just didn't want to be alone with those thoughts. Mai and Momo were putting some final touches on your costume and Katsumi is, she trailed off. Izuku huffed, pulling her onto his lap with a slight smirk. Being kaken. Yeah, that. She smiled back, hooking her chin on the crook of his neck. Trainin' harder than ever at the gym. It's something way. And you're here, he hummed, letting his hands roam a bit over her back and shoulders. 'Cause I wanted to spend some time with you, dummy. Her hand cupped the back of his head, her body pressing against his so flush that he forgot they were two separate people for a moment. I'm just happy I have the chance. Hey Okako. Izuku muttered, his voice a little heavy. Remember your promise the day before. Your payback. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Okako pulled back for a moment, her legs were on the sides of his legs, her hands on his shoulders. She blinked, slowly tilting her head to the side with a coy smile on her face. Oh, is my little Deku turned on? He blinked for a moment before both of them burst out into laughter. Your little Deku. Pff of your face. You got all red in the face. She gasped, slapping his chest between fits of giggles. After a few seconds their laughter faded off and Okako found her eyes gravitating to his lips and eyes, bouncing between the two. It's tempting, though. I hope so. Izuku smiled, laying his hands on her thighs. I love you, Okiko. She closed the gap again, her familiar taste greeting him again. One of her soft hands snuck up from his shoulders, trailing his neck to the back of his head, pulling him deeper into the kiss while the other trailed down above his t-shirt then under it, her nails scratching his abs. He was getting lost in her again and he loved every second of it. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sensations she was supplying him with earnestly, savoring her taste, her touch, the heat coming off her body. It made his mind spin in the most enjoyable way. Then his back hit the ceiling. He pulled back in a panic, Okiko exploiting the gap to kiss along his jaw and neck, smothering him with her love as both floated in his room. Oh Okiko, are we floating? He managed to breathe out, only for her to respond with a breathless giggle. She purred against his neck, then kissed his ear, nibbling on the soft flesh softly, causing a shiver to run up his spine. Hey, do you want to go further than this? Degree, you'll know he would like that, degree, he half chuckled, half groaned in response. Like you need to ask, he answered, his hand cupping her butt. Hey, better ask than not, you know. She giggled, one hand daintily landing on his PP. Hey, should I be offended that it's not even a bit hard? You're kidding, right? He mumbled, looking at her eyes to only find humor in them. Lemme tease, she giggled, sneaking a hand under his waistband. Then she noticed what she was doing. Oh my god, I actually touched it. Her blush marks spreading across her cheeks. Thanks. Izuku blinked, a soft blush spreading on his cheeks too. Did you just thank me for touching my... I think I did, yes, she muttered, keeping still as they slowly spun in the air. Should I stop? He allowed BLD to flow south slowly. Only if you want to, he mumbled, bending down and leaving a kiss on the top of her head. For a moment she contemplated, her hand pulling back slightly, her pads dragging against the underside of his. Then she felt him twitch under her fingers, a sensation her body hadn't experienced before. Her hand froze, the pads on the tips of her fingers relaying the heat and his pulse up to her brain. She didn't even know how just pure tactile information could be so RSNG, but that alone was making her skin feel hot and her breath hitch in her throat. Whoa, was the only thing she could muster as Izuku rapidly grew just under her hand, reaching his full size. Still offended? He asked softly, his eyes locked onto hers. Her fingers twitched, gently cradling the throbbing piece of her lover, feeling the gentle force it applied against her hand with every minute twitch. She reacted with instinct, her tongue darting out of her mouth to like her lips hungrily and her core getting warmer and emptier. She let out a soft huff that was closer to a needy than she intended it to be, but the look in Izuku's eyes she got in return made her glad that she did so. Take the shirt and breathes off, Deku, she commanded in a moment of bravery and a little desperation. She wanted to see all of him, to feel all of him, and to do so for the first time without fearing that her quirk would ruin everything. He blinked and complied, tearing the garments off. Okiko continuing to rub her fingers against the sides of his gently. There, he mumbled, watching his clothing float off in his dorm room before focusing on the source of his pleasure. Her eyes snapped to his and she pulled herself closer to him with a hand on his shoulder, her finger continuing her gentle tease of him. Do you like this? She asked huskily, two fingers tracing their way from his pelvis up to his tip, her finger pads poking against it. They felt soft but bouncy. He groaned in response, kissing her softly. Her hand pulled the back of his head closer, deepening the kiss. He didn't even notice her guiding his head to turn to his side until he had to break the kiss, his neck unable to turn more to the right. Ochoko pressed herself flush against his back before he could question her actions, her hard nipples rubbing his back and her chin hooked over his shoulder. One of her hands moved over his pectorals, teasing closer and closer to his NPL as she rubbed her other palm over his tip, her fingers occasionally teasing the rest of his. Izuku had trouble breathing from all the pleasure he was experiencing. You like this too, right? Okiko whispered against his ear, biting it gently as her pad was poking his NPL softly. Here feels good for me, does it feel the same for you? He had a split-second realization that most of what she was doing could have been copied on a woman. His brain put two and two together and realized that she was just imitating, in the only way she could, what she did to herself on him. Kinda, he muttered through gritted teeth. Your NPL probably feels better when prodded than mine. She laughed gently, pinching his softly. Probably. She bit into his neck softly as her hand sped up, rubbing his tip, his chest tightening as his body convulsed with pleasure. Oh, you do like this, she teased, slowing down enough to let him catch his breath. He forced air in and out of his lungs as she went back into soft teasing of his tip, causing him to shiver, getting hard to the point of aching from the pressure of it. Oh Akiko, why did you stop? I want to savor this, she mumbled, pouting on the crook of his shoulder, drawing circles on his NPL, causing him to shiver. It's my first time, you know. Sure doesn't feel like it, he cooed back, his aching irked forgotten for the moment. You made me feel really good Akiko, can I return the favor? She flinched against him, her hand stopping her idle teasing of his tip. He could feel her face get hot with a blush as she buried it against his neck. I might be very close from just seeing you naked and feeling, you know. He knew. He chuckled gently, his hand reaching up and cupping her cheek as he placed a kiss on her other. I'll take that as a compliment. He felt her breathing pick up. Alright, fine, just don't stare, she mumbled, detaching from his back and tossing the shirt and shorts she was wearing off, unveiling herself in all of her glory. She floated weightlessly in the air, her modest but perky breasts, healthy slightly muscular thighs, and wide hips uncovered for him to see in their stunning beauty. Her curves were enticing in all the right ways on her shorter frame, making his hands suddenly feel very empty as he gawked at her. Akiko looked soft and firm at the same time. Izuku felt his jaw dropping as he came to terms with just how much of a woman she was. He had known that since he met her, of course, but it was so much different when the undeniable truth stared at him in all of its glory. Her brown eyes had to look down to ignore the awestruck expression he was giving her. I told you not to stare, sorry, it's just that. He pushed off the ceiling, reaching her floating form above his bed, arms wrapping around her and holding her body like it was a delicate, yet loved, piece of glass. You are so appealing. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes shooting away from his form in an effort to look away. Thanks. His hand slid up and cupped her cheek, gently pulling her face to face with him to give her a slow, passionate kiss, making her whine hungrily against his lips, wanting more, much more. Stop, T-side as her protest dissolved into a as his other hand touched her lower stomach, a wave of tingling traveling both up and down her spine, causing her to with a soft shiver accompanying the delicious sound. Why you did that on purpose, she accused, voice in a different pitch than normal. Izuku couldn't tell if it was a lower or a higher pitch, just that it was different and he loved it. Marabe, he dragged out, kissing her other cheek, his hand on her face sliding back to kite through her hair and pull her closer to him. Maybe I just don't know what to do. He kissed her neck, his hand sneaking lower on her body, leaving soft caresses that made her whole body twitch with excitement. Maybe I need you to tell me what I should do. He was getting bold. It was probably due to her being naked too, or just that he was aroused past his anxiety. Or Nana was messing with his brain again, but he didn't really want to think about that. Akiko's blush had started to spread to her ears, her whole body getting a slight tint of red as her allel made itself even more apparent. Her muscles were spasming slightly under his touch, soft whines escaping her lips as she clung to him for dear life. He didn't know if he was sad he couldn't see her fully due to her being so close to him or happy about the same fact. Touch me more. Akiko whimpered, then swallowed, grabbing his wrist and pushing his hand down, right onto her CLT. Touch me more, she repeated, more commanding this time, eyes locked onto his with fiery, lust-ridden passion. He prodded over the bundle of nerves with his finger, rubbing side to side as she had done with his tip and enjoying the she responded with. Don't make sounds like that, you'll make me want to eat you up. Akiko smiled between grabbing him by his shoulder and starting to push him down. Or rather, in their weightless states, pushing herself up and him down. Talking big. Gonna own up to it. Her tone sent another shiver down his spine. The outright lust she was projecting made his heart skip a beat, a part of him loving that she could embrace it around him without fear. Gonna eat me up. That did it for him, and he helped her by tugging at her waist, pushing himself down and her up faster, now face to face with her neatly trimmed PP. He could feel the heat coming off of her engorged CLT, and he was sure she could feel his gaze and breath against it in return. He liked his lips and whispered a yes that she could feel more than hear before gently liking her. He worried that 𝐒𝐿 was gonna hear her as she gasped louder than ever before, her thighs twitching before clamping around his head. Her hand grasped a fistful of his hair to direct him exactly where she wanted him, whimpering out a breathless "God, I love you," after catching her breath. He gave another like in response. She gasped again, her hips grinding her core against his face, chasing more STMLTN. He happily obliged, softly skiing on her CLT and lower lips, enjoying the spicy, yet somehow sweet taste of her. It made his tongue tingle with its paradoxical flavor, which only made him crave it more. A part of him tried to compare it to my's taste, but before he could pull up the memory, 𝐒𝐿 whimpered again, grinding harsher against his face. And just like that, he forgot the thought, his brain dropping everything that wasn't 𝐒𝐿 into the void from whence it came. She whined, tugging at his hair softly, one of her eyes slowly opening to sneak a peek at the man. It's getting close. He gave a teasing flick and her whole body twitched, her back arching more and more. It's gonna be a biggin. That was music to his ears. He pulled back a bit, causing 𝐒𝐿 to whine desperately, only to pause when she felt him placing his lips against hers, his warm tongue starting to poke her hole, rather than just teasing her folds. He started pulling back, but she pulled him back against her. I don't dash, he paused, looking up and breathing out of his nose as 𝐒𝐿 attempted to figure out what she wanted. Just, please be gentle. She took another shaky breath, blush on her cheeks growing deeper, as she readied herself for another round of those fireworks that he set off in her mind with every touch. His tongue prodded against her hole again, slowly pushing deeper inside her warm, wet folds that convulsed in response, almost skiing against his tongue in its journey into her. He gave a soft chuckle at how desperate her lower body was being, and, if 𝐒𝐿's shudder was anything to go by, she felt it. And if her harder tug at his hair was any sign, she loved it. Oh God, I'm close, she whimpered as he delved a little deeper. It didn't matter how little she was getting filled, he was just so close to he smirked as he felt the texture of her walls change, gently rubbing the tip of his tongue around the area, teasing her one last time. 𝐒𝐿's breath hitched, noticing where Izuku had found. The pure pleasure she was getting barraged by as her body tensed, her coil tightening rapidly. She wasn't even aware she could feel so good from one spot alone. But a part of her was screaming that this was just a tease. If he just moved his tongue just a bit to the side she would do. He poked the spot. Her mouth fell open in a soundless scream of pleasure, the coil snapping viciously inside her. Her orgasm wrecked her body in the most ecstatic way as all of her muscles spasmed from sheer pleasure. Izuku just continued poking, prodding and liking the spot, elongating her crashing orgasm to its satisfying CLMX. She exhaled finally, eyes rolling back as she almost blacked out after her finish, her body spasming with aftershocks. Her quirk gave out suddenly and both fell on Izuku's bed. Thankfully, they were both close to the bottom somewhat, so neither got hurt at the sudden drop. 𝐒𝐿 tried catching her breath, her chest heaving up and down harshly as she blinked, trying to get the stars out of her vision. That was amazing. Izuku slowly lifted himself off from her, liking his soaked lips. You taste amazing, she blinked, her cheeks flushing red as her hands covered her face. Don't look at me like that. Like what? He questioned, tilting his head to the side. Like, she gulped, pulling her hands away from her eyes, sneaking a look at the man. Like you fell in love with me all over again. He chuckled softly. Was it that obvious? He could see her smile in her brown eyes. It was. He crawled up her body, trailing kisses over her stomach, bias, and clavicle before cuddling to her side, kissing her neck with a content smile on his face. You are stunning, she gave a tired smile in return. And you are breathtaking. Then she noticed what was poking her thigh. And, still hard. Oh right, that. He gently hugged her close. You can just ignore it, I'll make it go away. Plus, you sound really nope, she mumbled with determination that reminded him of the sports festival, her hand already clamped over his tip, finger pads tickling his. I kinda wanted to see what would happen if you came with my quirk active, anyway he grunted as 𝐒𝐿𝐵 started to twist her hand back and forth, 𝐿𝐵 his tip in a way he never had been before, his whole lower body starting to twitch and shudder. He breathed, squinting his eyes closed and enjoyed her touch with gritted teeth. He felt her shiver and groan as she pleasured him, probably enjoying how much power she had over him in that instant. And if he was being honest, he loved how much power she had over him, too. Soon enough his own 𝐒𝐿𝐵 reared its head, getting closer by the second with 𝐒𝐿𝐵's teasing. His breath was starting to hitch with her every twist of her fingers and his lower body was feeling paralyzed, yet on fire, with sensations that made his whole body shudder with delight. "Come," she ordered in a soft wistful tone. He couldn't help but obey. With his heartbeat in his ears and his ribs aching, he came into her palm. His hips jerked and his body heaved as she continued her STMLTN of his tip, seemingly uncaring of the hot mess he was leaving on her hand. "Oh 𝐒𝐿𝐵, stop, it's getting too sensitive -- he wheezed as the pleasure became unbearable, barely keeping himself from screaming. She stopped immediately, pulling her hand away from his tip and letting him catch his breath. The movement caused some drops of his essence on her hand to detach, starting to float slowly in the air. Oh God, Izuku, are you alright?" I didn't -- 𝐒𝐿𝐵 dreaded for a moment, only to calm down when she saw him starting to relax and smile softly. I'm fine, 𝐒𝐿𝐵, it's fine -- he opened his eyes to see the droplets floating in the air. "That's the grossest appealing thing I have seen." "What do you mean -- she finally turned away from him to see the floating droplets. She had to suppress a laugh. "It's like a constellation of gross." "I know, right," he chuckled, causing her to follow his lead with a joyous laugh. "You should probably let go of your quirk before they splatter on the ceiling or something." "Yeah, that wouldn't be fun to try and clean," she agreed, eyes still on the floating droplets as she touched her finger pads against each other, all splattering on the bedsheets. She looked at her hand after the fact, realizing that her right hand was covered in the stuff. "Oh, you came a lot." Izuku blushed a deep crimson. "Why, you really made me feel good," she smiled. "I'm glad." Then she looked back on her white-covered hand, an idea surfacing in her mind. Izuku seemingly didn't notice her pulling her hand closer to her mouth, staring at the ceiling instead, clearly tired. She took a like. She smiled softly. And took another. She liked his taste. By the time she had finished cleaning her hand with her tongue, her eyes started getting heavy, the emotions and the exertion of her 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hit her hard as her body demanded to get some rest. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 complied, sleepily cuddling onto Izuku's shoulder to get some shut-eye with a soft "I love you" on her lips. Izuku smiled and hugged her softly, allowing himself to be swept away by the urge to sleep as well. Degree, and with that, it's gone like an angel's kiss degree. God damn it, round face beat me to it. Katsumi huffed, noticing the sleeping figures after sneaking into Izuku's room that night, naked and cuddling each other with cute smiles on their faces. She was honestly surprised feelings of jealousy weren't bubbling up to the surface. Maybe I really do love them both. She mused. Yeah, right, love. I'm probably just happy seeing Izuku so happy. She gently pulled the covers on both of them and snuck back out. Tomorrow was the start of the internships. They both could use the proper rest. I am gonna murder 𝐒𝐭𝐻. Katsumi was trying hard not to laugh next to him. Doi was making another jab at how the two of them matched now. Minerva looked like she was having a new crisis. And Mina was sneaking pictures of him. Great. Izuku sighed harder, seeing a reflection of himself in the glare of a billboard. Long blonde hair down to his waist, a female UA uniform with enough volume at the skirt to fake an hourglass figure, even fake BRSs to complete the disguise, his briefcase holding his new and improved hero costume in his hands. He fought the urge to rub the makeup covering his freckles off his face. At least he looked like just another one of 1A next to Momo and Soto. Not the first man with a quirk. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴NATO. Nana teased as he huffed internally again. Look, I hate this. That tuck thing you had me do is getting on my nerves, and the only reason I don't look like a tense mess is 'cause I gave you control of my body. So stop teasing me about it. Fine she cooed, continuing to pilot his body, making his hips sway as the class walked into the train station. He groaned in his head again. Louder this time. Honestly, the only way this whole thing could get worse is if, hey, aren't those the 1A students from UA? Oh hey, guess I don't even need to say that out loud to get fed over. He could feel Nana suppress her urge to laugh. He didn't know if that made it worse or not yet. Didn't change the fact that he was groaning inside his head again as 1A was stopped by an actual horde of fangirls. Oh, you are Todoroki Shoko. Oh no. You actually touched him. How did his muscles feel? Shoko just stared without response and Aizawa's eye twitched. Do any of you have a reason to hinder our class? Yeah. Where is Izuku Midoriya? One of the Boulder fans demanded, stomping over to the tired teacher. He is taking another route, Aizawa huffed, glaring at the woman. The woman squinted, clearly not believing the monotone teacher. I thought heroes are supposed to uphold justice, not lie to the public. Izuku flinched at the sound of Aizawa's teeth grinding, accidentally kicking Nana out of her control over his body. Just leave. I won't tolerate you harassing my students, Aizawa grunted, her expression between anger and outright inhuman rage. So that man with fake powers is somewhere here, another of the group chimed after getting Mina's and Okiko's autograph. Shame he is faking it, but he is still so hot. Minerva shuddered. Was I like that? What the F do you mean fake? Katsumi huffed, her hands sparking slightly at the agitation. Didn't you watch the festival? The crowd blinked, some muttering to their friends while others crossed their arms. Okay, how much is UA paying you all to pull this? There is no way that a man has a quirk. Kyuka completed with a raised brow. That's the same thing we said the day we met him. Then he pretty much bench-pressed the class, followed by generating goddamn lightning. Guys, it's fine. Izuku mumbled, his voice a higher pitch than his normal tone only thanks to Total Command's influence on his body. We don't need to prove that Izuku Midoriya has a quirk. What's with the weird pronunciation? She's a new transfer student. Okiko supplied without even blinking. Izumi, I go teaches. Okiko-san, you forgot again. It's Shimura. Izuku's face contorted in a way he could only describe as a cute pout. Sorry Izumi-san. She blushed, rubbing the back of her head. Izumi, the crowd questioned, the attention locked onto the new student that they haven't seen on the sports festival. Unless, okay, that's IT. Aizawa screeched. They are gonna be late for their trains. Move. And with that, 1A shuffled through, Riku and Eiko taking point and shoving through the crowds with ease. This is the address. Izuku pocketed his phone, knocking on the large wooden doors of the decrepit two-story building. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐻 FOLOFF. REYOU sure THISIST building. Yeah, I'm sure. The inside is probably all high-tech and stuff. He knocked again, the door pushing open slightly. He pushed it the rest of the way open, hoping he could just get in and get rid of the disguise he was still wearing. Only to come face to face with a gruesome sight. An old woman lying on her stomach, intestines, and BLD seeping out of her small form. Izuku blinked and stepped in. Do you need help getting off the ground? I may. Gran Torino's gaze snapped onto him. Okay, runt, how? That doesn't smell like real BLD, nice prop though. Izuku shrugged, closing the door behind him. How did you know how I was who you asked for and not some random UA girl? He asked while tearing off the wig off his head along with the fake melons out of his shirt. Nozomi called ahead. Gran shrugged back, sitting up. You really are going at that disguise, here. Izuku stopped, staring at the older teacher. Sorry, just felt weird, too weird going around like this, he huffed. May I go change? Make yourself at home, runt. We're stuck in this house for a while. Thanks. He smiled, walking towards the staircase. Is this where the bedrooms are? Dunno. Just got stationed here myself, but I'm sure you can find the dorms. The older hero grunted, getting up from the ground. I got some fake beer I need to wash off my suit. Izuku chuckled. Good luck with that, old-timer. Sassy little runt, Gran smirked back as Izuku disappeared up the staircase. Some part of her was getting nostalgic over the banter. Why did you make me do that? Izuku screeched in his head as he scurried up the stairs, trying not to hyperventilate. Because I remembered here. Nana's calm, almost melancholic voice snapped him right out of his internal panic. SHLIKS, or well L like ED, BNTR like TICHT. PRTY MUCH like eyes or ADOS. Oh. He nodded, taking his shirt off as he came to the second floor, opening one of the random doors trying to find the bedrooms. First door he opened led to a storage room. The second led to an undressing Miruko. His brain clicked 1 second after the fact as he looked at the tanned hero pulling her hero suit, a leotard, up her body. Her rabbit ears twitched and she turned around, costume only half on her torso. Torino. I told you to know. Her crimson eyes landed on him. His eyes snapped up to hers, willpower keeping his gaze locked onto her face and not her. Free assets. Why are you here? She asked slowly, even as she was blushing madly, her arm covering her modesty. I thought you were going with another hero, and are you wearing a skirt? Why am I here? Why are you here? Izuku blustered, taking a few steps back, eyes still locked onto hers. Your agency is 3 cities over. Miruko was kind of finding his sustained gaze RSNG. Nozomi. Izuku paused in his blustering as his eyes grew distant and angry, figuring out what was going on. That rat BST. He took a breath and finally turned around. Giving her some privacy. What did she even offer you to work with Torino here? Work with? She just offered me this station while my agency was being fumigated. Izuku froze, then his shoulders drooped. Such a mundane thing, that and I had intel that this area might have some strong villains to beat up. Her tapping foot echoed in the room. I'm thinking that might have been doctored now. Rumi, are you done there? Or are you gonna jump the boy? Torino called, her voice bouncing off of the walls. I know you like to be rough around the edges, but that's too much. Izuku heard something snap, which was probably Miruko's outfit on her shoulders. Would you give me a second? I got a granny to kick around. Oh, okay. Miruko turned around before heading down the stairs, her cheeks still slightly red. And Midoriya. Nice abs. Thanks. Meanwhile, in Miruko's mind, he should share he is here. Oh God, did I say that? Did ilukathas abstumik? Oh God, was I too word? Damen yo you did and even sneika pick at to use at ulldidyu. Nana whistled, voice sounding proud. Widh willel power liku tihat no wonder to say chai chose yous star successor. Izuku whined, leaning on the doorframe. Can we not? Fine findint youwnttoc hanj. Yes. I did, thank you. He started tugging at the buttons of the skirt, trying to force the garment off, to just suddenly pause. Nana, you don't watch me undress, do you? He could feel her shift from one leg to the other uncomfortably. SOMIS. Goddamit. Luke. Yo, you are hot, okay. She whined. PLCDSNOTLIQ IJNYNGELSETO whatifdekufanfic. You could go through my memories. Watch All Might fighting. I don't know. YOUREITICOLDIUTCHYOUFUCKNG Wait, no, not that. He could tell that she wasn't paying him any attention. He felt a sudden spike in RLL hit his brain and the distinct feeling of Nana doing something. God damn it, Nana. He didn't actually know what to do, but he decided that wearing his hero costume was a good idea, so that's what he did. He smiled at the familiar weight of the gauntlets on his arms, making him feel complete again. It felt weird how connected he had become to the giant armaments, but he didn't really mind. What he was excited to actually try out was the addition Mai and Momo had built recently. Well, more like Mai dragged Momo into building. He tapped at his neck, 𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐿, rivets clicking to place halfway down his sternum and down between his shoulder blades. Plates of green metal stacked on top of each other now hung off his back and front, neatly clicking and moving around with his motions. He thought the knee pyramid-like protrusion near his chin would be slightly annoying, but he was surprised to feel that so far he didn't even notice it. Not like it's supposed to be there permanently anyways. Now, let's actually test this out. And hope it doesn't explode. He reached out with total command, trying to find neurons close enough to the base of the structure at the nape of his neck. When he had a good he could force an action potential through, he did so. This was the first time he was even attempting something like this, and for a second, he worried that it wasn't even going to work. There was no way Mai could design something that could measure so minuscule of the mass on his back hissed, suddenly unlatching and moving around, snapping like puzzle pieces around his neck, giving it support and protection. The main mass of plates then moved up the newly added exoskeleton, leaving only the bare necessary amount of the 𝐻NSS behind as it clicked around the back of his head, starting to form a helmet, machinery telescoping and snapping together in a mesmerizing fashion. Just as the back started to shape up, the front of his suit hissed, the pyramid moving up the rails the neck 𝐻NSS provided to form the front of his helmet, a structure similar to his previous gas mask with the additional metal plates forming a full faceplate, snapping into place against the rest of the helmet with a hiss, leaving him blinded. He worried for a second that Mai had forgotten eye holes for him to see through. Then a soft humming sound alerted him, and a dot appeared, slowly lighting up as the world became visible again. He realized that she had installed screens in the inside of the helmet for him. With a laugh, slowly a HUD coming online at the corners of his vision. "Good afternoon, do you?" the helmet hummed. He couldn't help but smile. "Send a message to Mai saying that I love her. She knows." He took a second to take another look at himself. The angular design of the helmet matched the gauntlets perfectly, and his smile just widened at the two antennae at his forehead, swooping back like the V-fin on Mechamite, mimicking All Might's hair as his antennae had. Then he noticed the eyes of the helmet. To his surprise, they weren't just green lights where his eyes were supposed to be, but what looked like angular polygons that reminded him of the stylized eyes of Gundams, moving around and emoting exaggeratedly with his own. He placed a hand over his chin and leaned in, one eye suddenly spawning an eyebrow that rose up while the other looked like it was squinting, copying what he was doing inside the mask. He had to suppress a chuckle, only to fail, laughing with a grin on his face. The eyes gained a new indent on their undersides, reflecting his smile on the metal frame of the helmet. He loved every second of his suit. By the time he got down, the main hall was a mess, 𝐿 and Miruko jumping off the walls and clashing against each other in random locations. "What?" he mumbled, in awe of the chaos and the vicious sparring the two were going through. "Think fast," 𝐿 screeched, a second before she whizzed at him, aiming to kick his head. Izuku's gauntlet was up before his brain even processed those words, pushing the attack off trajectory, causing it to miss completely. He didn't have time to process that 𝐿 had attacked him before Miruko's kick followed. And in a moment of pure reflex, his other hand slammed and clamped around her ankle, spinning and pulling her down on the ground. His other arm wrapping around her thigh in a full leg lock. "Did I just..." "Okay, you got 5 seconds before you let go or I'll show you how much torque my legs have," Miruko grumbled from the ground. "Spoiler, it's enough to tear you in half." Izuku jumped off the woman in an instant, the eyes on his helmet enlarging to convey his fear. I didn't, sorry, my body just acted on it." Projectile approaching from the rear, his suit beeped, gently poking the back of his head and neck to give him a feeling of where the attack was approaching from a second before the attack hit. He spun with a gauntlet raised, barely deflecting Torino's attack again. "Could you stop? What's going on?" Sparing, both responded without even blinking. "Why?" Stress relief, Miruko huffed, crossing her arms. "Got all heated up just standing around." "More like got in heat," 𝐿 smirked, shooting a sly glance at the younger hero. "You wanna go for another round, Grandma?" "Oh, at least you know you still have a lot to learn, newbie. Asking me to school you again and all." Izuku felt the antennae on his head droop a bit as the women argued. Just how emotive did Mai even make this thing? He grumbled in his head, looking at the two heroes that were about to go at it again. Miruko-san, did you not say that there was a strong villain presence here? Should we go out for patrol?" "Nah, Nozomi probably lied about that." The rabbit hero paused, pinching her own chin. "But, you're right, no harm in patrolling. Maybe I'll find a big fight." She grinned, her ears twitching before turning around and rushing out with a couple of hops. She didn't wait for us. He attempted to scratch the back of his head only for his armored hand to clang against his armored head. Right, that's there now. He instead traced the seam lines of his helmet. Guess she did say only weaklings team up. Faye, such horse crap, Gran scoffed, looking at the slammed main door of the agency. Now, runt. Tell me why you didn't use one for all. Izuku's words caught in his throat for a second. With the sheer weight of all that had happened today, the fact that 𝐵𝐵𝐵 knew about one for all had slipped his mind, making the sudden reveal that she did all the more of a gut punch. For a second, he needed to regain his bearings, making the old hero scoff again. I saw how you used it in the sports festival. And I can't stand seeing such misuse of the power. You're treating it like it's just a crutch to let you be more powerful. She widened her stance, raising her arms back up. Then blurred out of his vision. Izuku started searching the room, hearing the taps of her feet hitting the walls, the ceiling, the floor, completely encompassing him in rapid jumps. Even faster than before. You think you can stand where she stood with just a basic understanding of the quirk? The room echoed, not even her voice betraying Gran's true location. She kicked him on the back of the head, even faster than before so that even the sensors couldn't keep up. The shock absorbers on his neck softened the blow as he stumbled forward. You think you can just coast with the amount of power you have, she taunted, this time striking his face, making him stumble a few steps back even with his neck brace absorbing most of the attack. All Might really is a terrible teacher if she thinks this is what it takes to be a hero, she finished, landing a strike at his ribs, causing him to lean into the side with a hiss. His mind was spinning. The speed Gran was showing off was nowhere near what she had been sparring with against Miruko. He made the dull conclusion that both were holding back immensely as another kick almost made him buckle to his knees. I can't believe the ninth holder of one for all is such a useless hero, she jeered. Izuku growled. His vision had started tracking the form of the old hero, barely seeing her as a blur as all detail was dropped away at his visual cortex in order to see faster, just to keep up with the speed. Honestly, he wasn't even sure if he could do anything with the visor possibly lagging the image. But damn it, this was his only chance. Even as he started to keep up with her form, he couldn't react in time, his own motions feeling glacial compared to the zipping of the pro. What's wrong, runt? Can't keep up. Gran taunted one last time, jumping behind him again, aiming to strike him once more. You think villains will wait for you to catch you? Izuku roared, forcing one for all into his arm and flinging it back. The momentum spun his whole body to face Gran just as her kick was about to land. It was the first time he had activated one for all that fast, but he had no follow-up. Gran's kick landed in his stomach and caused him to fall on his back, the older hero standing over him victorious. What was that? Gran hissed, stepping down from his body. You still trying to make the thing that can't keep up work? She rubbed her face, looking even more disappointed. And I thought at least you had a good head on your shoulders. Toshiko really did pick someone useless for the job. She picked up her cane and headed out the door. Your reverence of All Might and insistence on using the same techniques are your shackles, brat. It's making you stiff. She sighed, opening the door, light peering into the room as Izuku barely sat upright. The way you are, you can't keep up being a hero. That one stung more than any of her hits. I'm going to grab some food for us. You clean up the mess. Her pointed stare at him implied enough. And with that, she slammed the door shut, leaving him alone in the apartment. What just happened? Katsumi looked at her new right gauntlet with pride. She had no idea how Mai had done it, but the whole thing was almost lighter than her older one, the 6 cylinders now surrounding her forearm rotating with a satisfying click every time she clenched her ring and pinky in a half fist and pulled her middle and pointer finger in. Each chamber was numbered, and each number was split into bars showing how full the chamber was. Mai had even managed to add in a staircase system to her sweat acclimation. One was always the most full while the rest followed in increments. She didn't know how that could even be wired up, let alone weigh almost nothing. She loved the new gauntlet and she loved the new goggles she had thrown in. They fit around her eyes comfortably and by their looks, they were robust enough to withstand her strongest explosion. Not to mention Mai had managed to add in a HUD showing how full her canisters were, including her old gauntlet. All in all, Katsumi wasn't sure if she was in love with the new gear or scared of Mai for being able to build such complex yet robust support tools. She probably was a bit of both. Too bad she wasn't really going to be using them in combat, she mused sadly as she walked behind Best Jeanist closely, taking the boring patrol route. The pro had decided that she was too rough around the edges, so she was talking through proper etiquette as they made another lap around her agency. I hope at least the others are learning something useful. No, Uraraka-san. Gunhead called out, shaking her strong arms in front of her. You can't go at it from that angle. Your opponent's weight would dislocate your shoulder. Oh right. Sorry, forgot, the brunette chirped, letting go of her training partner, a rather bulky sidekick of the robust hero. I shouldn't lean on my quirk like that. You're right, it's fine. It's just the first day anyway, you are doing great. Gunhead laughed, voice unmuffled even with her full mask on her face. Now again. From the top. Yes, sensei. Ma'am, Momo stared up onto the eyes of the lankier pro. If she were to estimate, she would be barely taller than Izuku. If you try to put me in that tickle machine, I will personally sue you for SXL harassment. Ma'am Night Eye adjusted her glasses. I see. I will avoid such a future then. Now, tell me a joke. This agency's HR department. Kirishima. Tetsu. Both heroes clapped their hands in a rough handshake. What are you doing here? Fourth Kind rubbed her forehead and picked up a cigar with her other hand, biting on it just to calm her nerves a bit. Why did I even think having two of the same hero would be a good idea? Her eye twitched as their conversation grew louder and more animated, until she roared, punching both on the top of their heads with her other two arms. Shut up for a second. She winced at the pain on her knuckles. Both had activated their quirk before the impact hit. At least they have good reflexes. I can work with that. Izuku pulsed the bundle of nerves again, the mask hissing and slowly assembling from his face and sliding back on top of the 𝐻𝐻 on his chest with a click, locked securely. He pulled off his gauntlets and set them on the table, trying to come to terms with just what had happened. At least the visor wasn't the issue. It was me. SHW as being 𝐔𝐬𝐴ND jump Y, don't taki it to hear T. Nana chimed, trying to console him a little. No, he breathed out, rubbing his hand over his mouth. She was right. All Might would have kept up with that. I've seen her take down enemies faster than that. But not Wyatt, at. Nana shot back. Izuku paused for a second, rolling his eyes. Okay, fne. Maybe YOU Nana relented, and he almost felt her crash into a chair. I don't even ambition SEDCT and I feel terrible bisu se I sinti help YOU. He smiled softly. Thanks, Nana. Then KMEW we fi joyed isout, she huffed back. Now, NYCHO YOUAE gonene CATCH up TO speed LIKE ticket. He pulled a notebook out of his cargo breathes, flipping through the pages. Trying to get some inspiration. He paused at Okuko's page. Using the quirk on her body, she can make herself float. He read it again, slower. No last tme you didd, you decrease the strain on my body by decreasing the power output to 5% YH even CDVTian TOK TONG. WLDIT even emater. What if I didn't let go of it? W-hat. He shoved the notes back into its pocket, pulling out the notes for theories instead. Currently, I just use my quirk in bursts, right? Channel it, use it for an attack, let it go, then channel it again when I need it. Because if YOUDIDNT, either YMOTONWULDBE at 100% ND YOU WOULD definite YDO MORI THAN DIZLC UR arm. Right. But what if I just used 5%? YUR ARM cold WIFESTID THT Littler. Right. And if I coat my whole body and keep it that way? The NTVUP at the STR WLD Martiter. Exactly. He closed the book, huffing with a little pride. At least that's the theory. In WTOC if 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐾𝐻 in 𝐵𝐴CTK. 𝐔𝐬𝐴CTK was sitting outside by the door, eavesdropping on the monologue. Weird, it sounds like he is talking to someone. Faye, maybe that newfangled helmet has a phone in it. Still. She smiled a little. Guess the kid really does have a good head on his shoulders. Wonder if I should apologize. She pushed the door open, leading with her hand carrying the bags with groceries. Food's here. Maybe if he prepares the food properly. Ibara was struggling to keep the rubble held up. Her mentor, Kamu Woods, was making her focus on rescue training over any combat training as per her request, as she was against combat. Almost 4 minutes, good job. You can talk to Cementos when you get back to you. If you can hold rubble open or prop up weakened structures, you'll be invaluable at disaster relief. If she could see into Ibara's mind, Kamu would balk at the thoughts running through her head. She was trying to match the strength of someone who had broken through a building-sized glacier. The strapping, strong body of, whoa, don't raise it too far off the ground. You are trying to keep it stable, not bench press it, Kamu lectured, Ibara's vines lowering back down after realizing what she was doing. Sorry, just thought of something maddening, she mumbled, returning to a praying position. At least there was no chance of meeting him this week. Gran was grumbling at the dinner table by the time Miruko had returned from her patrol, and when she closed the door a little harshly, some dust fell from the walls. Her eyes traced the dust to their source. Why are there crushed sections of the wall? Because I had to prove a point, Gran shot back with some petulance to her voice. Now, can you tell this boy that taiyaki is a filling meal? Oh, welcome back, Miruko. Izuku smiled at her. And, Gran, for the last time, at your age I won't feed you just taiyaki. He was wearing an apron that was just a little too tight around his chest, hugging his pecs tightly, and his hair pulled up to a messy bun on top of his head, making him look a little older. And with the stunning smile on his face. She really hoped he didn't notice how her ears twitched at the sight. Him in an apron cooking a meal. You should listen to your elders, the smaller pro hissed. And you should get proper nutrition, the younger and taller student shot back. Miruko fought the urge to fan her face. What are you even cooking? Oh, some beef fried rice, he hummed, gently shaking the wok in his hands, and a side of orange chicken, some edamame, he trailed off. That's a lot of food, she mumbled, sitting at the round table across from Gran Torino. I would make a big portion of just one, but we didn't have enough. And I kinda eat a lot, he admitted sheepishly, one hand going to the bun on the top of his head, then thought against it, pulling back down. I'll ask Nozomi if they can adjust a bigger fridge for me, 'cause otherwise, we'll have to do food runs every day. Miruko shivered, her imagination running wild, imagining her going to the store with Izuku's arm hooked to hers, his biceps rubbing against her ski. She shook her head, swearing that she would never admit she wanted that. Whatever. You just have a black hole for a stomach, Gran grumbled, her age showing. Miruko suppressed a laugh. The grumpy old woman shot her a look in return. Izuku didn't even seem to mind the casual chatter going behind him, tending to multiple pots and pans with the efficiency of an experienced chef. One with experience longer than 20 years, at least. Here. Miruko paused, then decided to just screw it and question him about it. So, why and how do you cook so well, Midoriya? It smells heavenly. Oh, that. Lunch Rush taught me when I interned at UA for a while, he murmured, taking an edamame and tasting if it was done or not. The next second both her and Torino had portions of it in front of them, steam coming off of the prepared food. She blinked, trying to figure out what had just happened. Was that faster than the sports festival? Actually, that reminds me. Hey, what even is your quirk? Izuku laughed. Miruko tried to suffocate the butterflies in her stomach by eating some of the edamame he had cooked. It's something simple really. I can just control every bodily function I have. The lightning, she inquired, pulling the edamame shell out of her mouth and tossing it into the trash bowl he had provided. That's what happens when I force more than 100% of my power to a muscle group, he said with a shrug. Quirks are weird, she huffed with finality, digging into her meal. Gran had a soft smile on her face over the lie Izuku had come up with, as well as his burst of speed. She wondered if he was already practicing his new understanding of one for all. Thing rat bear dog thing, He muttered when it was time to finally go to bed after their dinner. He never realized that there was only one bedroom. At least there were 3 beds. At least he had that level of normalcy. He feared the day Nozomi went plus ultra and took that away from him too. He rubbed his face as he changed in the bathroom, coming into terms with how it wasn't a matter of if but a matter of when. 𝐶𝐬𝐻 that be ad. Nana tried to cheer him up, a phantom sensation of her hand on his shoulder, rubbing soothingly. Yeah, thanks, Nana. He could feel her smile, stunning and comforting at the same time. He smiled in return. You seriously going to wear that? Gran asked with a raised eyebrow. Miruko scoffed, tugging at her black short shorts and comfy white sports brother. I didn't know I was going to have a sleepover, I didn't pack anything else. I don't even have anything modest. Unlike you. What even are you wearing? It's a nightdress, you strumpet, the older woman huffed. Aren't you cold in that? I'm almost at the point of sweating, what are you talking about? The younger pro whined. It's the hormones, the gruff pro grumbled. Bet you are gonna try to jump him in the middle of the night, too. Can we not go there? Izuku muttered from the other side of the door. And are you guys done fighting there? I wanna get some sleep. We are done, runt, Gran grumbled, climbing on top of her bed. This old woman is going to bed, do whatever. Miruko was going to say something in protest, but she noticed Gran had already taken out her hearing aids. She grumbled and climbed into bed as well, laying her head on her pillow. You can come in, Midoriya. The door opened, and he walked in, wearing a baggy shirt and loose shorts, sleep in his eyes as he took a few more steps, yawning. Thanks, Miruko. Good night, he mumbled, almost crumbling into bed with a roll. She blinked in the dark. Well, that's one way to get into bed. Mai grumbled, rolling from side to side in Izuku's bed. She hadn't slept in the same bed as him before the internships, trying to rush the additions to his costume, but now she was regretting it. His bed was too big and empty. She whimpered a bit at the feeling. She was feeling lonely. She smiled with melancholy. It was a weird feeling. Knowing someone she loved was far away. Knowing that Izuku had somehow made his way so deep into her heart, so deep into her life that just him not being there in the bed was causing her to feel so empty inside. She reached for her phone, managing to play her voicemails from the earlier day. Send a message to Mai saying that I love her. She smiled with a sniffle, hugging his pillow onto her chest, acting like it was him. She was going to give him the biggest hug ever when he came back next week. Izuku grumbled as he rolled from side to side, not able to find a comfortable position to sleep in until he sighed and used total command to force his body into sleep. Miruko groaned, her ears picking up him rustling around until she got out of her bed, walking up to the foot of his bed to ask him what gives, only to pause when she realized he was sleeping. Her red eyes looked at the man sprawled on the bed, his shirt hiked up showing off his muscular core and his face with a soft frown that still managed to look equal parts cute and hot. It wasn't really fair for a woman in her prime, but Miruko kept vigilant, pulling his shirt down and his covers over his body instead of listening to any of her carnal urges. She smiled softly when he murmured a thank you in his sleep, hugging the covers closer to his body while turning to his side. Izuku got up with a groan, rubbing his eyes groggily. He hated forcing himself to sleep like that, somehow he just didn't get the same quality of rest. It was still better than nothing, though. He got up from his bed, scratching his chest as he walked towards the door, aiming to go to the kitchen living room downstairs to get some tea to wake up. Only to pause midway though, seeing something he couldn't even believe. Miruko had curled up into a ball in her sleep, her ears relaxed back, somehow turning her into a cute loaf. He looked at her for a few more seconds before Nana woke up fully too, chastising him for staring for so long. He came to his senses and nearly rushed out of the room. The moment he left, Miruko opened up an eye, her face turning red with a powerful blush. Jiru looked at the breakfast the hero agency she was interning at had provided. I miss Izuku and Soto. Don't offer him a sidekick position. No teams, remember. No teams. Can't have him as a sidekick. Miruko took another bite of the carrot pancakes Izuku had made, the young man lazily drinking some tea to wake up on the other side of the table. Can't? Oh F it. If he feeds me like this every morning, I'll even marry him. The dark-skinned heroine paused, blinking, her face getting redder and redder as the thought sunk in. Izuku blinked curiously when he saw Miruko start to shovel food in her mouth like she had been starving for a week, then rush back into the bedroom. Must be excited for patrol, he muttered, taking another sip of his tea. Wonder if I could join her. You got to beat me before you go on any patrols, runt, Gran grumbled, munching more on her breakfast. Right, wait, he looked at the older hero. When did you get here? Couple of minutes back when you were looking dreamily at Playboy Bunny over there. I see, he mumbled, taking another sip, before getting up and setting up the dishwasher. Can you turn it on when you are done? Yeah, go upstairs and suit up, the older woman mumbled, eating her pancakes. Is it all right if I spar with Miruko before you today? I want to test something out. Fine, show off to the girl. Maybe you'll get something done this time, Gran shot with a pointed look. Izuku didn't really mind the stare or the implication, thank you. Miruko paused when Izuku asked for her to stop at the gates of the bedroom they all shared. She was trying her best, trying not to let her blush into her face. All right, what do you want? I was curious if we could spar, he asked bashfully, scratching the back of his head, causing all of his hair to shake slightly, showing off how fluffy it was. She wanted her hands in it, goddammit. Spar. The words clicked a moment after she asked the question back, her heart hammering in her chest and a smirk slowly forming on her face. Oh, he was ticking all the boxes and she didn't even care. Right now. Sure, if you think you can keep up. I think I'll be able to, he said, voice unsure. But his eyes held a green inferno that made her inside squirm with excitement. Meet me at the back, she commanded with a smirk. This was going to be fun. She was done with her stretches by the time he came downstairs, his full suit on. She loved and hated how form-fitting it was over his chest. And the bunny ears that kept twitching around was just adorable, even with the eyes giving her a resolute glare. Okay, before we start, I'm gonna try something I haven't before, so, he widened his stance, pulling his arms up in a fighting stance. Might need to stop this a little in. You are just saying that 'cause you're scared. Miruko taunted, cracking her neck. What are you even going to try? This. For a moment Miruko was taken aback as small green sparks started coming off his body, hitting the ground more and more as they grew in size and started stabilizing, the arc slowly starting to wrap around his body rather than jump between spots. The weirdest thing was to see the eyes on the suit change when the spark hit it, the green eyes becoming brighter, the screen glitching in such a way to look like the eyes were on fire. She heard him let go of a breath he was holding in. Okay, so. Not dying, that's a start, he breathed out, voice calm and strong. It sure is. But can you move like that? She shot back, excited at the prospect of fighting whatever this new form was. One way to find out, isn't there? She could feel his smirk on his voice, even without the eyes of his suit hinting at it. Miruko roared with laughter, dropping a hand onto the ground, preparing to attack. For that moment, she wanted to fight something other than the fact that she was falling for him hard. And she was excited all the more for it. Izuku backpedaled, nearly slamming headfirst onto the ground as an axe kick from Miruko almost connected with the top of his head. His helmet screamed about the proximity of the attack as he attempted to regain his bearings. He was faster with this new way of using one for all. Way too fast. His own body was getting in his way every time he dodged one of her attacks. Even just keeping his own feet under him was being a challenge. He just wasn't used to this new speed. He pulled his head back, dodging another roundhouse kick from the pro. The force of his lean alone would have given him whiplash if not for the shock absorbers Mai had jammed his headgear with. In spite of it all, he was sporting a smirk, one that was mirrored by Miruko. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 𝐼𝐴𝐳𝐻𝑇. He needed all the processing power he could get right now. He breathed out and felt the non-essential parts of his brain shut down, emotion leaving him. In response, the eyes on his mask twitched, then split into 3 horizontal lines spanning his whole face. He rolled under one of Miruko's kicks, getting behind her in an instant, But before he could land a solid hit, she countered with another roundhouse, Izuku barely flipping back to dodge and gain some more distance from the rabbit hero. "What's wrong? Can't keep up?" Miruko taunted. Her crimson eyes were a little wild and a smirk threatening to split her face in half. He caught the tensing of her neck flow down into powerful shoulders. Each twitch of her head to read his movements plain as day as her upper torso flexed. Izuku didn't respond, only clenched his fists and pulled them up into a boxer's stance. Miruko laughed. "Oh, gonna tank it out. And here I thought I needed to get serious before I could land a hit." Izuku got in close, closer than Miruko could have expected. She felt her breath taken away as she had half a second to dodge the punch that came her way. Flexing her powerful core and forcing herself to keep her breath level, she dodged several more jabs that were leveled her way, forcing the heroine to go on the defensive for a moment. "Oh, he's getting my hopes up." He shot out with a left hook that moved faster than it had any right to, considering the bulk of machinery on his forearm. Some stray sparks caught Miruko on the arm, an action that almost caused her to flinch until the energy melted into her skin and she felt it. Determination. The sensation was intoxicating. Was the source of this amount of raw determination Izuku? She felt exhilaration, her smile getting wider. If he wants a real fight. The next moment, in the place she once stood was a crater, the white and brown blur that was Miruko closing the distance between them in an instant, leg pulled back, ready to deliver the massive payload only her muscular thighs could deliver. She released the kick, her foot arcing towards his gauntlet and head fast enough to break the sound barrier, cracking like a WHP. Maybe she was going too hard against the man. There was no way he could shake that off. He shifted and twisted into a crouch, knees bending and tensing as her leg shot over him, his right gauntlet guarding his head even as he ducked down, his body passing right under her foot. She had a fraction of a second to see his left hand remain on her strike zone. Palm open. A moment later, she felt his hand lock around her ankle again. His grip was tighter than it had any right to be, considering how fast her leg had been moving. Momentum kicked in. With her ankle caught, her spinning motion pulled him towards her, even as he spun in close with a dancer's grace. The next thing she knew, her back was against his front, his abs and the metal bits on his chest digging into the back of head and torso. Her left leg bent at the knee, ankle still gripped tight in his hand. His right arm wrapped around her torso, hooking under her knee and locking her arms in place. A blush started to spread on her cheeks at the NTMT position. "Okay, just calm down. The spar is still going on." "It's just a part of the spar." She was supporting her weight on her right foot, so she just needed to lift that off the ground and he'd lose balance, giving her an opening. Okay, let me just." She enjoyed the feeling of his strong arms against her for a second longer before set her plan into motion, lifting her foot off the ground. He didn't lose balance. He didn't even stumble trying to compensate for her additional weight on his body. Her ears twitched strongly, realizing just how easily he was lifting her. And how easily he could do other thing. She shook her head, trying to get those ideas out of her head. Suddenly, the shift of her weight changed and she blinked as she felt him begin to tense for some sort of attack. On reflex, she kicked with her right leg, catching him on the top of his bent knee. For a second she didn't know what happened, only hearing the bones crackle and his arms drop her to the ground, using her chance to get into her fighting stance, ready to pounce again. That was when she noticed his stance. His right leg had embedded itself up to the ankle into the ground below, and a soft hiss of pain emanating from the taller man, body slightly twitching from immense pain. The sparks surrounding his body dissipating along with the lines on his visor turning back into two eyes. Note to self, don't bear hug the top 6 hero like that's gonna accomplish anything. She dropped her stance, gasping lightly at the sight. Oh sorry, I didn't mean to dash, she hissed. That wasn't even a powerful kick, nothing her legs couldn't withstand. Her wide hips and thicker thighs weren't just for show after all. But it could have easily crippled him for life. He raised a hand, dismissing the apology. It's fine, I've got strong bones, and nothing broke, he hissed and tugged at his leg, trying to pull it out of the ground. At least I don't think so. Okay, stop that, she ordered, walking up to him and looking down on his embedded leg. You are overstraining the joint, just let me do this. It's the least I could do. her arms wrapped around his calf near to the dirt he had been embedded in and pulled with her strong legs, pulling him out with ease. A cough alerted both of them, Izuku's head snapping back to see 𝐵𝐻𝐼 looking at his back. Seeing Miruko bent down in front of him. "You done skiing the soul out of the runt?" She smirked. "Strumpet." Miruko twitched, her face turned red and looked up to his face from her spot, crouched in front of him. He could see her being torn between jumping away or jumping over him to attack Gran for her words. She finally decided to do both, jumping back and around him to attack the older pro. "So, what have we learned today?" "Old women need to be culled?" Miruko questioned, walking next to Izuku. "Not really, but I can see where you are coming from." He didn't know how, but they had somehow ended up going out for a patrol together. Honestly, he would be bouncing from wall to wall at the fact that he was on patrol. With a pro. With Miruko. But the comments Torino had left had created this uncomfortable aura between them, and the weird glances he kept getting from the civilians was putting even more of a downer on his mood. Then again, it was probably caused by the helmet. From the outside, it probably looked like Miruko was walking around with either an intense cosplayer or some kind of beefed-up robot. At least 𝐻𝐻𝐼. Fair point. So, he stole a glance at Miruko, whose ears twitched a bit at his interruption. "What are we supposed to do on patrol anyway?" "Check out anything suspicious going on, kick some butt if there is." She shrugged. "But this place is quiet, not even a purse snatching yesterday." "I mean, you were on patrol, they were probably scared off." He traced the seam lines on the back of his helmet again. "You are Miruko the rabbit hero after all." She rubbed under her nose with a smirk, trying to hide the soft blush forming on her cheeks. "Right." She then placed her hands on her hips as she puffed up with pride. "No way these weakling villains here would challenge me." Izuku chuckled at the sight. "Of course. Slew you up. Shoko, would you stop eating that goddamn soba and get over here? We have work to do." Eiji sighed heavily, letting the flames on her shoulders flare. "I could have been training him right now." Sure, it had been expected that Shoko would take her offer. Who else could show the younger Todoroki how to walk the true path of the mighty? The brat had finally accepted her left side, and they could actually begin working on making her strong enough to overtake that blonde beach. But she would be lying if she said she wasn't disappointed that Midoriya had rejected her offer. Well, maybe disappointed was the wrong word. A more accurate word would be furious. She slipped away from where Shoko was staring her down in the kitchen, slurping down a bowl of cold soba. The door to her office clicked closed behind her, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Thoughts of him. She let out a roar and hurled a fireball at the wall of her office, successfully scorching a new burn in the dark marble. Movement caught her attention out of the corner of her eye, drawing her to the large mirror in her office. Eiji took a moment to stroll over, appreciating the sway in her hips as she did so. She had left all the actual breathing to Rei, which left Eiji with her perfect figure intact. Perfect. She ran a hand down her slender waist, admiring the ridges where her strong core left impressions in her suit, letting her fingers appraise the fire-retardant, navy blue material as she moved her hand over her amply wide hips. With her other hand, she surveyed her ample breasts, tracing a line between her cleavage up to her collarbone and to her smooth neck. Her face was flawless as she dropped the flames around her eyes, not a single blemish or wrinkle in sight. She had the body and looks of a 25-year-old, so she didn't get it. Didn't he want power? She could offer him strength and influence that most couldn't even dream of. If not for the power, her experience. She had years of it. She was the number 2 hero, damn it. And if not for those, then for herself. The things she could show him. She grimaced, turning around to examine her healthy thighs and rear. What man wouldn't jump at the chance to have her? The grinding of her own teeth caused her temper to flare back up, her mask roaring to life again. She would find him. Shoko had informed her that she had no idea where he was interning, but she would find him and she would make him hers. Running a hand through her hair, shaking out the long, burgundy locks and giving herself one last once-over in the mirror. She would give him a night to remember, and he would give her the key to a new generation. Izuku shuddered mid-walk, rubbing his arms. Does your costume let in too much cold? Miruko questioned, raising an eyebrow. It is pretty skin tig, she shook herself, looking back up at Izuku. His eyes looked scared. No, just had a bad feeling. He shook it off, raising to his full height again, looking down on her with the angular eyes hinting at the slightest smirk. Kinda like Nozomi plotting, but not as bad, she pouted slightly, the constant reminder that he was a full head taller than her making itself apparent. Well, that's a high bar to pass, anyway. Do you feel her plotting from time to time, too? He asked with a tinge of fear in his voice. Oh, absolutely. What even is that? A second quirk? I mean, considering it affects people not in UA, too, she shrugged. No thing clue. Mimetic maybe. That's the first time I heard that word spoken out loud. Is it weird? I mean, there is nothing better to use in that instance. Her ears drooped in a show of confusion and slight apprehension. Is there? No, nothing describes that effect better than mimetic. He rubbed the pyramid shape on the front of his mask. Is that how you pronounce it? I think so. Miruko mumbled, pushing stray hairs behind her ear. Only heard it once on the hero briefing. Weird but villain that could infect people with a thought that jumped from host to host. Oh right, what was she called? Izuku snapped his fingers, trying to recall the villain that was such a big problem 3 years ago. It was something kinda dumb, too. Brain plague. Like I remember that weakling's name, Miruko scoffed. Heard she got taken down by Snipe or something. Yeah, long-range takedown, the only way it could have been done without risking a pro under her influence. Izuku trailed off, looking at the shorter woman. Are you mad you didn't get to kick her? Her ears twitched, and she pouted, turning her whole body away from him. I didn't say that. Oh, no, she is adorable. Hey 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑦𝑜𝑢𝐾NWW hat W old be even cutter. If you tested what? No. Tziti bun and why? She swore he was doing this on purpose. It seemed like every time the duo waved at a pair of civilians, his arms would flex more than was strictly necessary. It was like he was radiating power with every motion. It was intoxicating. And it was unfair. He had no right to be this absurd mix of gentle, powerful, commanding, innocent, and seki, goddammit. She bit the inside of her cheek as a form of protest against her treacherous, wandering imagination. The morning sparring session hadn't helped at all. Him holding her in that, frankly exhilarating position, then that goddamn old bat coming in and making things even weirder. She had been just trying to help him up, not get into that position. Not that I'd be opposed. Miruko stifled a small groan of frustration. In spite of everything that had happened that morning, the patrol had been surprisingly pleasant. She honestly never could have imagined going on patrol with someone else would be enjoyable, but Izuku made it that way. He was charming and funny in ways that were, again, unfair. She had found herself smiling or laughing on more than one occasion, and after buying a pair of sandwiches at a shop that he insisted on paying for in spite of the fact that Miruko had a heroine's income, she was actually happy. Happily sitting on the ledge of a rooftop with Izuku demasked as the pair had lunch. You know, I could have paid for them. I don't like handouts. Izuku shrugged, swallowing a bite of his chicken salad sandwich. I know. Consider it my way of thanking you for letting me patrol with you. I'm learning a lot, and I really appreciate it. Well, fine then, she huffed, sipping on her bottle of aloe juice. But next time, I'm buying. That's fair. Izuku inhaled the last bite of his sandwich with a contented hum. Miruko frowned. Are you sure that's gonna be enough for you? Yeah. Like I said, I eat a lot, but this should tide me over until dinner. If anything, I can steal some of Gran's taiyaki when she's not looking. The heroine giggled at that, again. Unfair. 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 Izuku sighed deeply, breathing in the fresh air. That helmet must get stuffy. You feeling better? He shook his head. Well, I mean, yeah. But the helmet actually has a really good filtration system, helps by actually filtering the air so that my lungs can work more efficiently. But, I don't know, it's nice to feel the breeze. Miruko took stock of the retracted neck brace, marveling at how all that machinery could fit inside such a small housing. Why the helmet and neck brace, though. Seems a bit excessive. Izuku winced. Let's just say I may be durable, but I'm not immune to decapitation. There was a story here. One he wasn't willing to share with her just yet. Right? Well, that makes sense, I guess. She finished her sandwich with a final bite before draining the last of her juice. Wanna get back to it? The man nodded, his helmet reforming itself around his head. As his electronic eyes burst to life, he did what Miruko could only assume was a smile judging by the shape of the eyes. Yeah, let's get going. Tomorrow. Tomoyo could only think about Stain's upcoming attack. It was going to be tomorrow. She nodded at the pro she had chosen to go with, talking about something she didn't manage to catch in the conversation. Her mind was on other things. More important things. Her eyes darted along every dark alleyway they passed, looking for at least a sign of the monster she was hunting, none to be seen. She fought off a scoff, of course not. Stain was a beast that had managed to go uncaptured for months, no way she was gonna catch her just lurking in the shadows. If it was that easy, her sister wouldn't have. She stifled a whimper. My sister wouldn't have. Hey! You all right, Tomoyo? The pro questioned, landing a hand on her shoulder. The contact reminded her of him. There is no shame in talking with a friend, right? Yeah, just need to make a call, can I? Oh, of course. Haha, go ahead. Tomoyo could feel the pity in her eyes, but honestly didn't care. She was just bait, anyway. She took a few steps away, pulling her helmet down and pulling her phone out. Miruko flinched when Izuku's antennae suddenly perked up, his simulated eyes growing with shock. What's wrong? This thing has a phone. Yeah, she is definitely gonna take my up on her offer for the gear. You got a call. Izuku blinked, looking at Tomoyo's name flashing on the corner of his HUD. Yeah, I really need to take this. How do I even do that? Just answer call. The call connected, and he looked to see Miruko looking at him with an eyebrow raised. Can you hear me? Loud and clear, Tomoyo mumbled. Miruko didn't react. Privacy mute. Neat. I decided to take you up on your offer, Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened at her use of his given name. Followed by the PRGNT pause she seemed to fight through. Oh, of course. Everything all right? Yeah, after tomorrow, everything is going to be perfect. That raised a few red flags. After tomorrow, the hero killer will be no more. What? Izuku sounded startled and lost, but Tomoyo didn't have the frame of mind to comprehend that, let alone get affected by it. Tomoyo, what are you talking about? I'm going to finish what my sister started. I just wanted to tell you that. After all, there is no shame in talking with friends, is there? What? That's not what Thank you for listening, Izuku. I need to go now, I'm on patrol. Wait, what do you mean? She ended the call, shutting her phone off before placing it back in its compartment in her suit. And by I'm gonna finish call ended. He blinked, staring into his HUD, the call disconnected sign flashing before pulling back into the bars that were on the peripherals of his vision. Redial DIDYUR-FNDJST-ADAMITITO-HUNTNG-THE-FAKAING-ICHIRO-KILLER. Nana piped up as his helmet hummed with the ringing tone. Call couldn't connect, they are either out of service, or their phone has been turned off. Oh goddammit, contact I need a location on either. Affirmative, contacting mother, he sighed as the phone rung on her side, tapping his foot on the ground. She seems to be busy right now, left a message in its stead. Thank you, turn privacy mute off, he huffed, turning back to Miruko, who looked worried over his constant silence, even saying something that he couldn't hear. Privacy mute off. Everything all right? You kinda stopped in your tracks, after I'm guessing a phone call. Yeah, a classmate called Ingenium's sister. He mumbled, walking up next to her as they started their patrol again. Oh, is she feeling? Probably not, she mumbled, her ears flopping down. That was a terrible thing to happen, really. 𝐶𝐻𝐸𝐴W𝐴W𝐴W𝐴NLIGHTHBUT, Jesus Christ Nana, I was expecting the worst. No TLL hero SOE perfy CT. AG sneezed all over her monitor, displaying Izuku flexing. Took it well for the most part. Or acted like she did. He muttered, scratching his arm, the blunt ends of his armored fingers not doing a good job at it. We didn't even know till the news broke out. Oh, that's... Miruko's ears stood halfway up as if sensing something wrong. She bottled it up, that's dangerous. He paused, staring at her silently till he couldn't take it anymore. She told me that she was gonna finish what her sister started. Her ears stood up on end. What is she trying to get killed? He looked away. She rubbed her hand over her face, pulling it over her head, with a sigh. Right. Right, she breathed in slowly. Do you know where she is? Not yet, called Mai about it. She'll find a way to track her down. He was getting worried too, hope that didn't show on his. Miruko rubbed his shoulder. Look, it'll be fine, no need to get worried. He flinched but enjoyed the contact. I know, I just can't help it, you hardia kalel froem fatter. What? Mai let her welder go, rolling her goggles off of her head, finally hearing the outside world again. Zuko called. He lefut a misaji, ing lokatan a Mechamite relayed, some worry mixed into his voice. Somehow. Mai's eyebrows rose the moment she heard the message. That is a weird request. I'll run a locator on her phone. Call Izuku. I need a phone number. 𝐻𝐸𝐸 was ADD at 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐸. Mai's phone pinged as Mechamite pulled up the message via his connection to it. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐸 circuits. Mai pulled out her phone, looking at the number before turning to her computer. Mine too. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stiffened at the new apartment she was in, her new home away from home, hugging her arms. Toshiko was at her side before she noticed it. What's wrong? I think it's nothing but... I feel like something bad is going to happen. She shivered again. Toshi laid a sympathetic hand on her shoulder, pulling her into a half hug. You felt that too. Do you think something bad is going to happen to Izuku? Midoriya, I'm sure he will be fine. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 couldn't help it and hugged the taller woman, weeping onto her chest, letting some of her worries out. Toshiko flinched but returned the hug in a moment's notice, patting her back softly in calming circles. You can't mean that. Izuku gaped, looking at the tiny frame of Gran Torino. But I do. Gran shot back, her eyes firm and resolute as she shot him a glance. We can't afford to lose the trail of Stain. Not with all the BLD on her hands. That doesn't mean we can just use Ida as bait. Izuku shot back, eye twitching. Runt. What are you all at that university training to become? Gran hissed with finality. Izuku froze. That's right. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes we are the bait. She clenched her fists against the table. Sometimes we don't make it back home cause we were the bait. Is 𝐒𝐸𝐸𝐸. It was her choice to chase after Stain. But it was also her choice to contact you. She grumbled after her moment of anger. Now, we know. And we can be there to aid in her little revenge plot. Besides, with the time we have left, our hands are tied, aren't they? Miruko grumbled. I don't like team-ups, but, yeah. We could tell the association, and they would pump up the hero numbers at the location. Stain gets spooked, we lose her trail. She changes MO and kills how many more heroes before we catch up again? Gran finished the thought. Even if they tried stopping the oversaturation of heroes, there would be massive amounts of pros that would try to get in to take down her, inflating the hero numbers, she sighed. I wouldn't even be surprised if the association leaks the info to some of the heroes they prefer. Wait, there are internal politics like that on the dash. Izuku scrunched up his nose. Of course there are. The hero system isn't perfect, Runt, nothing is, Gran grumbled, clenching and unclenching her fist. Now, we just need to head off to where she thinks the attack's going to happen. I should have asked Dash, he huffed. She hasn't been answering her phone and I don't think Mai is going to Dash. His helmet beeped and formed around his head as another call came through. It was from Nozomi. Answer call, they are in Hosu. Good luck. Call ended, his helmet retracted off his face as he blinked blankly. Am I bugged, or is that just her quirk to be scary good at guessing? Focus 𝐒𝐸𝐸𝐸, right? He turned to the two heroes who were looking at him, one with confusion, and the other with grumpy indifference. We have a location. Mai, can you at least not break international law in my presence? What, you mean the whole phone tracking thing? She shrugged, ignoring power loaders' hang-ups about the whole debacle. It's at most governmental law, but then again they do it too, so you think it's okay to get the government against the whole of you because they were hypocrites? Power loader huffed, scratching her helmet with her iron claws. You think that's a good idea? Nozomi hasn't stopped me yet. She shrugged, messing with her jury-rigged antenna, which was connected to her laptop, trying to hack into the service providers of Nosferatu. Right, carry on then. Izuku groaned, rolling over in his bed one last time before giving up and staring at the unfamiliar ceiling of the dorm of the weird agency he had chosen. Can't sleep. Miruko called out from her bed, groggily. Yeah, sorry, he whispered back, rubbing his eyes. Hope I didn't wake you up. You did, but he heard something shuffle, and then the soft pats of her feet on the floor. Next moment he knew, she was sitting on the side of his bed, facing away from him. I can't blame you, she mumbled. In moonlight leaking through the window, her dark skin and white sleepwear looked downright ethereal. His body almost giving into carnal desires to touch her lower waist. It's not easy having a friend be in the line of fire. She looked over her shoulder to the man on the bed, her hand patting him on the shoulder. But I told you, everything is going to be fine. 'Cause I'm gonna kick everyone's butt there. She shot him a self-assured smirk. He smiled in return. Thanks, Miruko. I needed that. Call me Rumi. He blinked, looking up to the hero who herself looked surprised she had actually said that, her face now highlighted by a slowly growing blush. Good night, Rumi. Good night, Izuku. He could hear her blush in her tone. As she slowly got up and hopped back into her own bed. After his heart calmed down, Izuku fell asleep with a smile on his face. Tomoyo looked at her phone, looking through all the messages Izuku had left during the day. I shouldn't have told him. He'll try to get in the way of it all. She looked at the messages again. Tomoyo, don't be so harsh. Where are you? Do you know where Stain is going to strike? You can't do it on your own. Her hand twitched and the screen of her phone went black. That traitor. He told me there was nothing wrong with talking with friends, yet all he wants is to stop me from doing what's right. Part of her knew he only wanted to help, but she wasn't listening to that part. She never wanted to listen to that part again, nor did she care enough about it. She needed to do this. And nothing was going to get in her way. She has been more active today, Kurogiri noted next to a gaming Tsukiko. Must be the day she is going to attack. The leader of the League of Villains responded with a shrug, pausing her game and looking down from her perch on the rooftop at the hero killer darting in the alleyways. How many did MSTR tell we would have access to? Around 6 will be ready, I believe. Unless the good doctor made a breakthrough in his procedures. Even if he does, no need for more than that. We just want to make chaos, and make the public think Stain is aligned with us. You are correct. Besides, if we add too much, the heroes couldn't capture Stain. Beg your pardon. Tsukiko let out a dry chuckle and pocketed her handheld. The chaos we are bringing, it'll attract the attention of pros. Attention that SHT Stain hasn't dealt with before. Her face broke out in a manic grin. Do you think that assassin wannabe can make a clean escape in the hell we will unleash? I see why MSTR has chosen you to lead. Besides, she is a loose end. If she is still free after this, her actions can look against our ideals. Her crimson eyes searched over the skyline of Hosu. This is just a basic strategy game. Only instead of sacrificing a pawn, we are sacrificing the opponents. Could you please stop tapping your finger? Miruko asked, her ears twitching violently as Izuku tapped his fingers against his knee one too many times. Sorry, he clapped his hand over his knee. Worried? No need to worry about anything right now. She grunted, crossing her arms under her bust. We are on our way, nothing bad is going to happen. It was kind of surreal, riding the bullet train in the grand class with Miruko across from him. The pro shooting unimpressed glances at the other passengers in the car that kept any fans away. He had taken the gauntlets off, laying them on the seat next to his, across from Gran, and had kept his helmet on, the metal cocoon keeping his identity under wraps. Honestly, he would have thought it would have been uncomfortable by now, but he was pleasantly surprised that Mai had added internal padding that was keeping him comfy. Besides, Hero Killer always waited until night time to attack. She wouldn't change that right now, Gran offered, messing with her seat's controls with one hand, stretching its leg rest. And you said this mic could lock onto 𝐸𝐸 before then. She sent a message about it, yes, Izuku muttered as his HUD pulled up the message again. I'm in the system, triangulation should be done before 6, sorry it's taking so long, she keeps turning her phone off. Had to figure out how to turn it on remotely. I trust she can make that in time, he sighed, laying his head against his seat. Just yes, worried, we know. Miruko smirked empathetically, I'll race you to her position when we have it. Izuku smiled softly, the eyes of his mask adjusting to look more content. Fine, you are on. Eiji grumbled as she shut down her computer, the HD picture of shirtless Izuku disappearing as her screen went dark. That rat beach had done her work to keep the man's internship location a secret. It was infuriating to say the least. Shoko so far had proved to be an adequate intern. She was using her fire willingly, but all of Eiji's plans for the girl had gone by the wayside as soon as she had seen Izuku. The flame heroine stood up with a huff. If she couldn't have Izuku. Her eyes caught the news report on her television where details of the hero killer's crime spree were being discussed by pundits. She huffed, pulling out the file she had on the villain. There was a chance she was going to strike today. And if her research was correct on the pattern, it was going to be. Might as well do something with this waste of a week. She pressed the intercom button. Suit up, everyone. We're going to Hosu. Did Mai come in with a location yet? Miruko questioned as the weird trio continued their aimless patrol of the streets. Hosu was getting livelier by the minute as dusk hit the sky faster than it had any right to. No, not yet. Izuku huffed, getting restless. Is it just me or is it really tense here? Oh, that might be because we know Stain is here, but yeah, I feel it too. Miruko looked around. Like something big is going to happen. The street lights and the storefronts around them flickered. Connection lost, reconnecting through quantum comms. He looked at Miruko and Gran. Did you two lose phone signal too? What does that have to do anything, Runt? Gran asked but still pulled out her phone. Yeah. Same here. Miruko clicked her phone back to its compartment on the metal plate around her waist, looking around expecting something to happen. Connection re-established, those mother effers. Mai's voice blared in his helmet, making Izuku try to grab his ears in reflex, only making him slam his gauntlets on the sides of the metal frame around his head. Jesus, Mai, what's going on? Izuku hissed, shaking his head a little. Almost had an exact location of 𝐸𝐸's phone, but her and you just got swallowed up by a giant blind spot in coverage. She hissed over the other side, all radio waves are blocked, even the satellite connection your helmet had was cut. You are lucky I managed to make that quantum communicator with Momo's help. Her voice grew more fragile by the end. Izuku shuddered, remembering how she couldn't contact him at the USJ. Another blind spot. How big? It's gigantic, like a circle with an 8-block radius. But that's not that important, I have an approximation of 𝐸𝐸's location. Though it's still a 3-block circle, you got any idea how to narrow that? Izuku paused, looking around again, seeing Miruko and Gran watching around too. Look for any alleyways near hero patrol routes, away from the public, fast. Something big is going to happen. He could hear Mai typing away on her side. You are lucky Power Loader let me have this free hour right now, how else were you going to find her? Guess random alleyways for hours I suppose, you got one. She might have moved by now but yeah, I got one that fits the parameters. Near where I got the last signal. His helmet pinged, a map appearing with the POI. Currently the suit can only track you through landmarks, since GPS is down due to that bullshit blind spot, so look around when you get lost. Thank you, Mai, couldn't do it without you. I know, now go do whatever you gotta do. Call ended. Got a location, not that far from here, we should rush. Izuku turned at the other two pros. They nodded, turning to follow him. An explosion rocked the street, setting car alarms off. All three were at high alert. A terrorist attack? Miruko questioned, shooting a glance at the source, smoke billowing in the distance. Another explosion shook the streets. This time to their right. followed by an inhuman roar. Izuku froze in his spot. What was that? Gran shot a glance towards the sound. Tch, that sounds like the monster that attacked us at USJ. What? I thought that thing was killed. Miruko shot back. I killed it, but if there were multiple explosions, Izuku gulped. The air grew dark as the smoke started to rise, tension growing heavier as the three looked around. Another screech responded to the first one, then two more echoed. There is more than one. Stain widened her stance as the street shook, shooting a curious glance at the entrance to the alleyway. The night was getting loud and she had already been foiled in one instance. She looked down at the paralyzed Ingenium clone. Still ranting about killing her, how she hurt her hero, her sister, and had to die for it. Unheroic. She hooked the blunt side of her blade under her helmet, tugging the metal bit off to reveal the face of the fake. She kicked the girl over onto her back, glaring at her from up above. She was just a kid. 18 at most. Looking up at her with spite and hatred. Unheroic. You and your sister were both weak, she hissed, stepping on the fake's wounded shoulder, making her hiss with pain. You were weak cause you both were fakes. Shut up. Who cares what you think? You are nothing more than a murderer and a villain. And you are the hero that didn't even attempt to save a comrade after she was attacked. Losing to your own hatred before doing your mission. She stepped harder against her wounded shoulder, making her cry out in pain. You are the rotting byproduct of this system. She raised her blade, pointing its tip down towards her neck. Enough force and her spine would be severed before even the pain of her neck getting pierced would make it to her brain. And I'm doing my civic duty to cut the rot out. She plunged her blade down. Time seemed to slow down, the street losing its color as the blade started its journey down. A part of her had accepted the fate, or even wanted it. Stain would be ending her ruined life without the shining light that was her sister. She hated everything and everyone that led her to this moment, killed in an alleyway by the same woman that had ended her sister's career. Part of her wanted to wake up from this dream, to see the hero killer on the ground where she belonged, defeated at her feet. Part of her wanted to live. To be saved. For anyone to show up and save her life before it was taken from her. For a moment, she imagined her sister running up and kicking Stain off her. The phone call she had with Izuku flashed through her mind. The blade was closing in, the tip shining hungrily. Her eyes snapped closed, her nerves getting the better of her as she couldn't handle watching her own murder. In a moment of pure desperation, as her brain's primal urge to preserve her own life took control, she screamed out his name. Metal clashed against metal. She opened an eye, her vision, blurry from tears, finally focused on the sight above her. A green gauntlet was looming over her, a hand gripped around the blade, stopping the katana inches above its target. Stain's eyes were wide with both rage and disbelief. The digital eyes on Izuku's helmet were blazing, filled with righteous indignation and cold fury. I heard you calling, Ida. Pneumatic lance, his gauntlet hummed as the guard over his wrist hissed, and the pneumatic hammer shot out with the force to crush a car. The massive plates that made up the tip of the hammer caught the spine of the katana, punching through the metal like a hole puncher through paper. It's fine now. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the remains of the blade behind him, embedding the ruined steel into the wall as Stain snarled and jumped back to gain distance. Because I am here. Did he seriously just rush away? Gran screeched as she landed another kick to the exposed brain of a lanky, light gray monstrosity, making the beast hiss and track the zipping old-timer, instead of the much bigger target closing in. Miruko's eyes shined red with sadistic glee as she blurred into existence in front of the beast, a sonic boom alerting the horror of human musculature and agony a second too late. We don't need him anyway. She almost giggled as she unleashed her kick, happy to be able to go all out for once. Her kick landed square on the stomach of the beast, the muscles and internal organs unable to resist the concussive force, rippling and parting like water, until her steel-tipped boot crashed against the spine of the beast directly, shattering it under the massive power each of her thighs held. Plus, considering the amount of chaos going on in this whole city, he might have done the right thing by rushing to the location. You think we would have been late? Gran snickered, watching the beast attempt to get back up, healing slowly as its chest heaved, attempting to reconnect its legs back to its nervous system. More or less. She shrugged, stomping down on the head of the beast, its whole body going limp as its brain turned into red paste. That's gonna be tough to clean up. You sound certain he's going to be able to help instead of just becoming another victim to the hero killer, Gran smirked, cracking her neck. Are you that smitten with the kid that you believe that he's that competent? Miruko scoffed, placing a hand on her hip. Okay, drop the act, you saw how much he improved in a day. Her eyes squinted at the older pro. Why are you doubting him so much? Gran looked away, not willing to answer that. Neither noticed the Numu start to lumber up, its head starting to reform. It didn't have a chance to counterattack before a column of flame engulfed the elongated humanoid form, the monster screeching in pain and perishing as attempting to regenerate from the damage sapped the last of its energy reserves. It crumbled to dust as its cells lost their ability to split and replace what was lost. Miruko and 𝐬𝐽 trailed off, looking at Gran, not recognizing the pro. Honored elder. You two are unneeded, I have this covered. Endeavor, the rabbit hero hissed. What brings you to Hosu? My gut told me Stain would be here, the heroine scoffed. What about you, miss? I don't team up. Her face darkened, flames on her shoulders glowing a weird crimson instead of their proud orange. Who is this him you were talking about? Miruko sneered. You must be hearing things in your old age. Gran snorted from the side, causing the flames on 𝐬𝐽's shoulders to flare again. If you know anything about, 𝐬𝐽 took a moment to suppress her anticipation. A certain man. It would be in your best interest to inform me. Miruko pet her hip. And which man would that be? You know. DMN well. 𝐬𝐽 crossed her arms under her bust, pushing it up and smiling cruelly at Miruko. In a dangerous situation like this, it would be best for someone such as myself to. She liked her lips, unintentionally allowing her flames to turn to crimson once again. Take care of him. Miruko fought back a shiver. You would like that, wouldn't you, number two? 𝐬𝐽 flinched, the crimson flames turning blue as they burst with anger. You are talking too much for your rank 6. Oh, the first fiery thing you said since you got here. Miruko smirked back, eyes shining with gleeful hunger. How about we make a deal, number 2? Gran took a step away as the two powerhouses got closer, Miruko not even flinching at the immense heat Endeavor was generating and Endeavor not minding the street shuddering with each step from Miruko. The one that gets the most kills gets to know where this man is. 𝐬𝐽's eyes flashed with recognition, then malice. So you do know where he is. She took stock of the situation, deciding against just beating up a capable hero for information in this instant. She wasn't even sure she could win against Miruko anyway. Deal. Good call. Try and keep up. The bunny was gone from sight before the flaming heroine could respond. And no more kill stealing. Gran rubbed her face. Thing youngsters. Izuku breathed out and took stock of the situation. The hero killer was taller than he had imagined, even slouching she was at eye level with him. Her torso had 4 sheaths on her waist, making her silhouette look more masculine with the loss of her curves. Honestly, the only thing hinting at her true gender was the subtle hint of a bust under her, what looked to be bulletproof, vest. His eyes shot back up to her face, ignoring her billowing scarf on her neck and a bandana with eye holes over her eyes. Where is her nose? Does she not have a nose? How did no one take note of her not having a nose? Sir, you sly. 𝐸𝐽𝐺𝐴BUTTT. Look, it's bothering me. He took notice of her large shoulders and lanky arms, wrapped up to her biceps with bandages. Loose baggy breathes hid her thighs, making him unsure of how much power she really packed in kicks. If her spiked boots were anything to go by, she had enough to be wary of. She is literally armed head to toe, he hissed, taking note of all the knives and swords strapped onto her body. He had destroyed one of her swords, but from the looks of it, she had enough to arm a small army. She was proving that he hadn't even slowed her down by slowly unsheathing another sword as she glared at him. You sure you want to get involved? She grunted, sneaking a look at the other hero behind her. She's gonna kill her if you don't move. If we were to clash, the weaker would get called. Tomoyo gave a weak sob, trying to find words to object. To do something to get Izuku to leave and be safe. To avenge her sister herself. Izuku couldn't see her struggle, his eyes only growing more determined after the threat. A hero's job is to get involved. Stain's grim expression turned into a manic smile. Besides, send location to all contacts. Stain froze for a second, eyes him incredulously. Izuku just needed that second, and his helmet pinging with confirmation was just an upside as he closed the gap, forcing Stain to retreat away from the paralyzed hero slumped against the wall. Status report. Tomoyo clenched her eyes shut, voice finally working again. She stabbed me in the shoulder and I lost all control of my body. I can't move anything. Izuku's eyes landed on the swords against the body of the villain. They aren't connected to her body, nor do they look generated by her. 𝐻𝐬𝐼𝐵 you're right, I can't. So it doesn't change the fact that I need to stay away from those blades. God thing 𝐻𝐬𝐼𝐵 𝐻𝐬𝐼𝐻𝐿. He could feel Nana go him. Yeah, MIS takes we are Maddie not helping. He widened his stance, letting 5% of one for all channel through his muscles, lightning wrapping around his body almost protectively as he stared down the villain. Are you going to attack or are you just planning to stare? Taunting to get under my skin, to anger me and make me reckless. Stain's smile widened, her eyes glowing with praise. I thought you were just hot air from the fakes at the top. But you are the real deal, aren't you? Izuku raised his fists. This conversation didn't matter, but playing along would get her to lower her defenses. What do you mean? A true hero, just like All Might. She said her name with the reverence of a zealot to a god. It would be a shame to kill you. But my destiny is to cull the fakes that corrupt this society. And if you decide to stand between me and my destiny, she raised a sword and pointed at him. I will cut you down along with the rot. True hero or not, Midoriya Izuku. His whole body tensed up at the statement. You think this is destiny? You think your murder of innocents was preordained? His gauntlet screeching with the sound of grinding metal as he forced his hands to make a tighter fist. You think this is a noble cause? None of them were innocent. Stain spat back. And you know it. Everyone does. Her other hand reached out and grabbed a knife from her torso, unsheathing it slowly. And I'm the only one that's going to act on it. His whole body shuddered at the statement, muscles aching from being held back. His whole body wanted to strike, to act out on the falsehoods she was spouting. Her crimson eyes glaring with firm belief only made it worse. This wasn't like the villains from USJ. Stain wasn't a simple agent of chaos only yearning for destruction and murder. She had an ideology to sell, one she was ready to die for. You got nothing to dispute that. She sneered, dragging her leg back ready to lash out at him. Or did the realization silence you? He didn't respond. But if his mask was still working properly, he wouldn't need to. Stain kicked off the ground, katana and knife pulled back to strike. Oh, you are f***ing lucky I love you, my hissed. Tapping away at her computer after she got the command to share his location with everyone. There. She smiled as her own phone pinged too, the map displaying where Izuku was supposed to be, according to the last readout from his helmet. Hope that's gonna be useful. Okuko's phone pinged with the tune she had set Izuku for, getting her attention away from her opponent for just a second, giving her an opening. The next moment she was on the floor with cuffs on, the Gunhead dojo clapping the winner of the round. Yuraka-san, your attention was all over the place that round, everything alright? Gunhead asked, crouching in front of her with worry in her voice. Yeah, just got an important message I think, she chirped, getting off the floor the moment her opponent let go. Can I check it? Yeah, sure, is it an emergency? Gunhead tilted her head. We were just about to end training for today anyway. Okuko saw the message from Izuku, need assistance with a location attached. Oh no. Wire its dash, she clicked on the map, generating a route to Hosu. Wait, seriously 5 hours with it didn't factor in the train. Wait, the bullet train is down. It might be important but I can't get to it in time. Oh, is everything going to be all right? She hummed for a second and attempted to call Izuku, only for the call to fail. It should be fine. She could only hope someone else could help with whatever it was. He is fast, Stain noted as Izuku closed the gap between them in an instant, fist paired and ready to punch. And if the tournament footage was real, that punch would end the fight in an instant. She jumped back, letting his fist slam against the ground, creating a crater where she was going to be if she hadn't stopped her own attack. The sole reason she even had the leeway to dodge unscratched was due to the hesitation behind his punch. He didn't want to turn her into a red paste. That was his only mistake. "You've gotten faster since the tournament," she hissed. "Or is this what having support gear does for you?" "Support gear has nothing to do with this," he spat back, pulling his arm back from the crater with little issue. "I can't let you get past me, so I'll surpass what I used to be." The glitchy eyes on his mask widened as he pulled his fists back up. "I'll stop you once and for all, hero killer." "Oh." Stain smiled. "But you already failed." She liked the knife she had pulled out previously. "What are you?" He flinched, his brain blaring with alarm as it lost contact with his muscles. The powerful cells were stuck in their last position, locked in place as if rigor mortis had set in. He remained there, standing but unable to move as Stain relaxed and started walking towards him. "You think I cut down all that had stood between me and destiny without being at least this skilled?" She pushed against his head, causing his balance to fail him as he slammed down on the floor, face down, still keeping his pose. Stain chuckled, curious. "Normally people affected by my quirk go limp. You must be real special keeping your pose." "Not that it matters." She took the steps over to Tomoyo, raising her blade again. "Dread it, run from it. Destiny comes. And this time, it won't be hindered." Miruko stomped down on the concrete, the explosion of air pressure blocking the incoming torrent of flame from a black Numu. She shuddered as she made visual contact with the beast again. Its head was just an exposed brain stuck inside a jaw bone, visible tendons holding the bone in place as it took a strong step forward from the inferno it had generated around itself, casting eerie and demonic shadows along its muscular frame. After the initial disgust passed, it wasn't really that terrifying of a creature to look at if she were to be honest. But that didn't change the fact that it looked like a car crash victim. No time for sympathy. "Whatever these things are, I gotta fight or die." The heroine disappeared in an instant, leaving a fresh crater in her wake as she moved faster than the Numu could track. Her foot connected with the monster's ribcage with a sickening crunch, the beast howling in agony. Miruko felt just a twinge of horror as the Numu seemed to shake off the blow and immediately direct a torrent of flame toward her. She twisted her body out of the way, smelling just the hint of burning hair as she watched the ends of her silvery hair singe. "Oh, now you've done it," she snarled, pushing her body to move faster, hit harder. Several successive kicks to the Numu's legs managed to hobble it. Not as fast as she'd have liked, but with every attack she had to retreat immediately after to avoid getting burned alive. With the monster limping, Miruko felt her battle frenzy begin to heighten. Her eyes scanned over the monster's form as it seemed to continue to move in spite of the obvious pain it should be in. This thing can't be human. The only point of weakness she could see was the "I swear if anything sticky gets on me I'm going to scream." Miruko dodged another blast of flame, ducking around and moving in for what she hoped to be the finishing blow. She got in close, letting the Numu attempt to crush her before pushing herself high off the ground and over the monster's head. She prayed the building she was rocketing toward was steady as she turned herself in midair and planted her feet down. With a powerful shove, she was moving as fast as she could, twisting again to bring herself down foot first, her steel-capped boots driving down faster than the blink of an eye into the Numu's brain. The wet crunch of a skull being crushed against concrete was drowned out by the shockwave of Miruko's landing. She quickly removed her feet from the messy crater and shook them off, trying to get everything off. Only for her to feel the BLD and gray matter stick on the ground in her next steps, causing a shiver to run up her body. "I hate it, I hate it. I hate it." She shook off her disgust, watching if the gory mess she had created wanted to get back up for another round. It didn't. That's one down. The heroine turned in the direction of more howls and swallowed the feeling of unease. As she continued on into the chaos of the city. Now for the rest. Izuku was having the same nightmare as USJ again. Unable to move in his own body as a villain murders his friends. Come on. Move. I need to move. He whined, fighting his muscles, trying to get them to at least budge. Nothing worked. He knew what was wrong. Stain's quirk had locked all skeletal muscle tissue he had, keeping him frozen in place. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 do 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. I am trying. Nothing's working, I can't move a finger. He looked at his left gauntlet, he had fallen straight on it, on a weird angle. If the lance shot out right now. His helmet activated by reading the action potential of his nerves, not tensed muscle tissue. He could only hope the gauntlet had been retrofitted to do the same. Stain looked down, liking her lips. As she plunged the blade down. Already satisfied with a job well done pneumatic lance. Stain's body screamed for her to move just before the 350 kilograms of Izuku crashed onto her back, causing her to sprawl over the floor. She shook off the shock, coughing and slowly sauntering back up. You're still fighting. She fought back a smile. You really are a hero, aren't you? Fighting to your last. Her eyes darkened as she collected her blade from where it had been flung to after his impact. You have my respect, Midoriya. When I'm done, society will prosper. I hope they remember you. Izuku looked up to the blade with disdain yet no fear. His whole body was frozen, he couldn't even say something even if he wanted to. He only hoped that was enough time for, the street shook as an explosion rampaged through, knocking Stain off him and into a wall. Katsumi's gauntlet clicked as another chamber spun into position, the blonde smiling while breathing, happy to have made it on time. Get the F away from him, you beach. Okay, Katsumi. You flew 2 provinces over for this. She breathed, calming her nerves. Don't blow a fuse now. You need every bit of information you can get if you are going to help. Glasses is down on the ground and hasn't even twitched in reaction to the explosion. Izuku is frozen in place holding his position, and is that goddamn native. She let out another breath, eyes locking back onto the wall she had knocked Stain into. At least their chests are moving. No one is dead. Focus, damn it. No one has moved, yet they are all alive and breathing. She smirked. Paralytic quirk. What's the activation parameters? Her eyes darted onto the 2 on the floor than Izuku. BLD is everywhere, but Izuku isn't bleeding at all. 2 options. Either the size of the cut doesn't matter. Or she can paralyze from something else, only way to confirm. She looked at Izuku one last time, noticing the small nick on his suit by his right bicep. That plus all the blades and the spikes on her boots, it has to be cuts. Need to keep my distance. The rubble twitched and Stain slowly rose after 5 seconds of downtime. But those 5 seconds were all that Katsumi needed. You're lucky as F. Deku. Best Jeanist Agency was heading this way to help out with the Numu attack anyway. She rolled her shoulders as Stain started getting up. Gave them the location and rushed in. Her hands crackled. And I've built up a lot of sweat already. You, Stain hissed. Winner of the sports festival. Bakugo Katsumi. Her face darkened, yet another fake, throwing around your strength with no thought of consequence, no care for anyone or anything other than victory. Bakugo, get out of here. This isn't your fight. Tomoyo screamed, gritting her teeth. It's ground zero while I'm wearing the suit, glasses, she spat, rolling her other shoulder. And so what if I'm doing it to win? She flipped Stain off. If I win, then they are saved. Stain growled and charged forward. Fut haha, Izuku chuckled in his head, body aching with its inability to move. You really are ready to play into the role, aren't you, Kaken? Okay, SHUTUPLOVERBY, WENEDYOUTOGT moving 𝐔𝐬𝐚. ANY I've been trying everything I could. It's not a neural block. My actual muscles are frozen. Best guess is her quirk blocks the skeletal muscle cells from contracting. That, MAKSM SNC but WHYAREYOUSTUCKLIKET. He would have shrugged if he could. But the thought of it was enough for Nana. My best guess. It's 1 for all power output. Unguided, it's keeping its form and shape, trapping me in this position. SO, Intigiri YOUQLD MAV USING JUST 1 for all. It molds to my intent. But I would need time to even attempt something like that. Explosions shook the street as Katsumi retaliated, neither combatant gaining any ground. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐹LWIN from 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐽𝐝 using 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 do whatifdekufanfic and keep this up. Yes, for maybe another 2 minutes or so at my best guess. She is using too much stamina to try and bridge the gap between their levels of experience. He huffed, closing his eyes and concentrating. He hadn't used the lightning one for all generated for anything other than transferring thought, and even then it was more of a byproduct than anything concrete. Now he had 2 minutes to make it move his body with intention. Do or die time. 𝐤𝐤𝐼𝑇𝑠 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐼𝑇𝐢𝐷 smirked. 𝐻𝐸𝐚𝐺, notating 𝐒𝐸𝐴M's 𝑃LUSULTA more 𝐻𝐸𝐴NTT, DSIT. Right. Control group was just this one and the previous one. Endeavor hissed in her head, blocking another strike from the creature, her shoes melting through the concrete as she was pushed back a little. But every time I strike them they regenerate. Quirks are cellular processes, they all need to have limits. Destroy every cell and it can't regenerate. She smirked, pulling her hands up and pooling all the heat she could generate into her open palms. Her mouth slowly turned into a smirk as her hands burst aflame, red embers rising up to the sky, rapidly turning orange, yellow, white, until the flames burst into the color of the clear sky, the air around her rapidly heating up and rising, generating the telltale sound of a jet engine whirring to life. Human bones turn to ash if a fire burns over 1800 Kelvin. A fire turns sky blue when it reaches 10,000 Kelvin, she announced with no small amount of pride in her voice. Enjoy this, nearly 5 times the required amount. It should suffice as an adequate goodbye present. She straightened her hand and moved forward as if it was a blade, the force behind her muscles and the pure heat from her hand allowing her fingers to pierce the beast's skin. Infernal combustion. She didn't get to finish her attack's name as the flames on her fingers spread. The monstrosity's own fatty tissue turned against it, catching fire like kindling and spreading the hungry flames rapidly just under its skin. Its BLD boiled and AG could hear the internal organs sizzle and cook and the bones crackling like logs on a fire. In an instant the flames dissipated, running out of fuel. The only hint Numu had even been standing there was the 2 black spots where its feet had once stood, not even the ash surviving the intense flames. Endeavor allowed the flames in her hands to cool, then fade out completely. 1 down. Tomoyo's chest tightened as yet another classmate fought against the menace, fighting for her life. Her target. The one she had to take down for her sister. Her internal turmoil reached new heights as the green lightning surrounding Izuku flared up as his body finally went limp, striking against the asphalt they were both on. Even down he was still trying to be a hero, trying to get back up and end this. She hated it. She hated that he was still trying when it was her target. She hated that she couldn't do it. Her own body was unwilling to move, trapping her on the ground where Stain had left her. Most of all she hated that she wasn't able to help. Wasn't able to be something her sister could be proud of. She was just another victim. It infuriated her, filling her with more rage than she could handle, making her see red instead of the gentle blues of the night sky. Then suddenly, everything snapped, a dark calm washing over her as her psyche went through a shift. There was no need for explosive anger, that was the reason she was in this position. She needed to be calm. Silent. She needed to keep her head steady if she wanted Stain to pay. There was no way Stain's quirk was permanent. If it was she would have already left, leaving her paralyzed for life like her sister. Perhaps her growing viciousness was due to an inherent time limit. She just needed to bide her time. She could trust Katsumi with holding Stain back until her time came. Until then, her eyes focused on the fight, tracking it best she could as Katsumi kept striking then retreating, too fast for Stain to get a cut in. It was her job to put this monster down, and if she was going to do that, she needed to know how Stain functioned. She needed to analyze her moves the best she could. So she could end this nightmare once and for all. It looked like a nightmare in the center of Hosu, pro-heroes trying and failing to put a massive Numu to rest. The beast was almost double the size of the last one she had taken care of, its muscle-bound arms easily lifting the parked cars around and tossing it to the joint effort by the pros in the area. Worst of all was the lightning the creature seemed to command, two spikes on its back generating small bolts of electricity arcing between each protrusion. And as if to confirm her worries, it threw a puncher bolt arcing between the one from its shoulders to a spike on its elbow, a colossal torrent of electricity bursting forth and almost electrocuting one of the heroes, if not for another crashing into her, tossing both out of the way. Miruko hissed. There was a good chance that the beast's whole body was charged electrically. That was probably why everyone was giving it a wide berth. I need to take this down before more heroes get tired out trying to kill it. There is more to take care of. Her crimson eyes landed on an electrical pole, ripped from the ground along with its cables. Both ends of the conductive wire swinging in the wind. That might just work. Katsumi was playing it fast and aggressive. She had to. If she was right, then any cut or nick from the spikes or the sword would spell the end of the fight. She flared her hands, sending waves of explosions that rippled and filled the alley, keeping Stain back several feet. She dodged a throwing knife as it came her way, blasting it not the side, but under the blade to change its trajectory. Her interference sent the ball wide, careening further down the alley as Stain swung in with the katana, trying to get closer. Katsumi's teeth clacked together as she let out a growl. You think you are so smart, lanky F. Like one measly knife is gonna break my focus. As the tip of the sword swung in at her, a flare of light and heat from her feet sent her skidding backwards, even as a wave of her hand sent another shockwave after the vigilante, who was just a bit too slow. The light and flame caught the noseless F in the face, making her scream in pain. Sadly it wasn't enough, and singed and far angrier Stain surged after Katsumi like a hurricane of blades and spikes. She cursed loudly, and with a flare of explosions, the two were blown apart once more. Katsumi rolled and crouched as she flexed her aching wrists, her eyes catching the limp form of Izuku. Sparks flared and shifted across his skin, but she quickly refocused on the fight. Goddamn thing. I'm on a time limit. I hope to God you got something going on, Deku. What the hell is going on? Manuel screamed in her head. This is Hosu, nothing ever happens here. She dodged out of the way as Nightmare Demon-looking thing tossed another car at her. AF car. I didn't prepare for this. I'm here for petty purse snatchers, not this. Someone kicked the car clean in half, the metal thundering as it crunched up and then sheared apart. What the erin? It was Miruko, her white hair billowing in the gusts of wind the monster created with each attack. Where the F did she come? In an instant, she vanished from where she was just standing, appearing on top of a pole embedded in the concrete near the monster as a sonic boom shook the street. Watch out! It's electrically dash. The other pro couldn't finish her sentence as Miruko blurred with speed again, delivering a devastating axe kick to the exposed brain of the monster. It reeled back, its wild eyes landing on the hero with primal rage none at the scene could process yet alone comprehend. It released a roar, staggering up to its feet and lunging at the heroine, lightning bursting through the creature and striking the hero. For a moment, all stood still as the lightning struck, jagged lines of white illuminating the scene of the inferno, casting even the flames in shadows before the torrent of electricity ended. Manuel held in a breath, her chest refusing to let go of air as she waited for Miruko to fall over and choke up smoke. That amount of raw electricity would surely have cooked anyone from inside out. Even the monster seemed to be waiting, only the crackling of the fire and the thundering buzz of the occasional arc between the spikes on its back audible in the night. Suddenly Miruko was gone again, the crater in her spot still bursting with small pieces of debris before another massive sound echoed in the city square, this time of flesh tearing and metal striking against concrete. Miruko was standing tall on a section of an electrical pole, the jagged tip forced through the monster's head and the road, pinning it into the ground. It struggled weakly, clawing at the pole with its hands, electricity striking it but not even making the rabbit hero standing atop the pole flinch. That's when they noticed the exposed cable on her, connected to the pole she had impaled on her first arrival. Listen up, weaklings, she shouted from her perch. Electricity passes through the most conductive medium at all times. Remember that next time you deal with anything with electrical powers. After that impromptu science lesson, she was gone, impaling the pole further into the concrete as she hopped off it and as the creature finally perished from the BLD loss. Manuel blinked as her brain finally caught up with everything that had happened in the last minute and a half. What the FISMY job? When Bonfire signed up to be a sidekick under Endeavor's agency, she hadn't imagined that she would find herself playing babysitter to her daughter. Honestly, she was kind of weirded out by just how stoic said daughter was, casually freezing the fires the Numu attack was spawning as her mother had gone off to take care of the bigger fights. But that scar around her eye? Snowflame, how did you get that? Never mind, it's probably too personal to ask, I'm sorry. The younger hero's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before she turned away slightly, hiding the scar from Bonfire's view, as her other hand rushed up to her face. Damn it, I made her self-conscious. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 inhaled to say something, but the sound of her phone going off caused her to freeze, dropping her left hand from her face and using it to retrieve her phone from one of the many pouches on her belt. For the first time since Bonfire was assigned her, Todoroki Shoko's expression changed to one of fear as her eyes widened looking at the screen, the in turn suddenly shoving the device back in her pocket as she sprinted off in a random direction. The sidekick blinked, the situation slowly clicking into place. She started sprinting behind the rapidly receding back of 𝐤𝐻𝐿. Hey, get back here. It's dangerous. Okay, this isn't working. Giving G up al Riyadi. No, changing tactics, he muttered, going through the options. I could mess with my veins and attempt to use hydraulic pressure to move around. Youd byste very ven you hrveb foitet woarks. Nana immediately shut him down with a shake of her head. Any ideas that won't diamagi to our bodwy? Wait it out is the only other option, but I don't have any sign of how long I would need to. His train of thought screeched to a halt as his brain was assaulted by the alarms of his muscles reactivating with a sudden twitch that cascaded through his body. What dash? Nana, did you do something? No. Why are you 𝐿𝐼RKTIMD out? He silently turned his head towards the fight, watching Katsumi use her explosions to knock the dagger's stain through towards her, causing the villain to stumble back in the process. It has to be the BLD type or gender that determines the duration. If it was anything else, she would be worrying about it timing out. She's assuming I'm still paralyzed. No wait, I have the element of surprise on my side, I should use it best I can. I just have to wait for an opening. How many Fing daggers do you hardish? Katsumi's taunt ended midway through as the last explosion she set off in her hands didn't have enough impact. The fight had gone on for too long and she was out of sweat to detonate, only an impotent cloud of smoke and sparks setting off instead of the concussive force she needed to deflect the knife speeding towards her. Enough for you, trash, Stain hissed from across the alley. Katsumi attempted to dodge, but like her quirk, her whole body had worn out during the marathon of a fight. Her limbs felt like they had been filled with lead as she forced herself to dodge out of the way of the incoming projectile, her arm not moving the way she wanted it to as she felt the slight sensation of her skin breaking against the sharp, cold edge of the blade whizzing past. Her eyes shot down on her bicep to confirm the cut as the dull ache slowly turned into the sharp throbbing pain of a cut, slowly leaking BLD out. Her other hand slapped over the wound, applying some pressure instinctively. Stain had managed to get a cut in. Wait, not paralyzed ye, the fact dawned on her, her widened crimson eyes and her head jerking back towards the source of the projectiles that had scraped against her arm. Looking for the lanky form that was surely Stain had closed the gap in the mere seconds she took to comprehend that she was cut by one of her blades. Her katana shining hungrily, ready to do more damage than the minor cut that had broken her attention. For a moment she could only watch in abject horror as Stain started swinging the blade in her hands, smiling maniacally now that the distance Katsumi had fought to retain between them was gone and the explosive hero was in her range. Suddenly the manic smile faltered as a choking sound escaped from the villain's lips for just a second before her whole body flew up in a massive arc, slamming down and cratering the asphalt and kicking up a cloud of debris behind the now standing form of Izuku. His gauntlet was reflecting the bright green sparks surrounding his body as it gripped tight onto the scarves of the villain he had tossed over his head. He breathed, slowly rising back up to his full height while shooting a glance at her over his shoulder. Missed me. Katsumi breathed a sigh of relief, her smirk returning as Izuku took a step back from the crater, his back hitting against hers. He grunted, ready to add more potholes to the road if needed. Part of her was cheering on how her dreams of fighting crime side by side came true. Finally decided to get up from your beauty nap, Deku. Someone needed to cover your butt, might as well be me, he quipped back, a smile in his voice. Now, how to deal with this? We make sure she stays down, she hissed, hands cracking with only smoke as she winced in pain. You make sure she stays down. Understood, he muttered, staring back down to the crater. But I think it's over. Her quirk shouldn't have any defensive properties, she should be at least con. A dagger flew by, hitting his helmet but not even chipping the paint. You just had to say SHT. Stain huffed, standing back up on wobbly feet. So, your BLD type was O, I knew it. I must admit. Stain breathed, her whole body quaking with every harsh breath she took. You fought valiantly, Ground Zero. She stood up to her full height, standing slightly taller than even Izuku. But that doesn't change the fact that you are yet another fake. And all fakes will fall by my blade, it is their fate. You are skipping steps, Katsumi simply shot back. You got a true hero to contend with before me. You are right. Stain spat out, her hazy crimson eyes focusing on Izuku. A man, living up to the hero mantle. It's a sad day to see you rose so far yet still sully yourself by protecting fakes. You still claim my sister was a fake. Tomoyo raged, the high-pitched scream of jet engines winding up deafening all but her quiet outburst as blue flames shot out from her calves, casting dark shadows on the walls of the alleyway. Stain's eyes widened and she half-turned, snapping her sword up in a guard as Tomoyo surged up and at the villain from the side. Capitalizing on the distraction, Izuku darted forwards, flickering green and muscles tensed as he exploited his heavier mass, large gauntlet ped back as he neared. Recipro burst. Detroit smash. Tomoyo's foot impacted squarely under her ribs, the bones cracking as it followed through upwards diagonally forcing Stain's upper torso to bend. Right into Izuku's metal-clad fist which had crashed satisfyingly against her skull, bending her neck to the other side, punctuated by the sounds of her vertebra straining. The attacks followed through, both ending up on opposite sides of where they had initiated with their backs facing Stain, both breathing. The villain started falling down, her body finally crumbling after all the hits it had taken during the fight. Her body landing on the ground with a heavy thud. That should be enough, Izuku muttered, turning around slowly. If he had added any more power to his punch he would have snapped her neck. He didn't want anyone to go through that, villain or not. He threw a glance at Tomoyo, both had their guards down. We need to tarnish. Stain's sword clacked against the floor as she gripped it, her frantic eyes focusing on her target as she swung, ready to pierce Tomoyo's chest. A wall of flame engulfed her, halting her attack, followed by a burst of ice trapping her in her spot. All eyes landed on Shoko, breathing at the entrance of the alleyway, both hands pointed at the now encased villain. Got your message, Izuku. God damn it. Eiji screamed as she used a burst of flame to propel herself across several rooftops in her pursuit of the winged Nomyu. She had already thrown several javelins of flame at the thing and it persisted in the sky. Powerful muscles flapped as the creature's frankly tanky body kept itself aloft. How it was able to fly with several holes in its wings and what had to be several 100 pounds of mass baffled Eiji. Though, with the blind rage fueling her chase, she didn't have the energy to care much beyond catching the thing. It rounded another corner, forcing the hero to push herself off the nearest wall and toward the blind corner. I will not let that upstart bunny beach outshine me. Katsumi breathed heavily, leaning on the wall for a moment before sliding down into a sitting position. I cannot believe you did this, Izuku hissed at Tomoyo, his helmet clicking and folding back around his chest. You went after the hero killer. On your own. He huffed, rubbing his hand over his face. Thank God you had enough sense left in you to call me yesterday. It was my fight, Tomoyo argued back weakly, looking down with shame. I had to do it. For the Ingenium name. No, Izuku snapped back, taking a step closer to her and towering over the woman in question. You almost got yourself killed. There was a certain authority and disappointment in his voice that reminded her of her father. Do you really think your sister would have wanted that? Tomoyo began defiantly before looking down. No, she sniffled, voice breaking softly as she shed tears. I didn't. I was just just what? Izuku asked sternly, demanding that she continue. She looked over to Stain's unconscious body. I don't know. Izuku sighed. Do you think you're a more capable hero than your sister? Tomoyo was stunned by the insinuation. No, of course not. Then why did you think you could handle Stain by yourself when she couldn't? Izuku asked, his face flat. You should be dead, Izuku reminded her grimly. And the only reason you're not is because we helped you. Tomoyo stiffened up. Yes, you are right. You have my gratitude. No, you're missing the point, Izuku sighed, placing a hand on her shoulder. You are alive because we, your friends and classmates, helped you. You were suffering, Ida, anybody with a brain could have seen that, but you didn't let us in. You didn't let us help, not at first. He looked down into her eyes, his expression softening. Then you did, and because of that, you're not dead. There is a reason your sister had so many sidekicks. We are at our weakest when we're alone. There's no shame in asking for help. Tomoyo stared up, her mind racing. Tensa never shied away from asking for help. She even told me that I was her source of strength. God, I've been such a fool. Tears began to fall harder from her eyes. Izuku silenced her racing mind with a hug, pulling her close while avoiding her wounded shoulder and patting her back comfortingly. I was so scared of what might have happened if I hadn't made it in time. She squinted her eyes, wrapping around his torso and gripping on the fabric of his suit tightly with her unwounded hand. Stain was right, I pushed everyone away, broke my morals cause I was mad. Angered oh, shut the F up, Katsumi spat out from her spot with a smirk. You reacted emotionally like a human being, big whoop. That makes us better heroes. And if that shitstain thinks being emotional is a folly, ask her why robots don't do hero work. Mecha might activated suddenly on his charging dock. Reminder set, beat the SHT out of Bakugo Katsumi, so be a dear and just, don't listen to her BS, she grunted with finality, pulling her new goggles up and rubbing her eyes. But she was. Tomoyo started before giving in and pushing her head harder against Izuku's neck and shoulder. I was a fool. We all are, Shoko muttered, rummaging through the garbage bins in her search to find something to tie up the villainess. If we weren't, we wouldn't be at UA trying to learn to not be fools. Listen to thermostat, Katsumi agreed with a sharp nod. That all being said, what the F kind of training did this effer go through to be that tenacious? Izuku chuckled softly, his body vibrating comfortably against Tomoyo's. Ideals are one hell of a drag kaken. Tomoyo finally realized what she was doing and pulled back from Izuku's embrace with a soft blush. Thank you for coming to my aid, Izuku smiled softly. You are very welcome, Ida. A beat of silence passed in the alleyway. I found some rope, Shoko announced, pulling out several meters of industrial-grade rope out of one of the bins. Izuku's face fell and Katsumi's eyebrow shot up as the silence held for another moment. Who the F tosses rope into the garbage, she asked. Someone that doesn't need it anymore, he offered before turning to Shoko. Wash your hands after this, we don't know where that's been. Yeah we do, in the garbage bin, she said with a shrug. Holy SHT, was that sarcasm? Glasses, did you know thermostat had a sense of humor? Katsumi asked with a smirk and a barely contained cackle. Ha, Izuku laughed sarcastically, before joining in with a genuine chuckle. Help me disarm Stain, we wouldn't want her cutting free, would we? Honestly, if she gets back up from that, I don't think anything can keep her down, she huffed, starting to take off all the blades she could from the frozen, unconscious body. And Glasses, you should probably wake the pro up. She's been out since I got here, right? Right. I think she passed out when Stain was attempting to finish her off. Tomoyo gently laid her functional arm on the passed-out pro's shoulder, shaking it lightly. Gran rechecked the message she got once again, hopping from building to building and trying to get to the initial location Izuku had run. Come on. Don't be late, not again. Images of BLD and wrecked buildings buzzed through her head, reminding her of a day she never wanted to recall. Her whole body shuddered once more. She knew she could have been here earlier, but a part of her was still scared of what she was going to find. She had been too far away from this location for far too long. There was a good chance she was already she shook her head. Stop thinking like that and just go there, she huffed to herself. If I waltz around it more I'll really be late. The older woman rubbed her face, then activated her quirk, bursting towards the alleyway that was surely a battleground for the fight of multiple lives. Izuku grabbed Stain by the ropes around her torso, lifting her up with one hand and heaving her over his shoulder. He glanced around once more as they prepared to leave the forgotten and dark alleyway now that the unconscious villain had been disarmed and Shoko was helping the now conscious native stand up. "Runt," came the old voice he had recognized from the previous days, her tone not grumpy as usual, but fearful. "Gran. Over here, we took care of it," he called out with a wave. "Where is Miruko?" "That's the pro hero you went with?" Katsumi asked with squinted eyes, kicking the pile of blades farther away from Stain as she did so. "Bakugo, be respectful," Tomoyo chastised half-heartedly, trying to get some sense of normalcy for herself after all that had happened. What do you mean you took care of it?" Gran blustered, running up to the entrance to the alleyway and staring incredulously inside as the 5 heroes made their way to her after a long fight, Izuku dropping Stain onto the sidewalk. "We should probably call an ambulance and the police," he chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. "I said wait a new voice screamed, turning the corner. "Shoko! Bonfire?" Izuku questioned, his eyes getting that familiar sparkle at meeting yet another pro hero, but he held in his excitement. "What are you doing here?" The hero leaned on her knees trying to catch her breath before double-taking, realizing just who had asked her that question. "Oh, you're that guy from your hi," she breathed a little harsher, finally catching her breath. "How did you even manage to run that fast?" "Demon, I barely kept up." Shoko blushed a little. "I thought Midoriya was in trouble." "He was, but that's nothing new," Katsumi smirked, leaning on him. "Get down." Izuku didn't have time to react to the order, as his brain was stuck on just who had given it. His eyes landed on Endeavor's form, trying to process the fact that she was here at Hosu, too. Just as he came to terms with the fact, giant claws struck him, black talons sinking into his shoulders as he was suddenly hefted up into the air. He didn't even feel the pain for a second, only numbly noticing that he couldn't move his arms anymore with his shoulder muscles pinned tight by the sharp claws that had pieced down to the bone, gripping into his robust skeleton. Suddenly the pain flooded in, sharp and hot, making his head swim with every heaving tug the creature gave with the powerful flaps of its wings as it carried him farther away from the ground. His eyes snapped up, realizing it was a Numu that had gripped onto him, then snapped back down, noticing that he was now already a good 10 meters off the ground. His mind started rushing. Endeavor's flames would catch him in the crossfire and Katsumi couldn't get enough height after overusing her quirk for so long in the fight against Stain. "Oh," he muttered softly, realizing how dire the situation had gotten already. He had just a few seconds left to save himself before the fall alone would kill him. He was already above most of the buildings. Arms can't move, then leg. His eye caught a white and brown blur, kicking off from one building to another, leaving craters in its wake. "Before like hell you are, you overgrown pigeon," the blur screamed as it kicked off the corner of the building, streaked up to his position. Time seemed to grind to a halt as it solidified in its appearance, slowing down at the peak of its parabola right above the Numu. Miruko spun in midair just as Izuku had against Mechamite last week at the sports festival. Kagaya Crescent. He had seen it millions of times before, looped the videos that he found online, taken notes on frame-by-frame analyses posted, and even done some attempts of his own. Each time it took his breath away. But this time was different. This time he got to watch it live, right in front of his eyes. And he had front-row seats. It was like watching poetry in motion. Miruko spun like a gymnast, her arms tucked in over her chest, preserving her momentum as her hair flowed freely, splaying at all sides with the centrifugal forces and turning her into a true white spiral. She spun faster and faster, until the air itself cracked, thundering as she broke the sound barrier yet again. Her arms snapped outward, slowing her down for just a moment, enough for her to adjust course and rotate her body. Then the real magic happened. Her spinning motion turned from lateral to vertical in an instant. Her crimson eyes locked onto her target with a predatory look that didn't fit her prey animal motif. Her leg shot out, heel glinting even in the dim light of the night sky. Then her powerful thighs flung it down with enough speed to produce contrails created by its arc towards her target. The white crescent it left behind was what gave the move its name, after all. The steel of Miruko's heel hit the exposed brain of the winged beast. The speed, the momentum, and all the force she had generated struck straight at the monster's command center. There was a sickening, echoing crack. The head was gone, its spine not having nearly enough strength to resist such an overpowering force. The tanky body of the monstrosity tipped forward, the minimal inertia its body had gained from its resistance spinning the whole body forward and taking Izuku along with it. Its muscles went lax, the body already dying with the brain gone. And as the muscles went lax, both it and Izuku spinning. Its claws loosened from his ribcage, giving his muscles enough space to move again. His arms shot out, fingers gripping and pulling the claws out from his shoulders, freeing himself from the talons. He continued the spinning motion the body had started, his feet landing on its torso. Then the world thundered as he crashed back into the earth, his boots snapping through the ribcage of the monstrosity, swallowing enough of his downward momentum that he landed safely. The moment his brain processed that he was safe, his eyes shot back up. Looking for the dropping, he sent the signal through his arms, gauntlets unlatching and loosening around his arms as he flung both limbs back, the metal armaments flying off his arms and into the road, giving him just enough time to catch Miruko. His arm had managed to get under her knees and another right behind her back as he crouched, trying to absorb enough of her kinetic energy that she would be unhurt as well. For a breathless moment, she was in his arms, her arms wrapped around his neck right after his catch, trying to keep herself secure. He didn't notice or care that he was holding her in a princess carry. She didn't mind it either. "Good catch," she breathed out, crimson eyes locking onto his emeralds. "Good save," he commented back, his own breathing stabilizing. "How were you planning to land?" "Didn't think about that part," she muttered back with a blush growing on her cheeks. "Midoriya." And like that, the moment was lost as Endeavor took strong strides towards the two heroes. "It's good to see that you are undamaged." The way she said undamaged sent shivers up his spine. "Yeah, I'm fine." He looked back to the woman in his arms. "Thank you, Miruko." "Oh, you're welcome." The bunny hero muttered. "Why, you can put me down now." "Oh, right," he muttered, gently letting her down from his arms, away from the gore of the monster he was standing in. That's when Katsumi rushed to his side. "Fine. Fine." Her hands reached up to the holes. The talons had left on his chest. "Your thing wounded?" "I will, yeah, but I'll be fine," he shrugged, the wounds moving yet not bleeding at all. "Honestly, I think my suit kinda sealed the holes already, that is," Katsumi retracted her hand. "I would call bullshit, but since I built the suit, yeah, I should have expected it myself," Izuku muttered, looking down on his girlfriend. Then the rest of the crew gathered around. Endeavor was glaring at him, her rage bubbling just below the surface. "Is there a problem?" he asked, taking a step forward, towards the pro. "You rejected my letter," she hissed simply. "How dare you?" He turned away and ignored the question, walking back towards the Numu. "Miruko, do you think this thing is dead? Last one I took down didn't get back up after the brain was destroyed." She shrugged. "With that missing, I don't think it's gonna get back up." "Right, the one at USJ couldn't get back up after that either," he mumbled, crouching down to inspect the body. "Stop ignoring me." Endeavor took a step forward, her voice filled with commanding anger. "I am the number 2 hero. I demand respect." "And I thought Midoriya was the brat here," Gran mumbled, walking towards the corpse. "Did it have multiple quirks?" "I can't tell," Izuku mumbled, looking at the wounds. "It could be, but it could be someone else's quirk changing their appearances and they just had the bird-like body as a mutation quirk." "That would explain the physical similarities," Miruko added. "Why the exposed brain though?" Izuku shrugged. "Okay, detective session over," Katsumi huffed. "Anyone called the cops and an ambulance?" Bonfire gestured with her hand. Yeah, they are en route. Told me they could take 30 minutes. We got dash," she huffed. "I understand that there was an attack on Hosu." She turned around to continue murmuring to her phone. "Okay then." Izuku huffed, We should probably dash. His eyes landed on where Stain was. Where dash his eyes scanned the street. She must have used the 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 chaos to behind Nana didn't get to finish her statement as Izuku burst into action, lightning surging around his body as he pushed Endeavor to the side, grabbing Stain's wrist, stopping the knife in its tracks. He hissed as he held the wrist at bay, staring straight into Stain's face with indignation. Would you just stay down? She wasn't paying attention to him, staring past him and into the woman he had knocked on her but in his bid to stop the murder. Endeavor! The hiss she uttered caused everyone at the scene to shudder involuntarily. Compared to now, her murderous intent towards Ida was akin to parental disappointment. You fake! She attempted to move past Izuku, struggling against his grip. The effort and the movement caused her bandana to fly off her face, revealing the scar where her nose should have been. I need to make it right, she wheezed, still struggling as a dark, murderous aura emanated off her, washing over the heroes on the scene. Someone must be stained in BLD. Izuku held on, his whole body shivering as Stain continued her rhetoric. Unable to move, unable to even think. I must take back what it means to be a hero. Do something. Come. Try and take me down, you fakes. Stain bellowed, still struggling against the massive weight of Izuku and his iron grip. The only one I'll let kill me is the true hero. She wheezed. All might. The oppressive aura intensified, the ideal alone causing everyone to remain stock still. Izuku's suit hissed, the helmet snapping around his face as he pulled his head back and slammed it into the hero killer's face. Stain wobbled back, keeping her footing for just a moment before falling down, the hit finally doing her in and rendering her unconscious. Just like that, the aura vanished, everyone finally regaining their ability to breathe again. Thanks for turning flow on. 𝐔𝐬𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, Nana shuddered. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Tsukiko was cackling, watching the last strike almost cave Stain's head in. She tossed the binoculars back to Kurogiri with a wide smirk barely hidden by the hand on her face. That's what you get, you uppity beach, she hissed between fits of cackles, before slowly growing silent, hearing the whir of helicopter blades. She pared her whole body back, looking towards the newscopter in the air. You think they got a vid of us? Would you like me to take them down? Kurogiri offered as if asking if the bar was running out of alcohol. A simple teleport to dash. Okay, you aren't that idiotic. Is this MSTR testing me? Tsukiko asked with a tilt of her head and a scratch of her neck. Every piece of evidence we leave behind only strengthens our cause. Good. Kurogiri nodded, her voice sounding somewhat proud. You recognize the test. Whatever, the pale woman shrugged, still scratching her neck. Tomorrow will show if this seed we sowed has any promise. Her face split into a smile, watching the cop cars pull up and start restraining the beaten and broken Stain. Thank you for letting us use you like this, hero killer. Hope you have fun watching us flourish against your ideals in Tartarus. Her eyes grew manic, shoulders shaking with the bubbling laughter in her, threatening to spill out. Like a parasite growing out of the animal it killed. Such a brutal tactic, don't you think, Kurogiri? Indeed, the woman perpetually in dark mist huffed, not really approving of the simile or the utter delight Tsukiko felt. Let's head out. I'm getting bored and this should be enough to tie us to the attack. Certainly. Kurogiri nodded, activating her quirk and warping both villains in an instant. You again. One of the paramedics hissed as she looked at Izuku's face. You keep getting into trouble, this is what? The third time you have been wounded. Wait again, he squinted lightly looking at the paramedic's face. Oh, why are you here? I thought you were enrolled in the Nosferatu General Hospital dash. Kid, look at this place. Do you think Hosu General has enough hands on deck to take care of everyone? Hurt? I guess not, he mumbled, ignoring the pointed looks from both Miruko and Katsumi. Now shut up, hop in the car, the paramedic mumbled pointing at the ambulance. I swear you are gonna give me gray hairs. But tell that to the doctor. Besides, the paramedic looked at the cuffed Stain, the dead body of the Numu, and the rest of the heroes giving their statements. I don't think staying here is gonna help anything. Your job is done. He looked around, seeing 𝐿𝐿 being tended to, and 𝐶 truly secure in the steel cuff around her torso, her face still slightly bleeding. I guess you are right. Just get on the goddamn ambulance before I sedate you, sir. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wasn't one to normally watch the news, but as she was walking past the screen on the street, something caught her eye. Something green. The love of her life. The image of Izuku faded as the news anchor appeared. Tonight's top story is our continued coverage of what is being called the Hosu incident. Miyagi Daika began, tapping some papers in front of her. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 thought her horn looked kinda dumb. 6 creatures attacked the city out of seemingly nowhere last night, causing millions of yen in property damage and injuring dozens. Several deaths have been reported and numbers on the destruction are still rising as the officials on site discover the scope of the damages. Boring. Get back to my Izuku. The creatures were all dispatched by the heroes that arrived to assist, keeping damages to a minimum. However, the recovered bodies paint a worrying picture, as the creatures bear a striking resemblance to the creature that attacked 𝐂𝐻𝑢SJ facility last month. What's more is this footage captured from one of our news helicopters that was on the scene. A small, shaky video showing 2 people standing on top of a water tower played. One was covered in a strange purple mist and the other was covered in hands. Weird. These 2 match the description given to police following the attack on the USJ. It is safe to assume that the League of Villains is behind this attack. Who cares? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was getting bored. What's more is that it appears that the League of Villains has joined forces with the infamous hero killer 𝐶. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 perked up. 𝐶. The hero killer attacked several UA students who were participating in an internship program for the week, but was apprehended. However, that's not the end of this story. Thanks to an anonymous source, we have footage of the final moments of the incident. Another video played, this one even shakier and lower quality than the rest. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 didn't care, because the video was showing her love, Izuku. The audio was too garbled for her to make out much of anything, but whatever they were talking about was suddenly interrupted by a flying beast swooping up the man and carrying him off. Those talons were buried so deep. His BLD was so red. Then some bunny lady swooped in and saved him or something. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wasn't really paying attention to anything but the way Izuku's BLD dripped down his hero costume. Then a sudden flurry of motion broke her from her trance. 𝐶 had woken up and was swinging her blade straight for Endeavor. Yes. Stab her. Show me that blow. Izuku's hand caught her wrist before she could make contact. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's world froze. She watched Izuku stare 𝐶 down, his eyes burning with fire and fury as BLD continued to drip down his body. Her ears weren't working, but her eyes were in overdrive, taking in every single detail of his body and his face. He reared his head back as a helmet folded around his face, then he slammed his head forward, knocking 𝐶 out for good. There was a part of her mind that was connecting the dots with 𝐶 and the League of Villains, but the part of her mind currently in control was too stunned by everything else. She had watched the video of his flex at the sports festival enough times that she was afraid that it was going to burn itself into her phone's screen, but this video was so much better. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stopped watching the screen and hurried off, trying to get home as soon as possible as she felt heat begin to pool beneath her stomach. She had to take care of something. Ibara watched the news in the meal hall of Kamu Wood's agency. After greeting her aunt who also worked there, she had turned on the news while eating her lunch. Like other people with plant quirks, she focused on getting her nutrients from non-plant food since it always went straight to her vines. Maybe he would like her having longer vines for her hair. She took a sharp inhale and prayed to herself, trying to bury the temptation that had risen to her consciousness yet again. When news of the Hosu attack came on and she saw him, she dropped her wrap, staring in shock. He had fought the hero killer alongside his classmates. He had beaten the hero killer with their help. What the hell had gone on down there? And why did Kamu not send her aunt out to help with rescue work for anyone trapped in rubble? Ibara, focus. You can talk to him when you get back. Maybe have Kendo come with you to keep you from overreacting again. She had to check up on him and make sure he wasn't hurt. If only her traitorous mind and organs could stay under control and not make her accuse others of being demons again. Eiji shuddered, taking a seat at her desk with a heavy slump. She had been 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐵 just inches from death via that psychopath's knife in her neck. An unparalleled career snuffed out with one slide. She leaned over, reaching for an interior door in her large desk. A thick bottle and glass clinked together as she produced the white oak whiskey. It was made just the way she liked it, burnt barrels charred as heavily as could be possible. It gave the malt a smoky taste that was downright smooth against her throat. Pouring herself a glass, she took a shaky sip and savored the flavor. "Would you just stay down?" 𝐤 flinched, stopping herself just short of breaking the glass in her hand. "Midoriya," she sighed. He had been more than disrespectful. He ignored her, had avoided her gaze and her offer of internship. Her offer of... She took another drink. But then he had saved her. The thrill of it all. He had been so close, she could practically feel his masculinity radiating off him like an aura. It had been absolutely intoxicating, and under different circumstances, she might have taken advantage of the situation. He had saved her. He had saved her. It had to be a declaration. She smirked, wiping the corner of her mouth as a small rivulet of the liquor escaped as she took another drink. He was playing hard to get coy. But his most recent actions spoke the loudest of all. She would have him. And when she did, he would come willingly. For now, she could get closer into his life by visiting her wife, who just happened to be at the same hospital Izuku was being taken care of in. He huffed, walking in the halls of the hospital, tugging at the collar of his hospital gown. "I know it's proper protocol for a cut that deep to be observed for infections, but seriously. Do you know wwdt now mu was? Nana chastised I think TEYSHOULD EPSERVY YOUFOR and Shush. I know you are saying that cause you like how this gown clings to me. Seers EU and why our sionin siten to me." He cracked his vertebra with a hand over his neck, wincing at the slight pulse of pain on his shoulders at the motion. "God, it's more like muscle cramps than an actual wound. It PRBLY ta ENHTSSUE to HURT SAMI WA, especially YWHEN you try ED MOVNG YOUR arms. Right?" He knocked at the door of Katsumi and Tomoyo's shared room. "Are you too awadish for as I swear to God if you don't estod." He swung the door open, only to come face to, but with Tomoyo kneeling in a dejiza in front of a standing Katsumi. "WO, TCT hying asa ida up WNUBND like THH. His eyes snapped to the ceiling in an instant, causing him to get the slight loss of vision that movement of that speed caused. "Kaken, can you please not? We are at the hospital, and it's 9 in the morning, he whisper-shouted. "Tell her to stop that then," she shot back, looking uncomfortable. Tomoyo slowly rose from the ground, turning and getting into a dejiza in front of Izuku too. "Thank you for saving me back there. I had lost myself in emotion and get up. I need to show you my get up." Izuku repeated, his eyes shadowed over, as they had been against Hitsuki, causing Katsumi to flinch at the recollection. Tomoyo did as she was ordered, slowly getting up from the ground and looking down. After everything she still spoke the tea. Izuku tugged her forward with a hand on her unhurt shoulder, pulling her into a tight but comfortable hug, his body almost melting around hers as he avoided her wounded arm. "You don't need to thank either of us, cause we both would do this 5 times over. You were human and that is fine. You hear me?" Her arm wrapped around him again, starting to shed some tears again. "Why won't you let me thank you? I just told you, and I will repeat that as many times as it takes, alright?" He mumbled. Somehow repeating the words in a hospital made it feel more real. Along with the winding sensation of how close to death they both had been slowly crashing over them. "Okay, I don't know about Deku, but if you say that one more time I will punch you in the shoulder then laugh at your pain we clear." Katsumi huffed, lying back on her bed. "I can't believe I got dragged into this hospital cause of that small wound. Considering the upkeep on her blades it is a real possibility you might have gotten tetanus," Shoko mumbled, slowly closing the door behind her. "Yeah, rig thermostat, how the F did you get in?" "My mom's in this hospital, the nurses know me now, they let me in before the visiting hours," she mumbled, hiding behind Izuku slightly. As if the visitor jogged her brain back to activation, Tomoyo slowly pulled away from Izuku. "Oh, how's she doing?" Izuku mumbled, slowly turning around to face Shoko. I haven't checked on her yet, was gonna ask if we could do that together, Shoko mumbled, looking down on the ground with an aloof face, messing with a strand of her hair. Better question, why did you come here first if you wanted to drag Deku to meet your mom? He wasn't in his room, Shoko mumbled, not noticing the accusatory tone of voice Katsumi had. I see, that does make sense, thank you. Katsumi replied in a monotone. Can be nice. Izuku hissed back. A knock stopped the banter. Is the brat in there too? 𝐼𝐴 asked from the other side of the door. You all have a visitor. The door opened, 𝐼𝐴, Manuel and Best Jeanist entering into the room. A shadow remaining behind the three. Manuel looked like she was both starstruck and dead on her feet at the same time. Tomoyo bowed, uttering an apology that Manuel accepted with a smile. You all are a pain in the neck, you know that, right? Gran uttered with a sigh, rubbing her forehead, leaving all the paperwork to us. 𝐶𝐻, before that, the guest I had mentioned. Gran huffed, stepping to the side. It's good that you all were collected here, saved us the trouble of collecting you all for your debrief. Debrief. A tall, broad-shouldered woman with a dog head walked in. Hello, I'm the police chief. Tomoyo stood up, ramrod straight, uninjured, shoulder squared in almost a militaristic pose, Shoko following it somewhat with practiced ease. Katsumi attempted no such thing, looking up with a raised eyebrow, followed by Best Jeanist sighing and using her quirk to force her into position with a yelp from the woman. Izuku had a similar reaction before his brain kicked in, falling into the stance himself. No need for that. Chief waved them off before putting her hands in her pockets. You all performed admirably in last night's attack. The heroes you have been interning under have stated as such. Izuku smiled proudly before losing the expression at 𝐼𝐴's glare. That, however, doesn't change the fact that you have broken the law by using your quirks against someone with the intent to hurt. The dash, if I may. Izuku interrupted, shocking himself with the sudden outburst. Then again, he had been thinking of this ever since he had first punched Stain. He knew the law. Law states that there could be no unauthorized use of quirks under any circumstance, even in self-defense, as long as the opposing party was damaged. He belted out with practiced wording, shocking even the police chief. She probably thought they were going to be shocked by the law. Aizawa had beaten the procedures into them during the second day of class. We all had express permission. His eyes scanned the room at the pros. Shoko was at the scene with permission from Endeavor to help with the scene, so was Katsumi. Both aided in the suppression of an active threat as they were thought and allowed to do so. That is correct, however they were given permission to dispatch Numu, not an active villain like Stain. The chief shot back. The procedures are different. How so? Katsumi asked, face in a strained smile. We were given permission to use our quirks at the scene, doesn't that cover any villains that would be on the scene? That is true, the chief mumbled, looking down slightly. That doesn't change the fact that you, Izuku Midoriya, have used your quirk to hurt Stain when you weren't given permission. I don't have one. He shrugged. Excuse me, the chief blinked, looking at the man that matched her stature. I haven't, or rather couldn't, register my quirk as the government hasn't put in the legislation to allow me to register it. His eyes locked into the eyes of the chief. In the eyes of the law, I do not have a quirk. Therefore I cannot be punished for using a quirk with intent against another party. The chief looked like she was knocked off balance. Is this true? Gran smiled slyly. Neither I nor UA had legal documentation proving he has a quirk. I thought you knew. I see. She locked eyes with Tomoyo, looking like she was trying to grab onto anything that she could. That leaves young Miss Ida, who went against she cannot be held accountable either. Izuku shot that down, pulling out a worn copy of the Japanese Civil Code. The rules concerning quirks were built to sustain the status quo, that is correct. He flipped to a page he had bookmarked, a rule circled over and over on the page. The thing is, some of the older rules have never been changed. Article 698 greeted the vision of the chief. Tomoyo acted within the law to protect life with no malicious intent. Protecting natives' life with hers on the line. He shot a look at her bandaged shoulder. Under the circumstances, this article overrides quirk law, doesn't it? 𝐼 the chief's eye twitched. Where did you even pull that book out from? Not important, he hissed, his eyes glaring holes in the dogwoman's eyes. If you were to reprimand her, it would be on a governmental level. Are you ready to break and reinstate a key law in our code of civil conduct over the capture of a known serial killer? Do you really think the public would side with the government in a case like this? DMN. The chief scratched behind her own ear. And here I thought UA was missing an important part in their education system. Her eyes focused on Izuku again, her relaxed state melting away. I had been ready to not disclose this to the public and deal with this behind closed doors, but given your argument, I don't think our prosecutors can poke a hole in that. Not that it mattered, she shrugged, her tone softening again. Someone leaked a video of you taking Stain down to the media already. Wait. Katsumi's eye twitched. Looking at Izuku, the book he held, and the chief. Are you telling me you had this massive loophole in the law that you are not ready to amend, yet came all the way here to chastise us for working, for all intents and purposes, within the law? Truth be told. She looked away with a weird smile only a dog could give. I was planning on just giving you all a slap on the wrist to scare you away from getting yourselves killed by jumping too deep into the pool too soon. We have the PLE for a reason. Genist, let me go, I'm gonna show her an unlawful use of one's quirk. Best Genist sweat dropped. Please do not threaten the acting chief of police. The chief let out a burst of howling laughter. That one has some spunk, doesn't she, Genist? Good luck on keeping her in line. She bowed after calming down. Sorry to have scared you as I have. I must take my leave now, a loot of paperwork to do after what you all did. With that, she left, leaving the 7 heroes alone. Izuku breathed, sighing softly. Can't believe that worked. Gran blinked. Wait, you weren't certain it was going to work? He scratched his head. Whenever quirk law pops up, no one mentions Article 698 in that, no matter the context. I wasn't sure if it was cause quirk law surpasses that to the point of not even being, or if everyone just overlooked it. Bold bluff. Genist nodded approvingly. So this is the man of UA. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh the pleasure is all mine. Izuku bowed respectfully. Would you care to give an autograph? I got one for you already, nerd. Katsumi chuckled, pulling out a scrap of paper from her drawer. Oh, so this is who you wanted it for? Genist mumbled approvingly, doing a once-over of Izuku. You do look larger in life than the cameras led me to believe. Oh, he did a once-over of Genist back, taking note of her slim figure clad in too much denim. Only her blonde hair and blue eyes popped out of the top of her collar. That was shaped like jeans too. Looking at her this close, it does look kinda weird, thank you. Midoriya. Shoko mumbled, grabbing the back of his gown gently, can we go to check on my mom now? With her tone, he wasn't sure if she was being aloof or shy. He knew he found it adorable though. He looked around, then allowed himself to grow a little lax, looking at Katsumi. Can I? Sure, whatever, she mumbled with a slight smile. Go, shoo, bet she'll be happy to meet one of her daughter's friends. Her tone. A voice made it seem like she was insulting someone, yet the words seemed to be genuine, so Izuku just shrugged and followed Shoko out the door. How did you even get someone so polite to love you? Best Genist remarked. That's when the screaming started. Mai huffed, looking through the garbled footage from the news once more, as Mecha might attempted to stabilize and enhance the image. I swear this looked easier in the old shows than it actually is. The machine hissed, projecting the video now unpixelated and zoomed in. Thank you. She nodded, looking intently into the hologram. Suit needs to be more robust, might need Momo to produce materials again. WHY.TYOUJST 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴 full SUITOF armor, 𝐒𝐻ECNMOVSLY in IT. Mechamite shivered at the look Mai gave him at the suggestion. OOIYOUKULDGUSTG4EHIM as TITLE good? Wonder what material could have those properties, Ray was worried. She had seen Shoko safe and sound in the news broadcast, but she was worried nonetheless. A knock at her door caused her to almost jump out of the bed, rushing to open the door. Mom, it's Dash. She swung the door open and hugged her daughter, who had grown tall and muscle-bound. Wait, what? 𝐂𝐻𝐸 burst into the hospital room where Izuku was lying on his bed, clearly half asleep. He looked so handsome, lying there with the sunlight filtering on his face. More than that, he looked delicious, his legs exposed by his hospital gown and an unmistakable bulge outlined in the creases of the fabric. Izuku, darling, wake up. The woman shut off her flames, allowing her face to be fully visible. She walked to his side, taking a seat on the edge of his bed and smoothing the curls of his mop of hair. The man's eyes flitted open, emerald orbs slowly focusing on her smiling face. Izuku blinked harder, his expression shifting as he seemed to register who was sitting by his side. 𝐂𝐻𝐸 put a finger to his lips. Call me 𝐂𝐸. She slowly drew the finger down his lips to his chin, tracing a line down his Adam's apple and to his collarbone. What are you doing here? His chest rose and fell slowly, but she could hear the heavy beating of his heart as she laid a hand on the powerful chest in front of her. I came to see you, of course. She smiled again, toying with the collar of his gown. I wanted to thank you for saving me from that psychopath. He furrowed his brow. But I was just doing what anyone would do. Oh, but you're not just anyone, are you? You are so much more than anyone I've ever met. She bit her lip, pushing a lock of hair behind her ear to allow the man a better look at his face. You are perhaps the greatest man alive. Even I can recognize that I was too slow, too distracted to see that killer coming. You saved me. She reached to the hem of her neckline and tugged at the hidden zipper, allowing her copious bust to come into view as she drew the zipper down. And I have come to reward you. Izuku's eyes grew large, drawn helplessly to her rapidly exposing torso. Judging by the growing bulge down at his pelvis, he seemed to be appreciating the view. I couldn't dash, don't worry, darling, I'll take the lead. I've never had a man before. She gently swung a leg over, straddling Izuku on the bed and sneaking her hand under his gown to her target. It was so warm to the touch even through the fabric of his boxers that her breath hitched just for a moment before she started stroking the slowly enlarging member. But I think I can figure things out. The man's face grew hot with a blush, and before he could utter another word, 𝐂𝐸 leaned down and planted a searing kiss on his lips. He seemed to struggle for a moment with confusion, but with time he surged forward, reciprocating the gesture. 𝐂𝐸 suppressed a smirk as things came together even better than she could have imagined. Quicker than he could react, she had his wrists pinned to the bed, holding them together with one hand as she leaned back. As I said, I'll take the lead. Now be a good boy and stay like that for me. Izuku nodded slowly as 𝐂𝐸 stood up and stepped, fully tossing her whole suit on the floor, only keeping her knee-high boots on, giving the man a glorious view of her well-muscled yet still soft body. His eyes followed along her generous curves as she swayed her hips, sauntering over to him and retaking her place right over his torso. She ignited a small flame from her fingertip, then slowly drew her finger down the front of Izuku's gown, igniting the garment with the weak flame just enough to sear a line through it, both sides sliding off his body and revealing the spectacle of rippling, powerful muscles that sent an immediate ache straight to her core. Now, let's free this. Her fingernail caught on the hem of his underwear, pulling down the garment and freeing Izuku Jr. to stand tall in all his glory. 𝐂𝐸's mouth watered involuntarily as another part of her anatomy began to grow slick with wetness as well. No need for any more FRPLY, Izuku. I'm ready, I've waited, and now she guided the head to her entrance, sliding it in satisfyingly. I'm going to take what is mine. Izuku's mouth snapped open in a silent cry. Immediately it was suppressed as her hand flew to cover it. You speak when I say so, 𝐂𝐸 snarled as she took quick, fierce moves, taking the unsurprisingly large member deep into her core. It filled her completely and satisfied, and she never knew she needed to be scratched. Every nerve in her body screamed with satisfaction as she chased the rising swell of pressure inside herself. It felt like a taut muscle, begging to snap. 𝐂𝐸, I'm gonna dash. She pressed her hand around his neck. Not before me. Her hips slammed harder into his, riding him with reckless abandon, and suddenly she felt the muscles snap and her world went white. Half a second later, she felt a hot warmth flow into her and her smile threatened to split in half. It's mine. It's mine. It's Emi. Ag blinked. She was in the backseat of her limousine. And she felt her stomach empty cold. Damn it. Her hand slammed against the seat, searing a hole in it. Is everything all right? The voice from the driver in the front called out to her. She pressed the button with a furious finger, trying desperately to not break anything despite her frustration. I'm fine, you idiot, just drive. Slamming back angrily, she sighed. Soon. Just be patient, Ag. It'll be yours soon. He'll be yours soon. She smiled, looking at the recently familiar skyline of Hosu as the car drew nearer to the hospital where he was staying. Degree it is over, rejoice, degree, okay, think this through. Ray was frozen, her arms wrapped around an unfamiliar frame, muscles poking against her skin. Some were hard with contractions while others were soft and almost supple against her exposed arms. The slight texture of the hospital gown didn't even register against her, nor the long-forgotten feeling of her BS's pushing against a hard plane of skin and muscle. Don't think about that part. She chided herself, trying to figure out just who she was hugging. She had heard her daughter call out for her behind the door, but if she wasn't hugging her, a part of her still refused to allow her to open her eyes, fearing it would be her that she was hugging, even if the frame contradicted that vehemently. Ah! An arm awkwardly snaked around her torso, hugging her back with a gentle pressure that made her forget those years she had spent under Endeavor's heel for a moment. Mrs. I would say Todoroki, but She slowly opened her eyes, his gentle voice dashing the last of her fears. Ray is fine. He smiled softly, trying to hide how self-conscious he was feeling as he hugged the white-haired beauty. His eyes gazed into her steely grey ones for a moment, and for a moment he felt like he was punched in the stomach by a Numu, his breath getting knocked out of him. Hello, he squeaked. Nana was doing something between laughter and squeaking herself, incapable of tormenting Izuku in his own mind. She seemed smitten with her eyes just as he was. Mom, Shoko breathed out, her monotone voice somehow sounding softer. This is Izuku. Oh. Ray finally pulled back and bowed her head gently, a slight blush on her cheeks forming on her cheeks after realizing how long she was hugging him for. A pleasure to meet the young man that helped my little snowflame. The pleasure is all Imash. His brain stuttered like an old engine grinding to a halt, forgetting for a moment that Shoko had told them all about her mom calling her that. It sounded cuter than he ever imagined it to sound. His eyes snapped from Ray to a blushing Shoko, then back to Ray. The pleasure is all mine. Ray smiled back in a way only a mother could before flinching, noticing both Izuku and Shoko were still standing in the hallway. She moved to the side with a hop. She bowed gently. Oh, where are my manners? Please, take a seat. Izuku sat down with an air of wonder in him, looking at the room Ray had been assigned for. 14 years possibly. His heart sunk at the thought, trying to grip into anything that would at least make it seem a little less sad. At least, it was bigger than he had expected. It looked like 2 hospital rooms were combined, making one large room that was furnished with bookcases, a small table, a couch, and even a mini-fridge. Part of him questioned if they were still in a hospital, looking at the massive bookshelves that were behind Ray's hospital bed, the nice curtains over the large windows, and the small living room-like place with the TV that was playing some soothing background music. It felt homey. And considering what he knew about Ray's situation, it was a small silver lining in her life. He hummed gently, taking a seat on the couch. Ray gestured to Shoko taking a seat next to him quietly. He was just so taken by the whole situation that he didn't seem to notice how awkward all of them were being. Then again, knowing what Shoko told him about her family life, no wonder neither of them knew how to act when they had a guest over. Not that he had much experience himself. He doubted anything he had dealt with in the playdates he had in the Bakugo household was normal. Shoko talked a lot about you, Ray opened up after growing comfortable around him and tired of the silence. She really cares about you, you know. He scratched his cheek with a slight blush. She's a dear friend of mine, too. I'm glad she speaks so highly of me. He glanced over at her, giving her a soft smile. Shoko repositioned herself next to him, with what he swore was a soft blush on her face. Rei smiled, clapping her hands. And I really must thank you too. You got through to her after. Her smile faltered and she looked down. I'm sorry, let's not talk about that time. He nodded, not willing to go through that discussion and looking around to change the topic. I didn't know hospitals even had rooms as big as this. Is it comfortable? She laughed, albeit with bitter undertones. It's not the worst place I've lived in. She pushed a strand of her hair back behind her ear, smiling a little more sincerely. I'm locked in this room for most of my time here, but it's honestly a lot better than the house I used to live in. Izuku nodded with a face growing steadily paler. GUSS that SWE got 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐻 Nana mused with a grim tone of voice. But that gives me all the time in the world to catch up on all of the books I wanted to read. Rei's smile grew just a tiny bit, and Izuku regretted asking her about the room. It was just another prison for her, only the silver linings keeping her from breaking. He gripped the hospital gown over his knee, looking down in dark thoughts. How much longer do you need to stay here? Rei looked shocked, so did Shoko, flinching at his peripheral. She looked down, messing with a strand of her white hair in her hands. None of the doctors ever talk about it. I don't think I'll be checking out anytime soon, if ever. Oh, he mumbled, looking down too. Wanna play some board games? Rei offered, getting up from her chair and shuffling around in some closets. Izuku shook the mood off him. I'd like that. Yeah. Endeavor walked down the halls of the hospital with her head held high and her boots clicking against the tiles with every step. The staff avoided her like the plague, panic and fear strewn across their faces. She loved the feeling of it all. Coming to the hospital in her hero suit was a good idea. Besides, he probably loved how the suit hugged her frame, showing off her curves in the most magnificent way. She ran a hand over her waist, up against her ribs with a sickening grin, shivering with anticipation as she imagined it was his hand caressing her skin and not her own. A brief flash of her dream passed through her mind, exciting her just a bit more. She just needed to visit her old incubator first. Money silenced the director of the hospital well enough, but she doubted the rest of the staff would keep quiet if she didn't keep up the act of a caring spouse. She smirked as yet another nurse ducked in one of the rooms in fear when she saw her walking towards the room that had been modified to suit the incubator's extended stay. Not that any of these bugs have the spine to do that. Maybe after Izuku put a baby in her, she could have the incubator carry it to term instead. I'm sure he wouldn't want to ruin this, she thought, running another hand over her body once more. The board game lay on the coffee table, forgotten by all in the room as the three occupants squeezed onto the couch together. Rei and Shoko flanked Izuku, their thighs almost on top of his in an attempt to fit onto the couch that was just a little too snug with a man of Izuku's size sitting on it. But no one cared as Rei flipped through yet another page of childhood photos of Shoko, giggling and playing with her sisters. And this is Shoko at Fuyumi's 7th birthday, she cooed, caressing the picture of her smiling children. I wish she would visit too, but I understand how busy the teacher training is. Oh, is your sister aiming to become a teacher? Izuku mumbled, turning to Shoko, who nodded silently. She has a pa dash. The door slid open and a familiar scent of fire seeped into the room. The room froze, Rei shuddering a bit and trying to shrink away from the new arrival, inadvertently half hiding behind Izuku, whose eyes snapped up to glare at Endeavor. Eiji broke out in a smirk, taking the last step inside and sliding the door closed behind her. Izuku, darling, what a coincidence. It's so good to see you. The feeling's not mutual, he snapped back, shooting a glance at Rei then back at Eiji, placing an arm in front of her protectively as the woman further leaned back into the couch and behind him. What are you doing here? Just visiting my wife, then was planning on checking up on you. Great work yesterday. She dragged her hands up from her waist to under her bust, crossing her arms to push them up further. If only you had chosen me my internship instead, you'd have done even better of a job. I think taking down a known serial killer is a good debut. Shoko mumbled, a cold rage. He could have done better under me, not been stuck in this hospital at all. That's when Izuku stood up, shoulders squared and back straight. His posture alone emanating a new presence that even gave Endeavor pause. Cause of the Numu you couldn't dispatch even with all your skill as the number 2. Yes, I remember. Endeavor's face went through a myriad of emotions, what Izuku feared to be 𝐼𝐻𝐼, to a sense of fear to seething anger. The one Miruko took down in mere seconds. Her flames exploded, shifting from orange to blue in an instant. You dare imply I was dash? Oh, I'm not implying, he grunted, slowly taking a step over the coffee table in front of him, getting closer to her. I'm stating for the record that you were useless. Rei gasped in shock, attracting 𝐻𝐻's attention to her, the hero trying to look over Izuku's shoulder to the woman. What are you looking at? Izuku stepped to the side to block her view, that action alone causing the pro flinch. Are you seriously looking away after that almost got you killed last time? Shoko suppressed a laugh. 𝐻𝐻's eye twitched and her hand surged up to grasp at his collar, attempting to lift him up off the ground. Even with all the strength she had achieved after years of training and hero work, she couldn't even budge Izuku, straining uselessly against the fabric of his hospital gown as it stretched. Izuku simply glared into her eyes, his hand grasping her wrist in an iron grip that made her bones ache. 𝐻𝐻 hated that her knees were growing weak, and the same heat spreading through her skin. Her previous dream was horribly erroneous. He'd probably bend her over a table and a blush spread across her cheeks along with a new desperate need pulsed through her. Her hand twitching and letting go of him, he released his grip on her wrist in return. Just stating the truth, he hissed back, taking the last step to look down on her just as he had in the sports festival. Her chest pressed against his. And, for the first time in her life, Endeavor looked down in SBMSN. Why, you're right. Needless to say, no one expected that reaction out of her. Sorry, I'll just leave. With that, she turned around, face a flustered mess, and almost ran out of the room, not giving anyone time to react. Rei stood there baffled, her greatest abuser had just skittered away like a scared mouse. What? Shoko nodded dumbly, mumbling a what the hell of her own. Izuku blinked, slowly turning around to face the other women in the room. Did not think that was gonna work. Can we go back to the baby pictures? Rei nodded, experiencing some whiplash at how much his tone had changed, growing soft and gentle in an instant. The contrast was making her head spin in a delightful way she didn't even expect, a warm feeling spreading through her cheeks. Izuku meekly returned to his spot, smiling gently the full way through, calming her mind yet exciting her heart. She didn't know how it had happened. 𝐻𝐻 sank into the seat of her limousine, running the last few minutes back. He had butted heads with her yet again, but this time she had retreated. She hated that she had run away from him like that, but she reached and touched her warm cheeks. It had felt good to submit to him. The image of him, using her replayed in her mind, her thighs twitching closed at the thought. She didn't suppress the that came out of her at the idea. The driver couldn't hear her anyway. She had seen him lift things heavier than her, break that glacier like it was nothing. He could have probably lifted her off the ground, or hold her arms down, force her legs apart again, a hand 𝐻𝐻 her thigh as it rubbed against her other one as heat started to pull south. She gasped heavily, the new fantasy spreading through her brain like an infection, her hand reaching down to her core. She breathed as she had never done so before, desperate need spiking harder. She needed to get home. She needed to act on this new urge. Okako messed with her skirt as the train made its way to Hosu. The tracks had been damaged during the Numu attack and it had taken until now to get the lines up and running again. She was honestly blown away with how fast society could repair the damage done, even if it was the norm long before she was born. She huffed gently at the thought. Maybe this is why my mom's company can't keep up. She shook her head trying to change where her thoughts were going, catching a glimpse of the ticket she held. She really needed to thank Momo for the tickets. It was a shame she couldn't have come along herself with Night Eye denying her request for leave. I should send her a selfie or something with Izuku. Her blush deepened as she imagined hugging into his side to get a picture with the two of them, smiling goofily for the camera. Maybe his hand would be on her waist, maybe lower. Her logical side knew Izuku wouldn't do that, but she loved the idea of him being that comfortable touching her. She shuddered a bit, breath catching in her throat at the memory of what they had done before the internships. Her skin grew hot and her thighs rubbed against each other, the unmistakable feeling of emptiness flaring to life within her. Or really? She chided herself, disappointed at what she was feeling. Izuku was probably hurt and here she was feeling corny. And maybe he wants to finish what we started. A part of her mused before she shook the thought off. Eyes landing on the window of the bullet train, she watched the cityscape rush by in the window, humming gently. I need to thank Gunhead again after this. Izuku hummed softly as he made his way back into his room at the hospital after spending the full day with Rei and Shoko, who had decided to take a nap after all the excitement. He had ducked his head into Katsumi and Tomoyo's room to see Manuel and Best Jeanist lecturing them both about something, so he had moved on to return to his own room. Turns out, he was forced to remain there for another day due to a technicality in the hospital procedures. The director herself couldn't override the required observation time he had to sit through with wounds as severe as his were, which had healed by the time he was out of Rei's room. Is your 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 faster or is it me? My stem cell reserves were recovering after USJ, guess I had enough to heal faster this time. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, Nana mumbled, lounging on a chair. When did you even just no WNT no WWHYIDINTT of it before I can gene atia SKY lini so it online MK sanasi ICULD gene ferina yeah that's right, but WIFICLD, she smirked in a lewd way that sent a shudder down his spine. Generati 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 𝐿𝐶TO. If you do that, I will personally come in there to kick your butt. Oh, you could do 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 𝐿𝐶WH my as Izuku shuddered. Okay, why are you turned on this time? You're not gonna like my answer. When have I ever liked your answer? FIR. He finally made it to his room, sliding the door closed behind him. So, EIJI. Goddamn Lo okay. SE is an also, he felt her hand caress his thigh in the ethereal way only she ever could. I for one lovi imagy of you. Diaminatingia, he shuddered. Nope, not happening, never. Simuon, GST PNGHWN, SHOWNG BIT HIR pilasi, she ghosted a hand over his chest. Holding HIR in place and USing HIR laikuen OBGCT, he sighed, laying on his bed. As fun as you make the concept sound, not interested. DIDYOU no T not ice ho WI into IT shui WAS. Exactly the reason why I'm not into it. She huffed with a pout. DMN SUB. I'm a SWCH and you of all people know it. Teen Y dash. Nana, get your head out of the gutter for a second and remember who you are talking about. Izuku's eyebrow raised up slowly. WULDYOU believe IWASTNED on ENUH to FOGTWHENDURWAS. Other of COURSE. I hoped that was the reason, and not that you had a sick FTSH for assholes. He mumbled, rolling to his side. Tihin, he felt a pressure against his abs sneaking lower. WH at ABUT Miruko. The image of her forced against the wall shot through his mind. One leg forced over his shoulder while the other desperately trying to touch the ground with the tips of her toes. Breathing heavily and blushing like a mess, her cute ears flopped down in pure, he felt himself twitch to stop that. HWABOUT me. She cooed, the feeling of her nibbling on his ear ghosting through his senses. Ho W about YOU hope in HRE and take CEOFBOH of OUR, and yes, he felt himself twitch again. And no, that just too weird, she huffed. F in. GSS we are. BOTHHY MSSES no W. He could feel her pout. No, you get to sue F fur as I do. Degree George to K quote goes here. Degree Deku. Okuko's small voice came through as she slid the door open with a knock. His head snapped to look at the sudden disturbance, distracting him just enough. Nana giggled quietly, using the chance and increasing BLD flow down his PP, causing him to get an Erkton. Oh Okuko, he almost coughed out. Attention split between the new arrival and his eyes widened when he felt himself twitch against the fabric of his gown, and snapped back down to his PP, hand speeding over and pushing his Erkton down in an attempt to hide it from view. I didn't know you were coming. His eyes snapped back to her when he heard the telltale sound of her swallowing, catching her just as she liked her lips, a heavy blush spreading on her cheeks. She stepped in and slid the door closed behind her, locking it. I was worried after the text yesterday, And I saw the news, so I wanted to come and check on you. She took a step closer to him, the red on her face increasing. But unlike every other time, she wasn't flustered. His breath hitched, noticing her eyes, determined and hungry, staring at his hand over his PP. But you seem lively enough. I'm sorry, it's not what it looks like. She giggled drunkenly. And here I was thinking you were just that happy to see me. 𝐻WR seems real. I know it. Nana cooed, her influence trying to shove his hand away from his PP. 𝐶𝐬𝐚𝐥 it is nothing 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 Izuku struggled mentally to keep her at bay while trying to process what Okiko was saying to him. She was taking the last few steps with a visible sway on her hips, and her eyes caught the light just right, glinting with passion and love that made his spine tingle and his member ache. You know, I wanted to be there yesterday, fight by your side. She sat on the bed, one leg folded and on the bed while the other helped her keep her balance on the floor. Her skirt was riding up, giving him view of her thigh highs. It's weird, I wanted to be a rescue hero for all this time, yet there I was looking at train tickets to rush to your side. He gulped. Oh Okiko, you'd better take responsibility, she whispered, her hand tracing the muscles on his arm. For making me fall that hard for you? He couldn't help it at that point and leaned up, capturing her lips with his for a passionate second that felt like hours as her hands snaked around him, gripping his hair, tracing his back, goading him deeper into the lip lock. She giggled breathlessly as she pulled away slowly. I was scared that another USJ was going to happen, yet here you are. Her hand slid under his collar, resting on his chest, making his skin burn with anticipation. Safe and sound, and you are getting excited. He pulled his hand away, his erection springing to its rightful place. How can I not when my girlfriend is doing all this? She giggled again, the tone melodic with the bare hints of alalal that were unmistakable to his ears. He felt like her tone alone was gonna lead him to an orgasm. You are right, she gripped his hand and pulled it over her chest, guiding him to feel her heartbeat in return. I'm excited too. He could feel her heart beating as rapidly as his was. I want to feel you, she whispered, leaning in to kiss his neck softly, making his breath hiss out of him. Would you be against that? He groaned lightly as she nibbled gently against his skin, shuddering. He could feel her heart skip a beat at his reaction. It was somehow more RSNG than the STMLTN against his neck surging through his body. I wouldn't mind that. No, she whimpered, almost pulling away. I don't want to do anything if you don't want it. She hooked her chin over his shoulder, breathing hotly against his ear. I'm turned on, but I care for you more than that. I love you more. I thought you knew, Izuku. His whole body twitched at her words, the way she said his name, the feeling of her breath against his neck and ear. Okiko. I want you. His words had the same effect on her as her body shuddered, a husky, low escaping her lips. She gulped, pulling away to slowly unbutton her shirt. Let's pick up from where we left off last time. He nodded slowly, tugging his hospital gown off his body in a single motion, leaving himself with merely tented boxers. Okiko smiled, tossing her shirt off onto one of the seats on the corners of his hospital room, leaving only her cute BR covering her BRSS. Her hand rubbed at his exposed thigh, reminding him that she still hadn't even touched him where it was most sensitive. That alone was driving him mad with lust in the best way. She breathed gently, sneaking another look at his member, then back to his glazed eyes. I want to eat it up. He whimpered at the lust in her voice. Please, go ahead. First she got off the bed, hands sneaking under her skirt and pulling her panties down while she wriggled her hips. Leaving her with just her thigh-highs and skirt on, he hated how perfectly her hips swayed at the action, mind running wild at the small glimpse he got of her lower waist. You need to prepare me. What? Next moment he knew she was swinging her leg over his head, her core hovering just over his mouth. Her skirt splayed around his face to block the rest of her away from view. His heart skipped a beat, and his breath hitched, her scent and her heat flooding his senses, making the cogs of his brain skip. You need to prepare me, she repeated, slowly lowering herself down onto his face. He raised his head to meet her halfway, hands wrapping around her thighs, G up and G the supple flesh as his mouth met her wet folds with lewd intent. Okiko gasped, then let out a low that went on and on as he started kissing, liking and sking against her core intently, listening and looking for any spots that got her to breathe hotly. Her hand grasped where she thought his head was, attempting to grip his hair underneath the fabric of her skirt. Smiling slightly when she got a grip before 𝐿 broke it apart once more. She felt like she was burning up before, wanting his contact. But now with him pushing in, liking and skiing against her lewdest part, she was on fire, her body burning from her core up, skin feeling soft like it was just about to melt against him. But she wanted more. Her body wanted more, and acted without her input. Her hips swayed with a mind of their own, grinding her core against his face as she whimpered, body buzzing like it was touching a live wire, every single nerve in her body going off in a glorious torrent of pleasure. She couldn't stop her mouth from confessing her love for him under her breath with every other and she wouldn't have had it any other way. She flinched when Izuku gripped at her thighs harder, his soft hands sinking into the soft flesh like she was made out of clay, the sensation sending a shock that caused her to almost choke on her own spit, tongue lolling out as she let out a husky heavy Before she could even finish it, his tongue pushed deeper inside her, rubbing against a sweet spot she didn't even know she had, the edges of her vision growing white for an instant, whole body convulsing as her eyes snapped open and rolled back. I'm gonna. She tightened her grip on his hair even more, hanging for dear life, gasping for air as she felt her body shudder, counting down for her ignition. She willed her legs to move, managing to force her body off his face at the last moment and sprawling over his chest instead, breathing heavily on the edge of her 𝐒𝐽𝐽, her lower lips quaking, aching after their close call with an 𝐒𝐽𝐽 that would have surely blown her mind out of her body. But no, she couldn't, not when, no, not there. She was surprised her voice still worked, more surprised with how husky it sounded to her own ears. He pushed her skirt off his face, looking at her sprawled form over him, mouth wet with her juices glistening under the fluorescent lights of the hospital room, her whole body shuddered as he liked his lips in delight at her taste. That alone almost set her off, having to bite her lip and whine to keep the bubbling sensation back. I wanted more, God. He is perfect. She attempted to scoot lower on his body only to end up grinding her core against his hard chest, a jolt making her body tremor with the intensity of the sensation, making her whimper in delight. A part of her really wanted to grind against his muscles until she had her mind-shattering 𝐒𝐽𝐽 right there, but that could wait for another day. No way, she wasn't going to do this more. She had a bigger goal, one she had spent fantasizing about while touching herself on long, lonely nights for far too long. Something she couldn't get out of her head since she saw him after USJ. I'm gonna take all of that. Her hand grasped at his tented boxes, her lips feeling dry at the sight of the stain his pre-cum had formed at the tip. She liked her lips with a hot breathe, the emptiness inside her roaring with yearning for it. She could feel her lower lips quiver, tensing at the thoughts flooding through her brain. Her whole body was screaming to get filled to the brim by the in her hands. To feel just how he would feel inside her. I want more too, she smirked as he flinched under her, his muscles spasming against her PP, causing another jolt of pleasure to shoot up through her spine. IIW, he gasped as she stroked him through the fabric, part of her loving how hot he felt against her hand. Okay, her hand left his member, pushing against his chest in an attempt to lift herself off his chest, to hover over his tip, but her legs had no power in them. The sensations she had felt and the aborted launch of her 𝐒𝐽𝐽 left her legs feeling like jelly under her. She huffed in annoyance and desperation as yet another attempt yielded no results. She groaned, looking back to his face, his emerald eyes glinting with the same desperation she felt in her bones. They both needed this. Grip my waist, please, she whined, attempting one last time to prove her point, only to fall back against his chest, and breathing at the sensation. Izuku breathed at the lewd action, making her feel sexier beyond belief, as he nodded instead of giving a verbal response, his strong hands easily gripping and lifting her up, her PP hovering just over his own. Oh right, she giggled breathlessly, pulling his boxers off with a finger, her voice turning into an unintended purr as she pulled and pulled. The tip caught on the edge of the elastic holding his boxers in place until it snapped free, causing the hole to spring up and smack against her folds. For a second the whole world went white as she fell forward against his chest, mouth snapping open in at a breathless scream at the sudden 𝐿𝐿, her hands gasping against his skin futilely as she almost came once again. Ha Izuku, he grunted softly in response, kissing her forehead gently in a show of affection. Her hands reached to cup his cheeks, pulling him into a sloppy, needy kiss where their tongues danced in each other's mouths, tasting each other in a fit of passion. She pulled away to gaze into the green inferno that was his eyes, now looking back at her, half-lidded, glazed with lust and love that got her feeling giddily intoxicated. She could feel his heart rate pick up through his tip prodding against her folds. That only made her heart beat faster in her chest. "Put it in," she ordered, rubbing her chest against his, feeling her nipples poke against his chest even through her bra, suddenly regretting she hadn't taken the garment off. She gave him the best puppy eyes she could muster with her brain so mushy with pleasure when he didn't move immediately. "I want to feel you inside me, please." That seemed to work as Izuku grunted at her request, blushing vividly, looking between her face and where they would be connected, which her skirt was still covering, but that only made the contact they felt between his tip and her folds feel that more intense. He gulped, making her want to kiss his Adam's apple as it moved on his defined neck. Oh, okay. Her vision grew hazy, only being able to make out him as he slowly lowered her, his girth spreading her walls apart in a sensation she had never felt before. In a word, it was tight, but extremely pleasant, her spreading walls dousing her mind with enough pleasure to last a lifetime. But it kept going, adding more and more till she felt what she thought was impossible and then some. She couldn't help but groan in delight as she felt it. Felt truly full, after her body had ached about being empty for so long. Yet he kept pushing in, increasing the pleasure she felt exponentially till her whole world went white, her walls clenching around him as she came around his girth. She whimpered and groaned against him, pulling him into another kiss as he struggled to keep himself at bay, to slow down the descent he was guiding to ease the mind-numbing amount of STMLTN she was feeling. But she didn't want him to, already addicted to the feeling of him inside her, and every neuron she had screamed, yearning for more, to fill what little she had left inside, to complete her and his insertion. She muled into the searing kiss they were sharing, nibbling into his lower lip to get his attention, tugging at it softly while pulling away. "All of it, please," he shuddered and gave in to his own yearnings too, slamming her down to his base, the sound of her thighs smacking against his echoing in the room. Her body suddenly recovered from its almost molten state as her back arched, her whole being twitching as the feeling of him pushing all the way in made every muscle group she had jar, her mouth hanging open for a low scream. She slumped against his chest as her orgasm finally ran its course, her muscles still twitching with aftershocks of the tsunami of pleasure that had just wrecked through her mind and body. "Deku," she whined against him, her hand rubbing his bicep groggily as he breathed, and pulsed inside her in response. "You're so tight, Okako," he cooed, voice dripping with unabated longing, his girth twitching inside her as if to prove just how much pleasure she was making him feel, her walls clinging around him desperately, still contracting around him from her previous CLMX. She flinched as the feeling of a second orgasm started to bubble up, causing her to quietly. "Can I move?" "F me," was the breathless response she gave him. He started moving her up and down slowly, making her feel every inch of him, every vein on his grinding against her insides. Making both of them groan in pleasure at the sensation as they shared yet another searing kiss between them, her hands reaching everywhere they could, gripping his hair, his shoulders, rubbing his chest as he guided her hips to move up and down. Part of her wanted to see what would happen if she touched him with all 5 fingers, how it would feel like to have no gravity while having sex, just how much stronger he could bounce her. Another just wanted for this feeling to never end. Izuku pulled back, breathing against her neck and peppering it with kisses, sending jolts down her spine as he continued the slow, steady pace that was driving both of them insane. "Your walls are gripping me so tightly it's almost like..." She didn't need to hear him say that. She could feel it, how her core grew relaxed as he pushed in, stretching with ease to engulf him. Then how tight they got when he attempted to pull out, feeling every single bump on him as her walls refused to let go, clinging to him to the point of making her feel her insides tug down along with him. But hearing him say it made it even hotter somehow. "My body is trying to milk you," she breathed out, or underneath the weight of her lust, already growing addicted to the sensation her unintended reflex had brought about. She was seeing stars with every move-out cause of it, losing her mind more and more with each pull-out. "Give it what it wants," he groaned against her, deep and masculine, that set off another fire deep within her, adding to the orchestra of pleasure. The sound of her walls wetly clinging to him echoing in the hospital bed, the sound of him grunting, the sound of her hips slapping against his. It was driving her, overriding everything else, pulling her close to her blast off rapidly. The sensation of her body pressed against his voice so close to her ear, it was perfect. The only thing missing was, as if reading her mind, Izuku pulled back to capture her lips again, kissing then pulling back to breathe till neither remembered when the kissing started and when it stopped, so infatuated with one another that for that second seemed to lull on for eternities. They were the only ones that existed. Feel me, Okiko mewled, wrapping her arms around his neck, pulling him into a desperate shuddering hug that made him groan, the lustful glint in his eyes roaring like an inferno, almost blinding her with the intensity. I want you, please, she begged, kissing him once more, trying to pull him as close to her as she could, sparks of pleasure growing more and more mind-rocking, each motion of him blowing more and more fuses in her brain. With a last move, she felt the ignition. Her body suddenly exploded with sensations, the preparation, the shudders, everything she had felt up to that point blown away by the white-hot feeling of an orgasm pulsing through, shaking her mind, making her body shudder at the mere sensation. The feeling alone caused her vision to falter, everything growing blurry and desaturated as white engulfed her sight, mind growing blank as her previously weak legs twitched, her mouth opening in another unintended screech of pure pleasure. Just as her brain adjusted to the intense feeling of her orgasm, Izuku clenched too, adding to the sensations, the feeling of him pulsing, his hot load bursting into her, pushing her further up into the stratosphere, his continued motions, bounding her up and down, pushing her orgasm to its limits, elongating in a way she couldn't comprehend, even if she wasn't having a 𝐒𝐿MX that didn't even leave 1 ounce of her brain intact. The initial JRKS left her body as quickly as they came, her torso shuddering before she slowly fell forward onto his chest, breathing heavily against him, feeling him copy her motions as well. Lost in the moment, gasping for air as they both knocked each other's breaths out of their lungs. His mouth found hers, depriving her of more oxygen as they shared another deep, passionate kiss that made her eyes roll back, one that she knew in her bones that could have made her come on its own. But as it stood, it only added to the intense pulses of her lower core, almost mewling in pleasure with a mind of its own, making her hands grip onto the sheets of the hospital bed, as if the flimsy fabric alone would keep her tethered on planet Earth. She started feeling walls clench around him harder as her orgasm perpetuated, the white-hot pleasure she had felt fading only slightly, or rather her brain adjusting desperately to feel everything in that glorious moment. Feel and record all of the white-hot sparks of pleasure overriding her whole being. She purred as her walls started to contract in random intervals, almost in an attempt to milk every last drop they could as his girth responded in kind, pulsating as it unloaded all it had deep inside her, truly filling her to the brim and past, her WMB shuddering with the sensation of being filled up truly and past her limits, setting off low but forceful tremors of pleasure rumbling up to her brain. Her hand lazily dragged its way to her lower stomach, wanting to feel the warmth that was spreading all over her WMB as they laid in the hospital bed breathing in sync, trying to catch their breath. She felt the bulge he had been creating this whole time over her stomach get engulfed by the slowly expanding amount of cum filling her WMB, causing her stomach to inflate and push against his chest. She could only wow as his hips jerked with aftershocks, his body shuddering and shaking her along with it. I love you, he whimpered into her ear, his strong arms wrapping around her torso tightly as he left a kiss on her neck that paralyzed her with pleasure, causing her to tighten around him once more. Stop, you're gonna kill me, she cooed with a giggle, her hand kiting his hair lovingly. He chuckled back, reaching to kiss her cheek then to catch her lips with his gently and lovingly. She mewled into the kiss, laying her head under his chin after he pulled back, breathing finally calming down. I wanna stay like this forever, we can, Izuku mumbled, followed by a soft yawn, rubbing his hand in soothing circles over her exposed back, his other hand pulling the covers over the two of them. Okiko hummed gently, nuzzling into his chest with a small yawn of her own. You're comfortable, Deku. With that, her consciousness left her, falling asleep on his body, his arms tightly wrapped around her, making her feel like she was in heaven. Aizawa-kan. My office, please. Aizawa huffed. Of course, the mad children are gone, so the rat's gonna bother me now. Kiyoma shot her a look as she didn't move from her spot in the teacher's lounge. You know she's gonna keep announcing that until you go, right? Yeah, she groaned, getting up and shedding her sleeping bag, cracking her joints. 26 is too early to retire, right? That wouldn't be logical. She huffed, walking towards Nozomi's office on the top floor. Why does she even have her office there? It's just a hassle for everyone involved. By the time she had gotten to the office, Khan was already there, arguing about something. I'm telling you, you can't just transfer her over. We are midway through the semester. Khan, Nozomi muttered, giving her that blank, animal-like stare that pierced through to her core. What do you think is best for her? The bulkier woman sighed, her shoulders drooping. You're right, I just don't want to tear her away from her friends. She'll be in the next dorms over, Khan, we aren't sending her to the next province over. Nozomi shrugged. Besides, it'll make the two classes interact more, as they should. I suppose, is this transfer why you called me? Aizawa huffed, leaning against one of the walls and squinting at the sunlight filtering through the large floor-to-ceiling windows behind Nozomi. It was always weird that Nozomi spent time looking at the main courtyard of UA, which also happened to overlook most of the city. Yes, exactly. Nozomi clapped, the weird patting her hands made echoing in the room. 1B and 1A are going to be exchanging one student. Why? I thought you already made the classes perfectly balanced. Aizawa huffed. What's your logic? I wasn't sure if you were going to expel students like you so love to do, Nozomi muttered, spinning to stare out of the window. And this student would have failed your hypocritical tests. Hypocritical? The physical tests, Shiko. Khan sighed. You're against the practical exam, but you keep using that as your own personal test, Nozomi clarified. You choose to focus on the combat effectiveness of their quirks, just like the entrance exam that you detest so much. Aizawa blinked. Hey. My shattering of your worldview aside, Nozomi muttered, sighing, 𝐸𝐸 wouldn't have excelled in your practical examination, so I held off on adding her to your class until you saw what she could do. She spun back. I'm fairly certain you can and will teach her how you fight. Without any physical quirks. Khan coughed. And who will be joining my class in her stead? You'll get myheroacademia. I'm sure she'll adapt well, being as level-headed as she is. We'll have the transfer after the internships. Nozomi spun back around with a hardly held-back cackle. That's all. Good day. Aizawa nodded blankly and turned around, leaving the room. You know, I thought her crazy class was gonna break her, but I think you broke her first, Khan commented with a nervous chuckle. Someone needed to say it. Nozomi shrugged. Sometimes humans just don't notice the errors in their logic just because it makes sense at the given time. Please don't refer to us as humans again. Then don't call me a rat. Degree, you thought it was over. Degree, the morning light struck his eyes, pulling him back into the conscious world. He could feel Nana mewling contently. More NNG, st, right. You felt that too, he grunted softly, looking down to see Okako still in his lap, hugging him tightly in her sleep. That was. If USA and whatif elware tihan emin buildabung I will lfnd awato bit you up. He chuckled weakly. Or inspiring. But really, I thought this was supposed to get less intense. It keeps feeling like it's my first time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽 FMG USED to it. Nana breathed. Eniti hying lrss tihan tihat wldnt sat asfy mia, I see. He blinked. I would say don't do it, but honestly, it feels good and I don't see a problem in resetting that every time. RIT she whined. STUPID biochemistry and it's adaptation. Okako mumbled as a ray of light hit her face, starting to wake her up too. She attempted to move away from the piercing ray only to as pleasure spiked up through Izuku's spine. They were still connected. Heh, Nana giggled. Saw why I was suppressing the stimulating weight. Don he groaned as the feeling of Okako coiled tightly around him sparked through his nervous system, making him shudder with joy. I hate you. Nope, you of me, Nana giggled, a hand ghosting over his lower stomach, and a kiss over his pecs. I can feel it. He hated that she was kinda right. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyes slowly opened, her hips grinding against his as she did so, causing him to groan once more. She let out an open-mouthed mm, some drool escaping the side of her mouth and onto his chest. I wanna dash. She stopped her grinding, breathing and sitting up until she was straddling him. I wanna wake up like this every day, she mumbled finally, looking him in the eyes. The amount of love, lust, and passion mixed together made him twitch inside of her. Good morning, 𝐒𝐿𝐼, she smiled a little drunkenly. I love it when you say my name. She started moving her hips and Izuku swung his head back with a grunt of his own. Slow down, I just woke dash. His own grunt cut his words short as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 slammed down to his base. Whoa, woke up. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyebrow rose up, a mischievous smile growing on her lips. What if I done wanna? Her hand caressed over his chest, pinky up to stop her quirk from activating on him. What if I milk you dry? Right here, right now. Izuku gulped. That was tempting. Very, very tempting. His hands found their way onto her thighs. He was sure a drunken smile was on his lips too if his aching cheeks was any indication. I think I'd just fall for you just a little more. Just a little. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pouted cutely, bouncing once more, her skirt moving up just a bit to give him a glimpse at her lower lips, and how shiny with her juices he had gotten. The full scene was making his head spin. Then I should go plus ultra, shouldn't I? She mumbled, liking her lips, shooting him a look that would fit on Midnight's face more than hers. One of pure wanton hunger. Did it work on him? He shuddered, his grip on her soft thighs growing stronger. Make you mine, she cooed, leaning on his chest and giving it a soft peck, her hips starting to bounce up and down rapidly. Her core clenching around him tightly, almost painfully so. But 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't seem to mind, only growing more primal with her moving with every slap of her thighs against his. Nana ummed against his head. The first time she had ever vocalized like that during Secretary 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐺 gasped and let out the most core-tingling that morning as Izuku felt himself shove past into something he probably shouldn't have pushed into. He felt her come around him. And heard Nana shudder with an orgasm of her own. And he barely kept himself from leaking. You are? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gasped, her nails dragging against his chest, leaving her marks on his body. You are in my WMB again. He gave a breathless nod, feeling his previous load all around him. Something he was never prepared to feel. It was making his whole body tingle, the pressure of his previous load, sticky and slick and warm against his tip, the death grip 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had on his girth, and her folds convulsing around him. It was almost overstimulating, maddening even. He didn't know whether to curse his quirk from letting him truly lose it from 𝐒𝐿𝐼's ministrations, or to be grateful he was still conscious enough to feel every bit more. She slowly drew her butt up again, making him his softly as sensations sparked through his mind, fresh as ever, as she reached the top of her motion. She began to come down, but stopped after only a moment, making Izuku buck slightly, chasing the sensation. Before he could really tell what was happening, she came down fully, catching him off guard. He hissed in pleasure, arching his back as Nana ummed loudly in his mind. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pulled up again, hesitating for a second before hilting herself, then snapping back up before he had time to process the sensation. Izuku began to lose control over his voice as his hisses became overwhelmed by her irregular assault. He couldn't prepare himself as she stopped, started, and paused at different points which, when combined with Nana preventing him from getting used to it, made him feel like he was going insane. Look at you, she cooed softly, savoring his breathing, flush expression. Mister, I can hold back a 0-pointer. She slammed her hips down again, making him cry out loudly enough that he was worried someone might hear them. Mister, I can kick the head off Mechamite. She pulled up slowly, so agonizingly slowly, making his hips buck again. Mister, I can flex off a glacier. She brought herself halfway down, then froze and rose back up, circling her hips once before she slammed down all at once. Izuku shoved his hand into his mouth and bit down to keep himself from yelling. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled, walking her fingers up his chest. All that and you're still squirming like this under me. It makes me feel like a goddess. Izuku breathed hard, thankful that she had given him a small reprieve. He looked up at her love-filled eyes and smiled weakly. That's because you are one. Is that so? She teased. In that case, you better give me what I want. You don't want to upset your goddess, do you? 𝐒𝐿, he cracked a small grin as he rolled his eyes a little. 𝐒𝐿 started laughing, starting to bounce her butt again. Up and down just enough so he never slipped out of her WMB. Give me more 𝐒𝐻𝑢, she batted her eyelashes, her brown eyes sparkling with mirth and passion, even as she sounded intoxicated. Give it all to me. When she said it like that, he felt intoxicated too. Degree small intermission degree he was late. Miruko grumbled, making her way to his hospital room. He was late to get out of the hospital. Gran had just waved her off when she said Izuku should have been out already, telling her that she was getting too worried over nothing. Old hag didn't know what she was talking about. She wasn't worried about him. Not at all. She stomped her foot down when she got to his door, a pout forming on her face and ears flopping down against her head. Okay, maybe I am a little worried about him. But only slightly. The scent of the hospital made her nose twitch. She hated hospitals. Didn't get why Izuku would spend one moment longer than he should. Her hand touched the doorknob, pausing for a second. Her pro-hero instincts flared, and something more primal rose up to match it too. That smell he couldn't be. She slowly opened the door. Degree we are back degree Miruko gently leaned on the door, silently swinging it open and seeing into Izuku's room. Is that? Her whole body twitched as she recognized 𝐒𝐿, her hands thrown back onto Izuku's knees for balance as her hips rose up from Izuku's. Miruko's breath hitched. They are. Only 𝐒𝐿's skirt was on, pulling the rabbit hero's attention back to the brunette's breasts which jiggled at the motion. They are. That's when she realized how far she was rising up, how her back was arched. Her eyes shining with lustful bliss. She felt envious. Only a little, overcome by the primal lust building up in her core. The all-consuming emptiness screaming out to her. She bit her lip as she saw a mere glimpse of his member under 𝐒𝐿's skirt. And it was still connected even as the girl had risen as far as she could without getting to her feet. Her own knees almost buckled, cheeks flushing immediately, her core roaring with greater hunger that made. He had that this whole 𝐒𝐿 slammed down to his base in an instant, letting out a breathy open-mouthed that resonated with Miruko just a little too much. She had to slap her hand on her mouth to block her own from escaping. She couldn't even think as she noticed the bulge poking at 𝐒𝐿's slightly pudgier stomach. Wait, is that? She took a slow step back, closing the door softly behind her. Leaning against it as she slid down. Legs splayed on her sides bent at the knees with her hands pulled between them, her whole body shuddering as she tried to get some air in her lungs. Her ears had flopped back, nose twitching, and legs trembling. She was turned on. Was she turned on? She rose on wobbly legs, leaning a hand on the wall for balance as she stumbled towards a bathroom, locking the door behind her. She needed to vent. 𝐒𝐿 giggled, watching Izuku's face twitch with pure pleasure as she started bouncing with her whole weight behind her. Pushing him as deep as he could go, straight into her WMB. Her tongue lolled in her mouth, the pleasure taking up far too much of her brain to let her focus on keeping it in place. She felt so full. And the feeling of his PP pushing through her cervix was sending jolt after jolt of joy up her spine. She was getting addicted to him and she didn't care 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, she didn't even care that her voice was that slurred. It just felt so good to finally be with him. Again. Give me more, she slammed down, again as she started grinding her hips against his, feeling his PP twitch and grind against different parts of her core as she leaned down. Closer to his face to watch his small cute reactions, close enough so if he wanted to he shot up, rising to his elbows to kiss her on the lips passionately, his hand wrapping behind her head to pull her further into the kiss, his tongue pushing its way into her mouth, gently prodding her own, liking it, tasting her and adding just a bit more to the array of pleasure she was putting herself through. She pulled back, her hand on his cheeks, pinkies barely touching him as she pinched his cheeks just a bit ruinmeshiamed, looking deep into his eyes. Make me only yours, mark me. That's when the dam burst, his whole body screaming and tingling, convulsing as right under her, his hips jerking up, his testicles smacking against her as he unloaded all he had. Okiko's mind went blank. She could feel the twitching of her walls, his girth pulsating against them, pumping more and more of his warm seed inside. Her stomach started swelling more, pushing against him before the pressure grew too much. Even with how tightly her body had clamped around Izuku's girth, some of his seed started to leak, shooting around the connection they now shared and coating both of them in the gooey substance. The feeling of it splashing onto her was enough to set off another 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 in her, the sensation of her coil snapping yet again in such a short time knocking the wind out of her. With the initial rush of euphoria washing over her mind and soul, she felt herself collapse against her boyfriend's chest, twitching with the intense aftershocks. The sheer RTCA of the moment made her forget to breathe, and now that it was over, her body ached for oxygen, forcing her to inhale deeply before exhaling a shrill and fragile escaping along with her breath. Izuku breathed, his strong arms wrapping around her, pulling her close as he left searing kisses full of passion and love over her face and mouth. He gently laughed, trying to catch his own breath too. "We should clean up." She leaned against the door, breathing as she messed with her hero suit. "Gotta get this goddamn thing off right thing now." Rumi could feel the heat pooling in her lower abdomen, the heat between her thighs making her feel like her skin was about to burst into flames. "SHT, SHT, SHT, SHT. She hissed under her breath, finally slipping out of the halterneck of her leotard and slipping it roughly down her thighs. She didn't bother with getting her thigh-high tights off, deciding it wasn't worth the effort. Last were her gloves, she needed to free her hands. Without any hesitation, she dropped her fingers between her folds, feeling the slickness as she shut her eyes and pictured the scene she had just witnessed. Izuku was, well, it would be redundant to say he was huge. Everything about the man was massive, so it only made sense that his private parts matched. But 𝐒𝐿𝐵, she was roughly the same size as Okiko, and she was taking that thing like a goddamn champion. One part of her was incredibly impressed, and the other was scarily aroused. That part of her focused on the similarities between herself and the brunette. They had similar builds. Could Rumi take all of that? She shuddered as she pictured herself on top of Izuku, riding him into next week, clenching onto all of him with her walls, feeling fuller than she could ever imagine. In fact, imagining was keeping her going as her fingers worked furiously at her folds. Eventually, one hand wasn't enough and she used the spare to insert 2 fingers inside, a mewl breaking out through her lips turning to a gasp at the sensation. It was better but not enough. She tried a third and found that it was something. For now. Her eyes fluttered as she tried to picture Izuku's form again. He was so strong, hell, he could keep up with her for God's sake. What she wouldn't give to have that inside of her, have him inside of her. The romantic in her wanted to kiss him, hold him, run her hands through his hair as she explored every cavity of his mouth. Running her tongue and lips across the entirety of his strong neck, those muscular shoulders, and pecs, those abs that you could grate Fing cheese on. A keening cry escaped her lips as she chased an orgasm. Her brain kept shuffling through images of Izuku in every state of undress, his muscular thighs, those calves, that might as well be a goddamn shelf. "Izuku!" She stifled a scream as the first orgasm overtook her, feeling shockwaves rip through her body as she continued to toy with her nub and her fingers worked furiously inside of her. The heroine gasped, twitching and flexing, barely able to catch her breath as her core spasmed. But it still wasn't enough. She ran a finger across her entrance, finding it hot and swollen. What she wouldn't give to have Izuku's face all up in that. Her mind flashed to an image of her thighs wrapping around his head, squeezing it tightly because she knew he could take it. "Yep, I'm gonna be in here a while." Her hands worked back at her folds, shutting her eyes and picturing Izuku's powerful hands and arms wrapped around her thighs, holding onto her for dear life as he teased at her with his mouth, giving her everything she needed and more. She wouldn't be satisfied until she had at least 1 or 2 climaxes this way. Or maybe she would hold him down till her legs gave out and let him retreat, and when he had tasted his fill, she would have all of him inside of her. The aggressive side of her wanted to shove him down, lift those legs up, and hang onto his ankles riding that PP until Izuku forgot everyone's name but her own. But, then, she bit her lip, feeling another image form as her stomach coiled in anticipation. Izuku, pushing her down over the nearest table or counter or whatever the F, hoisting her hips up so that she could barely touch the ground even with her long toes that came thanks to her quirk. Him just whispering filthy nothings into her ear as he pounded his hips into her, taking her in the way that some not-so-small part of her craved like nothing else. Just to be claimed, bred even. It was a fantasy she didn't even know she possessed. A byproduct of her quirk. Enough with the nerd SHT. Her mind snapped back to the image of Izuku ramming into her, breaking her before spilling himself inside her. Rumi's mouth dried as yet another orgasm ripped through her. She had lost count at this point, it didn't matter. She shakily looked at her fingers, noticing that they were pruned with how slick they had gotten. Maybe just a break to drink some water and catch her breath. Her core throbbed. Then maybe more of this. Before she could fully stop, another image surfaced. Her aggressive, SBMSSV and romantic side clicking together as her mind pondered on one last image that got her core to clench tightly to nothing, emptiness echoing up her spine. The image of Izuku pushing her against the wall, one leg forced up against her shoulder and another barely touching the ground, her toes straining to keep her in contact, body refusing to be held only by his strong arms pinning her against the wall. She had swayed hands, the pruned rubbing her CLT roughly as the other hand shoved 3 fingers yet again, making her toss her head back with a mmm as the vision continued. His soft eyes scanning her dark skin up and down, lingering on her already irked nipples for a beat too long before he started kissing her neck, grinding himself against her, trailing the kisses up to her sensitive ears before going down and stealing her breath away with a searing kiss. She gave a breathy mmm, her eyes closing eagerly as if the act alone would make her daydream more real. His lips would ghost over her skin, over her BRSTS, teeth nibbling her nipples, tongue darting out to taste her. He would chuckle against her skin as she mewled, then look up into her eyes. Those green infernos staring right through to her soul before he would declare he would take her. Make her his. Her breath hitched at the thought alone, her in turn dominating her like that, telling her that before he would shove himself in, knowing she could take it. Stating his outright glee at how wet she was, how easy he had slipped in, kissing her neck and mumbling how much he loved her before starting to connect to her. She flinched as the hardest CLMX she had washed over her, every muscle contracting at once as her body shuddered, twitching with aftershocks as her legs felt numb and filled with lead at the same time. She breathed like she had been drowning, her body shivering with every one of her mmm-like breathes. If this was only my fingers. She shuddered at what Izuku could do to her. No, what he would do to her. She bit into her lip, just shy of leaving a mark on the soft skin. She might make him an offer. Maybe. Her core throbbed once more, this time more contently as the heat started to dissipate. Definitely. Degree, it's over. For now degree, finger why are you just Katsumi kicked the door open, pausing as the scent hit her nose. It smelled like sweat. And something that got her stomach to do a somersault in her chest. She couldn't put her finger on it, but her body DMN well could. She inhaled another lungful as Izuku proceeded to panic, the sound of the shower connected to his room roaring in the background. Feminine humming emanated through the room. Her eyes landed on the man, in his hospital gown, sweaty and trying to get the sheets off his bed. Who did you fing F? She whisper-screamed, taking a few angry stomps towards Izuku. Was it Fing Icy Hot? I thought you were dash. He raised his hands defensively, waving them and trying to spit the name out as the shower stopped. And the door handle to the bathroom rattled. Okako poked her head out from the doorway and smiled. Hey Kaken. Did she just? Katsumi blushed, something between a snort and hiss escaping her mouth. The angel face. Oh, right, you only let Deku call you that, Okako sing-songed, taking a few wet steps towards the two, only a towel that was too short for her body covering her. Sorry, she gave her a goofy smirk that almost reached the pink spots on her cheeks. Deku, Katsumi mumbled, a little bit of fear in her voice as she slowly turned to face him. What did you do? Oh look, the shower is free. He pecked Katsumi on the lips, then 𝐒𝐿𝐼, who gripped at his hair, elongating what was supposed to be a quick peck into a passionate lip lock that tested both of their lungs. And with that, he disappeared into the bathroom, leaving Katsumi alone with 𝐒𝐿𝐼. The brunette sighed dreamily. You know, I thought Mai was exaggerating, but he is. She shot Katsumi a playful smirk. You are gonna need a lot of determination. Katsumi felt like she had been punched in the gut by All Might. Good thing quirks make people more flexible and our internal organs durable, right? She giggled like a schoolgirl, patting her on the shoulder. Right. Katsumi breathed in with her nose, then breathed out through her mouth. I'm gonna rock his 2-meter world when we get back to the dorms. That's the spirit. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled. If I don't beat you to it again, Katsumi growled. You win this round, angel face. Miruko and Izuku popped back up an hour after she was initially supposed to grab him. The hero reeking of sweat, her hair a mess. The man was clean with the exception of somewhat wilder hair, the telltale hints of lipstick on his face and jawline. Ah. Gran hummed, nodding gently. They finally got that over with. Miruko was avoiding eye contact with Izuku, who was talking to her about how awesome her kick the previous night had been. She nodded along with gentle hums, not really listening, sneaking looks at his chest, his arms. She almost clicked her tongue when she noticed her sneaking a look lower down his body. Never took her to be a shy one after something like that. She huffed, turning around and walking out the hospital, the two following in pursuit. At least now the SXL tension should fade. No, raise your hips up a little higher. Miruko scolded, her hand rubbing against the small of his back and pushing it forward. You gotta push in with your whole body or else it won't have enough impact. Can we slow down for a second? Izuku groaned, sweat dripping off his body as he breathed. We've been going at this for hours. No. Miruko barked, slapping her hand against his naked back, causing him to flinch. A few more rounds, I know you got it in you. He grunted, adjusting his pose to try getting back into the rhythm, the speed, and the force Rumi was demanding from him. Honestly, he never thought Miruko would ask him to do something like this. He might have maybe dreamed of it in some of his most ambitious dreams, but he never thought this would be happening to him. Honestly, his heart was beating out of his chest, and it wasn't just due to the physical tax on his body from doing this for so long. 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐵𝐻𝐵 𝐻𝐴Ving2OMUCH Nana teased, her voice sultry and charged with passion. Guess she was still riding out the high from the earlier set he did with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 just that morning. That had drained him already, but now Miruko was pulling even more out of him. It was scary, the fire in her eyes, how her eyebrows and nose twitched with every little movement he did. She grumbled, pouting slightly at his falling stamina and slowing pace, before grabbing his ankles and flipping him. His back hit the matted floors of the training area of the messy agency they had been stationed in, Miruko's strong grip locking him on the floor and his hips hovering just above. Uncomfortable for sure, but he really didn't have the energy to argue against it. Not that he wanted to, this was something he wanted to do since the sports festival. You are doing it all wrong. She hissed, her hand running down his calf to hook right under his knee, pushing it forward to give her access. You are supposed to move your hips like this. Or you won't get any power behind it. He gulped, her scolding only pushing him further, giving him just a little bit of determination he needed to push himself further beyond. Shui is blushrying ailtichuf, do you thyank this isichar first time? Srchen is it 2 nana kud. Simon G4E the W what Shri W's Miruko pressed on, forcing his legs back higher, slamming against his hips, guiding them. And if you don't angle your hips right you won't get anywhere. Oh okay, I think I got it, he wheezed, tapping the floor, the angle was crushing his ribcage. Nana was right, this was Miruko's first time if she thought normal people could bend like that. Maki s yoyu w just ho w frshi sin bendi, doezentiet. He shook his head. As hot as it was hearing her breathy voice against his neck at the hospital, now it felt like it was distracting him from Miruko. Okay, she let him go, allowing him to change position back. Do it again. His phone in the distance and long forgotten by now pinged, breaking his concentration and messing up his pacing. His foot slipped and his whole body spun out of balance, falling on top of Miruko and pinning her under his massive body. For a second she looked up at him. Breathing, breathless. Her chest heaving against his, the texture of her hero suit more pleasant against his bare skin than he imagined it would be. Her crimson eyes were locked onto his, a blush growing on her brown cheeks, contrasting with the messy white hair all over the mat under her. His hands were on both sides of her head, caging her under him. I should get you 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐿 𝐾𝐠𝐠 It was honestly distressing to feel just how much power Nana had gotten in his body, his head leaning down on its own accord. Or maybe he wanted to do that too, and Nana's suggestion was just the push he needed. Miruko whimpered gently, her hands snaking up to cup his cheeks. What are you doing? I don't know. Okay, you corny teenagers. The sudden yell by Gran knocked Izuku out of his trance, built-in reflexes kicking in as he almost backflipped away from Miruko, breathing at the sudden exertion. You told me that you were gonna teach him your kick strumpet, Gran barked, Miruko grumbling and getting off the floor herself. Why the F are you making out with him on the training room floor? Why is he shirtless? The top half of my costume is in for repairs, it's stretch-fitted so I can't really wear it with the holes it has now. He explained, Miruko huffing and letting him explain it. And, the ground thing. He slipped. Got his footing wrong again. She shot him a look that was full of disappointment, but it felt off. Maybe it was the massive blush she had that was clouding his judgment. Sorry, my phone pinged and that threw me off. He mumbled, rubbing the back of his head. Gran grumbled. Why do you even have your phone on? Nozomi doesn't want me to turn it off. He muttered, picking up the device. I don't know if it's ease of contact or something else. When I asked, she just laughed. That rodent just creeps me out. Both heroes grumbled at the same time. Miruko huffed. What was it about anyway? Unknown num. Oh, it's Itsuka. He mumbled, pulling his phone closer to read. Wonder where she got my phone number. Would you mind if I took this? Miruko huffed and gave a shrug. Gran just muttered a go ahead. He nodded and made his way to the changing rooms, leaving the two there. Wasn't the round in the hospital enough? Gran huffed accusatorily the moment Izuku closed the door behind him. What? Miruko turned to the older hero, face suddenly turning to a neon red. What are you talking about? Fing him in the hospital. Wasn't it enough, you corny bunny? Miruko made a strangled sound, her ears twitching before she bounced out of the room with a single leap. And the young ones are shy, here. Gran commented before making her way back into the kitchen for some taiyaki away from all the hormonal bullshit. Degree psych, degree. Miruko leaned on the door the moment she got it closed behind her, cupping her face with her hands before locking the door, jumping into her bed, stuffing her face in her pillow, and screaming. He was so close. She gulped, remembering how he looked when she was looking up at him, his green eyes determined but glazed over with something new as he leaned down. He almost kissed me. Her heart did another backflip in her chest, thumping against her ribcage like her foot thumped on the floor, strong, fast and earth-shuddering. She screamed again, her voice muffled by the pillow. Her mind waded through every instance of her touching him during the training, how she had flipped him to his back, how he had looked up to her when she was showing him where his hips were supposed to go. If she had promised herself that she would ask him, no, demand him to do to her what he had done to that brunette. Or just suggest it, she wouldn't force him to do that. But whenever they were alone she couldn't. Every time she tried, her mouth would freeze up and her heart would almost beat out of her chest again, her cheeks reddening at the mere concept of him accepting. It wasn't fear of rejection stopping her, rather it was the fear of him accepting. Or maybe it was her fear of the sheer depth of her feelings towards him and how quickly they had developed. How she wanted to spend time with him, cuddle him. She wanted to feel his arms wrapped around her body, hugging her close, pushing her head against his chest. Or maybe lifting her off the ground with his arms and kissing her lips gently like he had almost done on that mat. His green eyes looking into hers with love and adoration. Her whole body shivered in response to the fantasy, a whine escaping her lips. God, why do I want that? I just want him to. She imagined him doing whatever he wanted to her, leaving her 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴, looking after their kids together. How he would laugh and cook for her. Smile at her after they completed a mission as heroes. How they'd fall asleep in each other's arms. Her cheeks flushed again. Oh no. Izuku closed the door to the changing rooms and hissed a bit, stomping his legs down onto the floor to get some feeling in them. Miruko had pushed him harder than he had ever been pushed before and his whole body was aching. Then again, most of it is because of what I did earlier. 𝐻𝐭𝐻𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 like poison through his veins. Shoo, shut up. He grumbled, turning his attention back to the text from Kendo. 𝐴𝐴𝑛𝑑𝑡𝑛𝑢𝑘𝑎𝑜 Nana teased, her hand rubbing over his chest. I know 𝐒𝐿𝑜𝑢 and 𝐻𝑡, she bit into his ear softly. 𝐼_CAN_FLIT, he shuddered, then severed the connection to her from his side, the neural pathways between him and her suddenly going silent, leaving him alone in his head for the first time in a long time. God, she is something else when she gets sec high like that. It felt weird not having her comment on that. With that, he was actually free to turn his attention to the text from Kendo. Hey, Izuku. I can call you that, right? Anyway, it's Kendo. Vlad gave me your number to inform you about a class exchange going on. Can you call me when you're free? Guess this is as good a time as any. He added her contact to his phone and pressed the call icon. Izuku, you were fast, how's the internships going? He paused and coughed a little. Not bad, still alive at least. Oh, see you. What am I talking about? You took down Stain. I saw the video. Nice headbutt, by the way. Aizawa always told me to use my head. He chuckled awkwardly as she giggled on the other side. How about you? Uwabami was a bad call. Most of my time here was spent on a hair product commercial. She almost sounded whiny. It's cute hearing her whine like that when she is always so composed and mature. Haha, Kendo deadpanned, glad to hear you think I'm cute. I hate when I do that, he groaned back. But did you learn anything while doing the commercial at least? Yeah, I did. Let me show you. His phone beeped as she sent him a video. This is actually not supposed to be seen before the ad drops in TV in a month, but I'm pretty sure you have better stuff to do than to spread this around. So, Izuku chuckled and played the video. Uwabami was introducing a new hair care product, kiting her hand through her hair before swinging it to the side for a beauty shot. The shot panned out as she announced more details of the product, then said its slogan, whipping her hair out along with Kendo in the background doing the same motions and pose. Oh, what did that teach you anyway? That pro heroes are way more appealing in person than you thought, Kendo mumbled. Look how much better Uwabami looks compared to me. It was much worse in person. Really? Izuku mumbled, playing the video back. I thought the contrast with your costume, orange hair and the fact that you're appealing made you stand out. No contest. The line was silent for a second. Asuchi, I talk too much? Ha, that's funny Izuku, Kendo mumbled, her voice a little flustered. But yeah, I wanted to talk about that transfer _WO 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝑟_BLUSH_GU_GO_NG_S2D. How did you never mind, just behave, yeah about that, what is that even about? Izuku coughed, trying to break the tense atmosphere he had unintentionally created. Who's transferring? Where? Whoa, one thing at a time big guy. Kendo chuckled, the tenseness fading. I think Ojiru. From your class, and Psycho from ours. They are swapping. Why? Vlad told me Aizawa could teach Psycho better than her, considering her quirk. Kendo paused, and Izuku could almost feel her shrug. Dunno why they hadn't just have her in your class to start with. Nozomi's fuckery, I suppose, Izuku huffed. Kendo broke out in a fit of laughter from the other side that he couldn't help but smile at. I'll swing by and help Psycho move into our dorms when the internships are over, he added. Would that be okay? Yeah. Sure, just don't let Monoma see you, she has rabies. I'll do that, yes, see you then. Good luck with the rest of your internships. You too. And with that, he ended the call. His phone pinged again, This time a message from 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. Thinking of you also, oh my legs still ache. Me too, he texted back. Cheeky, love, he chuckled at her response, then almost stowed his phone away. I should really call Momo and tell her too, here. Momo attempted again, looking straight at Mam as she tossed the ball at her. The ball hit the plating she managed to generate out of her thigh, cracking against the plate before falling to the side, rolling away from her and to the corner. She sighed and stood back up, shedding the metal plate she had created, the material that had been previously jutting out from her leg almost like an extended knee guard clattering on the floor. I still don't get it, she groaned for a moment before her body flinched, ducking under a haymaker from Myra that almost connected into the back of her head. The blonde chuckled. You don't need to, your body seems to be picking up on it. Quite, Mam mumbled as she fixed her glasses. It's simple really, every human gives off hidden tells such as the moments before we move and as we lie. You can't dash forward before you tense your leg, you can't punch before your shoulder moves into place, Myra elaborated, tapping her own forehead quickly. Simple anatomy. Yes, I get that, but how does dash? Mam cleared her throat. Simple, it takes time for the brain to send the signal down to a limb, longer than it is to get that signal if you are trained to notice it. She walked up and tapped Momo's forehead. Your brain has the capacity to notice everything inside a room of this size, eyes keen enough to see any twitch. And when you can notice the opponent's motions even before they can do them, Myra grinned, then you can whoop their butt. So you're telling me this is all observation? That's the trick. Momo muttered, still having trouble understanding it. But then how can you get 3 steps ahead? You must walk before you run, Mam chastised. But if you must know, if you start reading the person's intent before they act on it, then you can start gaining the upper hand. She pocketed both her hands and looked to the ceiling. And after you do that enough, you'll slowly start noticing patterns, in your opponent, in villains, even humanity as a whole. Here. Myra chuckled. Think of it this way, we all share the same instincts, and in a fight, it's mostly instincts when it's close combat like this. She rubbed under her nose with a smirk. If you start being able to understand those instincts, you'll start getting steps ahead of anyone. Ah, that makes sense. Momo mumbled, pulling out a separate notebook and jotting down some notes. Shall we try again? No, no. Mam shook her hand, walking away. You've done enough for today, take a rest and mull over the teachings again. She shot a rare smile. Your subconscious is getting better at picking up tells. Good job, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Thank you. She sighed. In the changing rooms, Myra had gone out for patrol, so she was alone in the massive locker room. Izuku was right. If I manage to pick that skill up, I'll get ya. Her train of thought screeched to a halt as her phone buzzed on the bench, on the pile with her hero suit. She picked it up eagerly when she saw it was Izuku calling. Izuku. Hi, are you doing all right? I saw the news. Is Ida all right too? Her cheeks grew red when he answered with a chuckle. Love you too, Momo. Sorry, I guess I was just worried, she muttered back, playing with the tips of her loose hair. I'm guessing everything is okay. Peachy. Would have made contact sooner, but Miruko wanted me to learn her technique and well, the hospital visit. Everyone is fine. She let go of the breath she didn't know she was holding. That's good, that's great. She paused. You aren't lying and hiding how bad you are hurt, are you? Nope. Promise. But I do have something else to tell you, we're getting a transfer. Who? Psycho Intelli, the tall girl. WHO, cause of her quirk, right? He laughed from the other side. God, she had missed that sound. Exactly, Ojiru is getting transferred over to 1B instead. Or, I'm gonna miss her. Momo muttered. Did you know her that well? I didn't. Oh, thank God, I thought it was only me. She mumbled, letting out another sigh. If I'm being brutally honest, she was more invisible than 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Harsh, but not untrue, he muttered from the other side. I'll handle her moving in and getting accustomed to our dorms. Can you handle informing our classmates? I'll drop it on our group chat. Sure, see you at the end of the week. Wait, what group? Momo froze, noticing that she almost exposed the Midoriya Appreciation Club to the one person that absolutely could not know about it. "Oh, it's nothing, it got to go, madam wants to train more, 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵," she managed to sputter out without biting her tongue, hanging up on him. "Why am I this bad at hiding things? Again." Izuku kicked off the ground and spun in the air, axe kicking down with deadly force behind his leg, a sonic boom shaking the lights of the training room of the small agency. He landed, breathing and gripping onto his knees. That was the 10th Kaguya crescent he had attempted in a row, and his legs, his whole lower body, was screaming from torn muscles and lactic acid buildup. Honestly, he was surprised he could still stand. 𝐿𝑆𝑆LWNGYOUDUIIFU Shut up. Again, Miruko ordered, stomping the ground with her powerful legs. "You didn't get the contrails, it's not fast enough." He breathed, looking into her crimson eyes. "I don't think I can do it that fast." "Not with that attitude you can't. Try again." She was ordering him around like a drill sergeant. "This is the last day of it, and I won't allow you to go out there with your imitation if it's not perfect." But he breathed, legs finally giving under him as he fell on his butt, hissing with pain. "I need a break, I can't do anymore, I will snap something if I try again." He looked down, hissing with defeat. "I'm sorry I couldn't pick it up." Her nose twitched, and her hand found its way on top of his head, a blush forming on her face as she gently ran her fingers through his soft, iridescent locks. It was fluffier and softer than she could ever imagine. It's fine. We can try again later tonight. Wanna go on a patrol too?" She hated how bashful she was feeling, but she couldn't help it. "Grab something to eat. My treat, for working so hard for so long." A content hum escaped his lips before he could stop it, leaning into her touch involuntarily. "If you are sure." Rumi tried to let the rapidly warming spring air calm her spirits, but considering Izuku was just behind her, it wasn't working. It didn't help that because of the fact his normal costume top was shredded to ribbons, he was forced to patrol in one of his workout shirts. One of his very tight, very thin workout shirts. This was doing the opposite of clearing her mind. Instead, all she could think about was how nice it would feel to be completely wrapped up in the embrace those strong arms would provide. Damn it. This isn't fair. I've barely known the guy 2 weeks and I'm all mushy and What is this? She hazarded a glance over her shoulder where Izuku was walking behind her. The helmet thingy that he wore was secured over his face, concealing his identity for the most part. Though based on some of the lingering looks he was receiving from women on the street, the mask wasn't doing enough, especially with that DMN video from the other night leaking. It felt like her own presence was doing more to keep him from being swarmed by fans, the women recognizing him not approaching him after they got a look at her. "What, do I look mad or everything?" "All right?" he asked, making Rumi jump a little bit. She still wasn't used to the voice modulator distorting his voice in the helmet. "Yeah, fine, just bored I guess." She slowed to a stop, mulling over her internal debate. It was the last day of internships. She and Izuku had been training almost non-stop since he got back from the hospital, and she still hadn't confronted him about what she had witnessed or her frighteningly strong feelings for him that had developed quicker than she ever could have anticipated. All that was remaining was for her to just woman up and do something. Izuku drummed the tips of his gloved fingers on the back of his helmet in an adorable imitation of his usual head-scratching that Rumi found endearing in a way that drove her insane. "We could always just grab some lunch. Things are pretty quiet out here, but I guess that's to be expected since we took Stain down. More than likely criminals are reeling just as much as the heroes." Yeah, lunch sounds good." Izuku's electric eyes seemed to flicker with happiness. "Should we go back to our spot on the roof?" "Our spot?" Rumi groaned internally. He was going to kill her. Sure, let's go hit up our spot." The sandwich in her hands felt too big, too filling for the nervousness that was floating around and filling her stomach. Izuku looked out into the skyline. He had his helmet back off and both gauntlets sitting off to the side, munching on another sandwich. The shop owner had practically given her full stock to him for free and refused money when the two of them tried to pay. It was annoying that every sandwich wrapper had the owner's phone number written in bold handwriting. She clenched her teeth, noticing the hearts drawn on one of them and "call me if you wanna have some fun" scribbled under the phone number. Her annoyance turned into a boiling rage in an instant, her eye twitching. Then just like that, it faded when she noticed him crumple up and toss the wrappers into the plastic bag they used as a mock trash can. Why didn't I feel like this at the hospital? Miruko, his cautious tone dragged her back into reality, away from her thoughts. Are you okay? You've hardly touched your food. I should just say it. Sorry, just got a lot on my mind. Not technically a lie, but still not what she wanted to say. The man wiped at some crumbs on his chin. Wanna talk about it? Did she? It was tearing at her insides, wanting to say it. After all, this was possibly her last chance to just SCK it up and either confront him or confess. So what was stopping her? Besides the fact that she hardly knew him, and that he clearly had a girlfriend, and say it. Nah, it's okay. She paused, her mouth opened up again ready to contradict herself, to just confess and get it over with. Her heart clenched, and her will failed, a sigh escaping her lips instead. Thanks, Izuku. He frowned, detecting her inner turmoil in her voice. If you say so, I won't bug you about it. I know that I'm your intern and you're a pro hero, but if you ever want to talk you can let me know, okay? Maybe she wanted him to push it. Show her that he wanted her. Show that almost kiss in the training hall was more intentional than something he almost did in the heat of the moment. She snorted. Like that would happen. Playing shrink for me now. And no. Nothing like that. God, his blush was adorable, made her wanna pet his head all over again. Just want to help, guess I can't really stop my mouth sometimes. Sorry if I overstepped. With a chuckle, Rumi felt some of the heaviness in her chest lighten up and she took a small bite of the cucumber sandwich. It's alright, I'm only kidding. Keep that generous attitude of yours, okay? I've never been great with the interpersonal BS that comes with being a hero, but it seems to come naturally to you. She locked eyes with him, staring deep into those pools of verdant green. You're going to be an amazing hero, Deku. One I wouldn't mind teaming up with in the future. It was risky and maybe laden behind a bit too much coding, but she hoped he understood. I care about you and have grown so incredibly fond of you to the point that I think I'm falling for you faster than I can stop myself. I want to see more of you in the future and maybe see if this can go somewhere. Of course, she knew he was too oblivious for that, but at least for now it would have to do. Teaming up. Predictably, because she knew just how emotional he was, Izuku's eyes began shimmering, his voice cracking gently. Thank you, Miruko. That means a lot coming from you. Her heart clenched. Maybe he had read into it just enough. Her heart hammered just a bit harder in her chest, as she covered the rising blush on her cheeks with the sandwich wrapper around her sandwich, taking another bite out of it. Anytime, Izuku. So, this is the last night. Miruko groaned, looking up at the white ceiling of the agency, sleep avoiding her like the plague. She grunted and rolled over, trying to relax in bed, attempting to chase down that sweet unconsciousness. Her eyes locked onto the sleeping form of Izuku, his chest rising and falling as he slumbered, soft snores escaping his lips. He had managed to do it by the end. To copy the move perfectly, contrails and all. Seeing him copy her, lighting cracking around him, green eyes glowing with determination. It was doing things to her. Things she hated, things that made her regret not taking the plunge. And now, she wouldn't have that chance again. She grumbled and got out of bed, silently making her way out of. She stopped and turned around, lingering over his bedside, looming over him in the loose t-shirt she had worn for bed. Her ears were flat against her head, her own hair tickling the sensitive cartilage. She hated that she had a physical reaction to what she was feeling. It was making it harder to ignore, to bury it deep down into her heart, back to where it came from. But she couldn't. And she hated it. Mushy piece of it. She hissed, her hand gently getting the hair out of his eyes, heart skipping a beat when he smiled contently in his sleep. She sighed. Only one thing left to do. He woke up slowly, blinking and staring at the off-white ceiling. It had grown familiar in the week he had spent in the agency, and he had slight nostalgia at the thought that he was going to move out of the place, leaving it behind. 𝐴d to 𝐼𝐴N 𝐾𝐠𝐴NT, le? He mumbled to himself, sitting up slowly and rubbing his eyes. Besides, it will be the last day I get to be around Miruko. I'm gonna. His eye landed on her bed, already made with a note on top of it. No trace of her nor her belongings in sight. Miss her. He sighed, getting up slowly to look at the note left behind. My fumigation was done and I couldn't sleep. Well, 𝐶𝐬𝐷 𝐶𝐬𝐻𝐵 bad with interping. He smiled sadly and pocketed the note. He knew this week was gonna be over eventually. He knew this was just gonna stop at one point, till the next internships. And it did. 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝑆𝑇 told the UTHT 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐿DNT mine TIMINGUP SHEWNTSTODO this 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐾, SOIT SFINI 𝐅𝐚𝐺T. Yeah. Stings a bit still. But I'll be fine. Besides, I need to help a new classmate to move in. Nana sighed, feeling his slight drop in mood through their connection, but didn't bring it up. If he didn't want to face those emotions, she wouldn't force him to. Besides, what was he gonna do? Think with his PP. Well, it was technically their PP now. Nana chuckled in his head. What's up? Note 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽. He almost tore the costume off himself again the moment he got to the dorms. The cross-dressing aspect of going back and forth to UA never got easier. Well, it did. But it was still uncomfortable. He didn't like dressing up and acting like a gender he simply wasn't, no matter how pretty the other girls insisted he was. And how much ITSU it's YOU. Nana teased, making him huff in annoyance. Would you enjoy walking around like a man for an entire 3-hour train ride back? I mean, Nana coughed. IAMLILYAW and trapped D in a man's body. Yeah, would you want anyone else to feel like that? You are 𝐼𝐺T and DYOU SHULD. Nana shrugged. But ULSOU AIEWRKING AIONDS HIRT less and wherein 𝐺𝐬𝐽 bo taishor TS. That I am. He muttered, taking a step out of the puffy skirt now pulled by his ankles. I'm just glad I was wearing these under the skirt so I could take it off the moment I got here. YHTTW as a goody call. Nana whistled, PLSNOWUGT to shro of FTESWT as SOFYOS. Do not phrase it like that. His stomach rumbled and it gave him a moment of pause. At least for now, the dorms seemed empty. Might as well see if anyone got groceries. He padded into the kitchen and found that, at the very least, someone got produce. Probably Koda. I'll have to make her something later to make up for sneaking some food. Lettuce. No. Carrots. Too starchy. He was feeling something. Nice. He quietly cheered, finding a bag of peaches in the mix. Thank you, Koda. Quietly rinsing the fruit off, he took a grateful bite, sending another silent thank you to his soft-spoken classmate for picking fruit that was actually ripened. Nice but green, Kyoka muttered, walking into the dorms behind him with a smirk on her face, only the red dusting on her cheeks betraying her smug attitude. Guess you did a lot of squats. Yeah, sure, he muttered, turning around to face her and sighing once more, looking defeated and in shock. Good to see you, Kyoka. How was your internship? He took another bite of the peach, internally frowning at how his tongue seemed to linger on it longer than he was expecting. Gee good, she almost squeaked, her eyes drawn to the way his lips seemed to kiss the glistening insides of the fruit. Was he doing that on purpose? Should we be discussing this? Right now. She shot back, fluster evident in her voice, and eyes having trouble staying on his slightly confused face, rather than to glide down over his body, and she gulped. Those shorts weren't hiding anything. Wasn't Fing joking? You are right, he smiled, seeming to give up on eating his snack for a moment. Give me a second to scream into my pillow and change. He disappeared out of the common room. Did he get faster? I hate you SELOVD the show TH, didn't you liku how 𝐻𝐬𝐽 couldn't stop right there. He grumbled, opening the door to his room. Only to fall back as Mai tackled him to the ground, giggling the full way down. You're back. Finally. He laughed, petting her head and snuggling closer to her, his mood immediately soaring at the long-missed contact. I'm building solid light holograms so we never feel that far apart ever again. She exclaimed, peppering his face with kisses. Honestly, he didn't want that if this was how she was gonna welcome him every time he went away for more than 4 days. A soft cough got his attention, eyes moving away from the pink-haired ball of affection Mai was to the sight behind her, Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 waiting with expectant smiles. Mai was wearing her usual attire, so he hadn't paid her any attention to what she was wearing, but the other two, they took his breath away all over again. 𝐒𝐿 in a CRP top of a coat that looked like the perfect blend of warm and comfy, the pink and white fabric making her hair and eyes pop, and Momo in a thin white turtleneck with her hair loose, 2 rivers of her shiny black hair on her shoulders, framing her face perfectly. He couldn't help but fall for them all over again in that instant. And their looks made his knees weak. 𝐒𝐿's eyes shone with a hunger he could now recognize, while Momo looked somehow hungrier. He got up slowly, basically picking up Mai and allowing her to attach herself to his shoulders and back, hanging on him like a koala as he made his way closer to the other two in his room, smiling ear to ear. The moment he got to an arm's reach, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't hold back anymore, giggling and hugging his chest, tugging him down for a proper, long kiss on the lips, ruffling his hair. Gosh, I missed why, he chuckled, hugging her by her waist with one arm, picking her up and rubbing his nose against hers, leaving a soft kiss on her lips, looking deep in her brown eyes with a content smile. Momo coughed again, shooting a sideways glance at the three with a cute pout. All three laughed, Izuku finally sitting next to her in bed, allowing the other two to slide onto the soft mattress. Sorry to make you wait. You should be, she scoffed, a smile breaking onto her face even as she attempted to act offended, ruining the act. I was patient with you, Midoriya, you better make it. He moved to kiss her, but she beat him to it, her lips locking onto his with the speed and passion of a lover separated for years, her arms around his neck, one hand on his hair pulling him deeper while another scratched his bare back needily, beckoning his body closer to hers, trying to close the gap between them. He obliged with a hearty laugh against her lips, pinning her against the bed and closing what little distance their bodies had, his skin melding against hers to the point where both of them forgot where one ended and the other began. He pulled back, just enough to look into her eyes while their foreheads touched, breathing against each other with love in their eyes. Was that it worth the wait? Momo giggled. It certainly was a wait, she responded with mock indignation. Making me wait all my life for that, how could you? He laughed, leaning down to kiss her again. Then I should work on making that up to you, right? If you would be so kind to do that, she giggled, hugging him closer. There was an undercurrent of something else in her voice, spine-tingling spark to her every word that thrummed with the hidden meaning that their reunion held. Being back together again meant just that, they were back together. In person. Judging by the warmth in Momo's cheeks and the needy, hungry way she chased after every bit of contact with not only his lips but every part of his body, he had some attending to do very soon. God, these women are going to be the death of me. Oh, Nana cackled. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 𝐶 about having a 𝐵𝐴NKHOF hot WNWNOTOYLVU but WNTTO jumpy your BNS. Look, it's not a complaint. Just an observation. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 𝐶𝐭𝐾𝐻. What TDH I BT FIV buckes TMO is a DMME. Izuku stifled his guffaw as he enjoyed his continued embrace with Momo. You don't have money. OHIMSUEILFIND SOMI for YUTOREPA? Well, that wasn't ominous. Gnome. The moment and his thoughts were cut short as his door slammed open and Kitsumi made her way into his room. Me. Secretary. Now. He flipped to his back to see her, eyes kinda hazy and breathing picked up, wearing only a long white t-shirt. It was more of a dress than anything else. Aho, I think is one ofys. Nana giggled, as both of them noticed the black shirt written on the white surface. Oh. Mai's eternal smile twitched, getting somehow more primal, eyes getting hungrier. We can have more sec, right, Zuku? 𝐒𝐿 giggled, suddenly grabbing onto her shoulder and pushing herself against him till her breastis encompassed his arm, the soft texture he had tasted in the hospital room making itself known to his senses once more. Oh my, Momo mumbled, with a refined smile and sharpened eyes. Guess we are all thinking the same thing, aren't we? Her tongue darted out to like her lips as she gave a soft kiss against his neck, breathing against the sensitive area of skin with intent. With your quirk, you should be able to keep up, right Izuku? An involuntary shiver shot down his spine, a gasp escaping Izuku's lips as his lower body attempted to kick into gear. He shut it down with total command, groaning at the effort. Can we not? I really should help out the move dash, he groaned, trying to backpedal out of the suddenly SXL encounter. Please. Momo pouted but retreated. You are right, as the class president, yet we don't have time for this, her eyes glinted. He could feel her become keenly aware of how much romantic she could make her first time. 𝐻 𝐻 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐺𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐾 Nana chortled. Mai was, surprisingly, the most docile one of them all, simply nodding and huffing lightly, mumbling something about maybe next time. Oh, thought we could have just a little more time before classes again, Okako mumbled with a giggle, giving his shoulder a kiss and decoupling from his arm. Katsumi grumbled, groaned and made a sound that was like metal grinding against metal before she stomped forward and gave him a breath-stealing kiss on the lips, explosive, impulsive and powerful as she was, as she straddled his chest, grinding against him gently throughout before she pulled back too, breathing against his chest with a look that just screamed, "This isn't over yet." Fine, she hissed, sitting up and poking his chest. But, you owe me, she spelled out, poking him again and again with each word to emphasize. He nodded sheepishly okay. He tugged at his workout shirt and knocked on Makira's door, sighing happily that he had managed to make it without getting dragged into, well, whatever the girls almost had him do. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫 went 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 WLDV felt RELYG Nana tempted him. Yeah, well, someone still needs to help with the move. He hissed back, and knowing Yue, it's gonna be a trial and a half.